Chapter 1 Divorce. Get a divorce now. This is the only $800 left in the house. I can't give you this money. Leroy, if you continue to gamble, you cannot live. In a dilapidated old house, Su Shangyue, a good-looking but plainly dressed, yelled hysterically at her husband, Leroy, with tears in her eyes, holding the $800 in one hand, and cradling her 3-year-old daughter, Guagua, in the other. Bitter. Too bitter. Today's days, more bitter than the Yellow Lotus. 2 years ago, since Leroy dabbled in the vice of gambling, she and her daughter's days fell into a bottomless abyss. In just 2 years, Leroy lost all the family savings, and borrowed a lot of external debt. In order to get rid of today's days, she has moved the idea of divorce. But taking into account the daughter is still small, she was slow to make up her mind. The arms of the fruit shivering, bright crystal eyes staring at Leroy, eyes with indescribable fear. And at this time, Leroy was in a trance. Shook his head vigorously, Leroy full of incredible eyes, heart full of doubts. I just was not hit by a big truck to fly? Strongly pinched his thigh, Leroy realized that he was reborn to the years that made him the most regretful and remorseful. In his last life, he gambled like crazy, causing his wife to divorce him and marry Su Hailong, a rich businessman. How did he know that Su Hailong was a hypocrite with a human face? In front of Su Xiangyu, he pretended to be a good father. Behind the scenes, Su Hailong beat Guagua countless times, calling Guagua a bastard born of a mother but not raised by a father. One day, a rainy night, Gogo could not stand the pain and humiliation, grief and anger jumped off the building. Su Xiangyu saw Gogo's suicide note, only to realize the true face of Su Hailong. In order to avenge her daughter, Su Xiangyu found Su Hailong, and Su Hailong wrestled with Su Hailong, Su Hailong with an ashtray hit his head, and died. Before the action, Su Xiangyu sent a text message to Leroy. In this regard, Leroy also learned the truth of the matter. In a fit of rage, Leroy went to seek revenge on Su Hailong, but who knew that halfway there, he was hit by a big truck that Su Hailong had pre-arranged. At this time, Su Xiangyu seemed to see that something was wrong with Leroy, so she called out in a low voice, Leroy, what's wrong with you? POA, you have to stop hitting Mama. Guagua whispered in a milky voice, her voice trembling more than a little. Leroy was ecstatic, breathing heavily. While waiting for his emotions to stabilize, he approached Su Xiangyu and Gogo step by step. Su Xiangyu panicked. Guagua's skinny body shrunk into a small ball, like a small meat dumpling. Leroy, even if you don't think about me, you should also think more about this family, think more about our daughter. Su Xiangyu was helpless, and indignant. How could she, a woman, be a match for a big man? Suddenly, Leroy stopped. Su Xiangyu was desperate. The next will definitely be the same as before. Leroy snatched the money from her hand and took it to gamble and lost it all. Must she force herself to divorce him? Guagua gathered enough courage and crisply shouted, POA, you can't hurt Mama. She opened her skinny arms, like an old mother hen protecting her chicks, protecting in front of Su Xiangyu's body. The scene in front of her made Su Xiangyu feel both comical and heartbroken. Tears were welling up in Su Xiangyu's eyes. Snap. Unexpectedly to Su Xiangyu and Guagua, the mother and daughter, not only did Leroy not rob the money this time, he instead gave himself a slap. Su Xiangyu instantly froze. Gogo's two big bright and luminous eyes were filled with confusion. Xiangyu, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I will never gamble again, I will do my best to earn money and let you and Gogo live a good life. Leroy raised his right hand and swore with conviction, word for word, word for word. People only know how to cherish when they lose. In his last life, after Su Xiangyu divorced him and brought Gogo to marry rich businessman Su Hailong, he spent the whole day spending time and drinking as a way to make up for his inner emptiness. Every time he thought of Su Xiangyu and Guagua, he was in pain and couldn't breathe. He didn't realize that the heavens had given him another chance to start over. Great, just great, in this life, he must make good money and cherish the good times that the family of 3 has together. Su Xiangyu was puzzled. Is it hard to believe that Leroy has changed his nature today? A smile like a flower bloomed on Gogo's little face, her fleshy mouth gently wriggled twice. Poop, are you telling the truth? Leroy sniffed, squatted down, gently scraped the tip of Guagua's shiny nose, and laughed. Of course it's true, from now on, Daddy is going to be a good father and husband. I won't be dreaming. Su Xiangyu was full of incredulity, her beautiful eyes staring round. Guagua, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Dad will do it for you. Leroy picked up Guagua and stroked Guagua's little head with a doting face. Thinking about what happened to Gogo in his last life, Li Rui's heart was filled with remorse and self-blame, as well as anger. In this life, he must make up for it. Su Hailong, he would likewise not let go. But for the time being, he couldn't shake Su Hailong. As soon as he heard the fruit of this little greedy cat raised her meaty little hands, shouted, "Fruit to eat: mapo tofu, cucumber ham, steamed eggs, hairy crabs." Su Xiangyue's playful face suddenly black, glaring at the fruit, cold, "Eat so much, you are not afraid to put your little belly to burst." Gogo is not afraid of not afraid. Fruit gently patted two of her round little belly, shaking his head and giggling. The laughter was clear and pleasant, like a silver bell. Su Xiangyue had a light smile on her face, making all the flowers lose their colors. At this instant, Li Rui looked dumbfounded, and his heart was even more filled with satisfaction and solidity. "Xiangyue, Guagua, in this life, I must protect you both properly and let you both live a happy and fulfilling life." Li Rui secretly resolved in his heart, and his fists unconsciously tightened. However, at this time, with a bang, a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman violently pushed open the bedroom door. This person was Su Xiangyu's mother, Chen Yi. Chen Yi is 51 years old this year. Her character is spirited, acerbic, and profit-oriented. She has always opposed Su Xiangyue and Li Rui's marriage license before. Chen Yi followed by her husband Su Jiangwo. The faces of these two families are not very good at this time. "Li Rui, if you are still a man, divorce my daughter now. I have already helped my daughter find a good next family. He is richer than you, more stylish than you, you are more stylish than." Chen Yi pointed at Li Rui's nose and roared angrily. Although her daughter Su Xiangyue has been married for many years and has given birth to a child, she is still as beautiful as a flower to this day. There were many people who wanted to marry her daughter Su Xiangyue. Among them, there is no lack of rich people. Mom. Li Rui just opened his mouth, was mercilessly interrupted by Chen Yi. "Don't call me mom, I'm not your mom. You whole day except gambling, or gambling. My daughter can live with you until now, has been considered benevolent. Divorce, now you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with my daughter to divorce." Chen Yi said in a very strong and domineering manner. Su Jiangwo let out a long sigh and said, "Li Rui, it's not that we haven't given you a chance, let go. Let Xiangyu go find her own happiness. You can't give Xiangyu happiness, and you can't give Gogo happiness either." Li Rui was about to speak. But Gogo tilted her head and cried with tears in her eyes, "I don't want Poe and Mama to separate, I want to be with Poe and Mama forever." Guagua cried with such a sadness. Tears covered her palm-sized face. Li Rui looked at her and felt very bad. Su Xiangyue's heart was equally bad. Taking a deep breath, Li Rui said firmly, "Dad, Mom, I will not divorce Xiangyu, I will give Xiangyu happiness, I will give Gogo happiness, please trust me one last time." Chapter 2. This life, no one wanna hurt my daughter again. Li Rui's words just fell. Chen Yi's shrill and mean voice rang out like noise. "Li Rui, you son of a bitch, how much longer do you want to drag my daughter down? Before, it's not that I didn't give you a chance, but did you seize it? Don't talk nonsense to my mother anymore, now you and Xiangyu go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the divorce certificate." Chen Yi stared at Li Rui with a face full of disgust. In her eyes, Li Rui was just like the trash on the roadside. In this life, she never wanted to have anything to do with Li Rui again. When Li Rui heard this, his face suddenly turned cold. In his last life, it was this old woman in front of him who forced Xiangyu to marry that beast Su Hailong. It could be said that the tragedy of Xiangyu and Guogui in the last life could not be dissociated from this old bitch in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that she was Xiangyu's mother, Li Rui would have pounced on her and beat her up. "Li Rui, what kind of eyes are you looking at? You don't want to beat me up. Come on, you come and beat me up." Chen Yi stalked her neck and approached Li Rui step by step. Seeing this, Su Jianfeng stopped Chen Yi with a hand. He frowned and persuaded, "Well, irrelevant matters, you should stop talking." Saying this, he turned his head to look at Li Rui and said with a cold face, "Li Rui, a strong twisted melon is not sweet, my daughter already doesn't want to live with you. Why do you need to be stubborn? This will only hurt both of you." Su Jianfeng hoped that Li Rui and his daughter, Su Xiangyue, would have a good time together. Previously, Su Xiangyue had mentioned to her parents that she did not want to continue with Li Rui. Li Rui turned his gaze to Su Xiangyue. "Xiangyue, please trust me one more time, okay?" Guigua's fleshy little hand slapped on top of Su Xiangyu's fragrant shoulder. Only to see her anxiously acting like an old mother hen protecting her chicks, her hands kept fluttering. "Mama, I don't want you and Papai to separate. Children without poop are often bullied." She was at the baby garden and saw it all the time. You, shut up. Chenny glared viciously at Guagua. At this moment, she was like an old hag. Guagua was so frightened that her neck shrank. Leroy gently patted Guagua's back and softly soothed, Guagua, don't be afraid, there's Daddy, Daddy protects. After saying that, he turned his head and rebuked Chenny. Mom, please don't talk to your child like this. In this life, no one should ever want to hurt their daughter again. Su Shangyue gave Chenny a reproachful look and said in a bad mood, Mom, Guagua is still so young, how can you yell at her? Chenny instantly shouted spiritedly, Xiangyu, how are you talking to Mom? Isn't it for your own good that Mom has done all this? If it wasn't for your happiness, would Mom be this evil person? Hearing this, the corner of Li Rui's mouth turned away, and he couldn't stop sneering in his heart. Chenny is not doing this for her daughter's good. She was clearly trying to sell her daughter for a good price. Xiangyu, you make a statement. Su Jianfeng didn't want to make such a fuss anymore and didn't want to stay here. When Chenny heard this, she immediately became exuberant. Yes, Xiangyu, you quickly make a statement. If you want a divorce and Li Rui doesn't divorce you, we will sue him. After saying that, her eyes teasingly surveyed Li Rui. My daughter didn't want to live with you a long time ago. It's useless for you to say more now. Guagua looked at Su Shangyue with her eyes and deflated her mouth in a pitiful manner. Li Rui also couldn't help but get nervous. For a while, the gazes of everyone in the room fell on Su Xiangyu. After thinking for a long time, Su Xiangyu bit her lips and whispered, Dad, I want to give Li Rui another chance. Su Xiangyu just opened her mouth. Chenny then looked at Li Rui with a dejected face. Kid, did you hear me clearly? My daughter said that she said here, then Chenny came to a realization. She stared at Su Shangyue with an unbelievable face. What did you just say? Su Shangyue, are you out of your mind? Why are you still planning to give Li Rui another chance? What kind of asshole Li Rui is, all these years, haven't you seen enough? Chenny was quite speechless. Li Rui was a gambler. For the sake of gambling, how many disgusting things Li Rui has done over the years, her daughter Su Shangyue knows better than anyone. Xiangyu, is this still necessary? Su Jianfeng was very heartbroken for his daughter. After hesitating for a moment, Su Shangyue first bit her lip, and then nodded heavily. There is this need, for the sake of Guagua, I have to give Li Rui one last chance. Okay. If you want to continue wasting time on Li Rui, you can waste it. Su Jianfeng frowned. Over the years, he couldn't remember how many times his daughter had given Li Rui a chance. Therefore, he did not approve of his daughter's decision. However, he still respected his daughter's decision. Chenny pointed her finger at Li Rui and said indignantly, Xiangyu, rotten mud can't help the wall, even if you give him many more chances, he will still be the same as before. Dad, Mom, I will change. Li Rui first looked at Su Shangyue affectionately, and then looked at Su Shangyue's parents, and said in an incomparably firm tone. Do you think I will believe it? Chenny lightly hummed. Su Jianfeng looked at Li Rui and couldn't help but shake his head. Obviously, he thought the same as Chenny. He also felt that Li Rui would not change. In their opinion, if Li Rui could change, he would have changed a long time ago. Li Rui, you listen to me clearly, the money you owe outside, my daughter is a point will not recognize, if you dare to pull my daughter down, I hand-tear you. I'll give you another month's time, within this month, you want to be the same as before, my daughter will divorce you. Chen Yi warned. After saying that, she pulled Su Jianfeng's arm and left with a black face. After Chen Yi left. Only then did Guagua dare to skim her head. She pouted her little pink mouth and said timidly, Pioe, Mama, Grandma is so mean. Guagua doesn't like it. Su Xiangyu held Guagua's little hand and said with a stern face, Guagua, don't say that. Okay. Guagua beamed his little mouth with a not-so-happy look. Guagua, don't be unhappy, Daddy go cook, don't you want to eat mapo tofu, cucumber and ham, steamed eggs, hairy crabs and these things? Dad will make it for you. Li Rui gently rubbed Gogo's little head. Snapping. The moment Guagua heard this, she was happy and kept clapping her hands and screaming, yes, 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 yes. As she screamed, a little bit of lard came out of Guagua's mouth, and her little pink tongue dazzled all of that lard into her little mouth. Entering the kitchen, Li Rui tied on his scarf and started to get busy. In the living room, Su Shangyue sat on the old wooden sofa with an unreal feeling. Soon, Li Rui walked out of the kitchen with fragrant dishes. So fragrant. Guagua closed her two big bright eyes and inhaled deeply. Instantly her little face revealed an intoxicated expression. After the three members of the family were seated, Li Rui clamped a hairy crab and put it into Su Xiangyue's bowl, and said with a smile, "Xiangyue, eat more. Over the years, you followed me and suffered a lot, and I am ashamed of you." It is said that men have tears. But at this moment, Li Rui's eyes are red. In this life, he was too sorry for Su Xiangyu. But at this time, the fruit hands to the creaky nest to clip, nostrils gently grunted, poop bias, to mama clip vegetables, not to the fruit clip vegetables, fruit angry. Chapter 3 Fighting Tigers Pro Brothers, Father and Daughter Soldiers on the Battlefield. Su Xiangyue and Li Rui were amused and laughed heartily. "Guagua, don't be angry." Li Rui laughed as he chucked a crab and put it into his bowl, then he carefully peeled the crab shell, and only after peeling the crab shell did he put it to Gogo's mouth. After doing this, Li Rui looked at Guagua and said, "Come on, open your mouth, daddy feed you crab meat." Seeing this, Guagua proudly said, "This is more or less the same." After saying this, Gogo opened her cherry blossom mouth and chewed the crab meat very happily. "Li Rui, you are biased, why don't you peel the crab shell for me?" Su Xiangyue gagged her mouth and pretended to be angry. Li Rui hadn't opened his mouth to appease. Guagua, however, gagged his mouth and said, "Mama, how old are you? Why are you still acting like a little kid?" Su Xiangyu. Li Rui, on the other hand, was amused and laughed. "It's really happy ah." In his last life, how did he let such a good life go by and indulge in gambling all day long? Looking at his wife and child, Li Rui couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion in his heart. After eating, Li Rui packed up the dishes and ran to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Su Xiangyue followed in silently. "Li Rui, what are you going to do next?" The family owes a lot of external debt, Guagua is in kindergarten, and the family still has expenses. Su Xiangyu inquired with a serious face. This question, all of a sudden gave Li Rui a confused question. Right now for him, earning money was especially important. They were currently living in the Happy Village on Moon Island. Happiness Village was a small fishing village. Most of the people in the village went out to work, and those who stayed behind mostly made a living by catching fish. "I will go to catch the sea later." Li Rui thought for a moment and opened his mouth to reply. Su Xiangyue let out a long sigh, her eyes filled with worries about the future. Nowadays, relying on fishing to make a living is becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. How much money could her husband earn in a day by fishing? But soon, Su Xiangyue adjusted her mood. She said very understandingly, "Li Rui, as long as you truly repent and no longer gamble in the future, I will live a good life with you. I believe that if we work together, there will be bread and flowers." When Li Rui heard these words, his heart was warm. Still, his wife is good. In today's world, some women only have money in their eyes. To get married, they want sky-high bride price. After getting married, the husband can't earn money and gets divorced at the drop of a hat. He has a wife like Su Xiangyue who is willing to accompany him to share his pain. He is very lucky and self-sufficient. In his last life, how could he be such an asshole? "Xiangyu, I will work hard." Li Rui hugged Su Xiangyue. It was also at this time that the small-armed and small-legged Guagua stumbled to the kitchen door with the remote control in his hand. "Poa, Mama, how do I adjust the sound?" After saying that, Guagua saw Mom and Dad hugging each other. Guagua's fleshy little hands covered his eyes, looked at Li Rui and Su Xiangyue through the cracks in his fingers, and ha, he laughed, shy. Su Xiangyu immediately pushed Li Rui away with one hand. She straightened her clothes, walked over to Gogo, picked up Gogo with one hand, and softly said, "Mom teaches you to tune your voice." In the kitchen, only Li Rui was left alone. Li Rui washed the dishes, took out his cell phone, and looked at the tidal catch software. He realized that in half an hour, the tide was going to go out. So, he was in his home tool room, looking for the tools needed to catch the sea. Rakes, shovels, buckets, net pockets, gloves, non-slip shoes. Li Rui rummaged them all. "Pupa, are you going to catch the sea?" Gogo's little head poked out from the direction of the door. Li Rui nodded his head. Guagua ran in with gusto. She rubbed her small hands, her two big flashing eyes full of longing. "Baba, take me with you." Fighting tigers is like fighting brothers, going into battle is like fighting fathers and daughters. With that, Gogo got on with it. Only saw her two small hands, tightly tugged on Li Rui's arm, voice soft and sticky said, "Poa, can it?" Li Rui was amused. "Open up, Gogo, you know quite a lot Where did you learn the saying, fighting tigers is like fighting brothers, fighting fathers and daughters? Gogo pointed in the direction of the living room. I learned it on TV. Okay, I'll take you with me. Li Rue scraped the bridge of Guegue's nose. Yes, yes, yes. Guegue jumped happily. Before catching the sea, the preparatory measures must be in place. Li Rue first gave Guegue coated with sunscreen, and then gave Guegue put on non-slip shoes, put on gloves. The cute pink rabbit ears hat, Li Rue also put on Guegue. Poop, can we get a big shipment today? On the way to catch the sea, Gogo glanced at Li Rue with an excited face. She was looking forward to today's catching the sea. Li Rue had no idea in his heart, but still answered with great certainty, yes. It's not the same as in the past. In the past, the people on Uaya Island could still rely on the sea to eat the sea. But nowadays, there are not many people on Uaya Island who rely on the sea to eat the sea. Sea resources are limited. Due to recent years, people have been frantically salvaging sea resources, resulting in the sea resources decreasing quite a bit. A large and a small group walked to the head of Happiness Village and met two middle-aged women who were also preparing to go to catch the sea. Yo, isn't this Li Rue? Li Rue, you don't play cards, what are you catching the sea for? You're not fit to catch the sea with your fine skin. Aunt Lotus with a yellowish face flirted. Next to her, Mrs. Hohot also teased, Li Rue, you haven't driven the sea for how many years, do you still know how to drive the sea? Catching the sea is not like before. Nowadays, old seafarers like us can't get much. It's even harder for you to catch the sea. Li Rue heart very bitter, but on the surface is a calm face. In front of the child, he can't show his cowardice. Guegue, who was being held by Li Rue, tilted his neck, sniffled, and said aloud with bewildered confidence, my poop is awesome, he can definitely get a lot of things today. Aunt Lotus and Mrs. Hohot looked at each other and then threw back their heads and laughed. This kid, he doesn't think that his dad is very good at catching fish, right? Kids are just naive. The two of them walked towards the front while talking. When Guegue heard these words, he shouted at the two men, my poop is just awesome. Ahead, Aunt Lotus and Sister Guehua laughed even louder. The little brat was really fanatically confident in her dad. Her dad couldn't carry a shoulder or a hand, how could he be great at catching the sea? Not long after, Li Rue held Guegue's hand and arrived at the seashore. It was also at this time that a little girl on the seashore wowed with excitement while gesticulating with her hands. Daddy, you're so awesome. You actually found such a big stone crab. The little girl, Chen Yaoyao, and Guegue were very good friends. The two were growing up together in open crotch pants. Chen Yaoyao's father, Chen Xiong, is a famous sea fishing expert in Happy Village. When Guegue and Chen Yaoyao played together, Chen Yaoyao often told Guegue about the seafood that Chen Xiong got from fishing. This could make Guegue's eyes twinkle with envy. Chapter 4 Bound Catch Perspective System. Gogo, how did you get here with your dad? Chen Yaoyao asked with a surprised face when she saw that it was Li Rue standing beside Gogo. In the past, it was Su Xiangyu who brought Gogo to catch the sea. Su Xiangyue worked at a seafood processing factory on Moon Island. During her free time, Su Xiangyue would sometimes bring Gogo to catch the sea. Ever since she got married and had a child, Su Xiangyue had led a very tiring life. Li Rue's heart was stung hard. Previously, he had never brought Guegue to catch the sea, it was Su Xiangyue who brought Guegue to catch the sea. He was extremely incompetent as a father. I'm going to bring me to the sea. Gogo shook her head with a showy face. Li Rue, catching the sea is not like playing cards, catching the sea has a lot of tricks, what air holes underneath what seafood, do you know? Attendant Mi Chen Xiong's eyes playfully looked up and down at Li Rue. He was a famous sea catching expert on Moon Island. On average, he could earn 200 to 300 a day. In Happiness Village, there were many people who worshipped him. Li Rue was a gambler in his entirety. During the last 2 years, Li Rue has never caught a fish. My poop must know. When Li Rue was thinking about how to answer Chen Xiong's question, Guegue tilted his neck and said loudly. Li Rue couldn't help but cry and laugh. In Guegue's mind, this dad of his seemed to be omnipotent. But, thinking about this, Li Rue's heart couldn't help but sink downward and his eyes dimmed. He was not good at catching the sea. Also at this time, a mechanical voice sounded in Li Rue's ears. Host Li Rue, start binding the fishing catch perspective system. 321, binding is successful. From this moment onwards, host Li Rue can instantly see through to the catch of anything. Initial distance, 12 meters. Li Rue was dumbfounded. He wasn't dreaming just now. He had bound the system? Isn't this a scenario from a novel? Your father didn't even say anything, he must not know. Chen Yaoyao's voice pulled Li Rue back to the real world. While speaking, Chen Yaoyao very proudly gave a thumbs up in front of Gogo. My dad catching fish in the sea is this. Your dad is definitely not as good as my dad. Guoguo was unconvinced. My poop is this one. The two little girls argued endlessly. Li Rue, look at these are all the ones I caught while fishing. Chen Xiong kicked the bucket next to him with his foot. He raised his head and looked at Li Rue with a showy face. The bucket next to Chen Xiong was filled with quite a lot of seafood. Inside were mussels, sand white shells, spicy snails, and a few shrimp, tigerfish, and stone crabs. At this moment, Li Rue glanced at the beach where the tide was receding. At that moment, many catches appeared in Li Rue's eyes, and Li Rue could really see the catches within the surrounding 12 meters. Whether it was the catches hidden in the cracks of the rocks or the catches hiding in the mud and sand, none of them could escape Li Rue's eyes. Crap, I won't really bind the catch perspective system. Li Rue's pupils quake, his heart marveled. With such an awesome system, isn't it just like picking up money when he catches the sea? Thinking about it, the corners of Li Rue's mouth couldn't help but rise. There is a king of razor clams under my feet, it is slowly wriggling. When Li Rue saw the king of razor clams under his feet, he hurriedly bent down and quickly used a shovel to shovel away the sand on it. Poop, what are you doing? Seeing this, Guoguo hurriedly squatted down, his eyes staring straight at Li Rue's movements. Li Rue laughed, I'm catching the king of razor clams. When Chen Xiong heard this, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Li Rue, the king of razor clams is not that easy to catch. After the king razor clams sensed the danger, they would quickly shrink their bodies into their shells and quickly drill into the sand to quickly escape. I'm good at catching king razor clams, but you'd better go to bed. With my years of experience, there can't be any king razor clam in that hole you dug. Li Rue hasn't been to the sea for more than 2 years. When he came up, it was quite difficult to catch a big king razor clam. At this moment, Li Rue clearly saw that the king razor clam in the sandy soil was frantically escaping. Want to run? Can you run? Li Rue could not stop sneering in his heart. At the same time, Li Rue also accelerated the movement of his hands. Li Rue shoveled out the sand quickly with one shovel after another. Poop, hurry up, don't let the razor clam king escape. Gogo squatted beside Li Rue and shouted with great exuberance. Dad, can Uncle Li Rue catch the king of razor clams? The red-faced Chen Yaoyao looked up at her father, Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong smiled and blurted out, it is not difficult. As soon as Chen Xiong said this, Li Rue shoveled the king razor clam out of the sand and threw it at Gogo's feet. Looking at the king of razor clams close at hand, Gogo immediately grabbed the king of razor clams with both hands and exclaimed exaggeratedly, this is the king of razor clams, it's so big and long ah. The king of razor clams generally refers to the large bamboo razor clam, which is a mollusk of the family Bivalvaceae. Their shells are long and can reach about 14 centimeters. The one in Gogo's hand is 15 centimeters long, a real king of razor clams. King razor clams are delicious and nutritious, so they don't come cheap. A caddy is about $100. It was really a king of razor clams. Chen Xiong's face became a little unsightly. But he was still very tough and said, not just caught a big king of razor clams? I caught a lot of shells and crabs just now. Chen Yaoyao bristled, Che, it's just a bamboo razor clam, what's all the fuss about? My dad caught a lot of things just now. Gogo was not willing to show weakness, we just got here, my dad will definitely catch more things later. Gogo, you follow me, let's go over there. Li Rue's confidence increased greatly after he bound the catch perspective system. Within 12 meters of the catch, Li Rue had a good view of it. Li Rue put down the shovel and picked up the clip. A moment later he picked up small sea fish, a moment later he picked up crabs, a moment later he picked up shells. Dang dang dang. The catch was quickly thrown into the bucket by Li Rue. Papa, you are better than Mama. In the past when I was catching the sea with Mama had to spend a long time before she could pick up so many things, but after such a short time, you actually picked up so many things. You are awesome. Gogo looked at Li Rue with an adoring face. She had a good eye for people. She really wasn't wrong about her poop. Ha ha. There's a little crab here. Gogo saw a small crab and she hurriedly reached for it. Be careful, Li Rue hurriedly warned. Li Rue hurriedly warned. But it was still a step too late. The pincers of the little crab still caught the little finger of Gogo's right hand. Ah! Guagua cried out in pain. Gogo's round little face was wrinkled together. Leroy threw down the pincers in his hand and put Gogo's right hand into the water, not allowing Gogo's right hand to move. Leroy did this because he knew that the crab would have a sense of security in the water. With a sense of security, the crab would easily loosen its pincers. As expected. Soon, the crab loosened its pincers. Give me death. Leroy stepped down and crushed the crab. Anyone who hurt his daughter would have to pay the price. And then, Leroy took off Guagua's gloves and carefully looked at it, and found that the little finger of Guagua's right hand was only red and not injured, so he let go of his heart. Guagua smiled cheekily and said, "Poe, I'm fine." Leroy put the glove on Guagua's hand again. "It's good that you're fine. Pay attention when you catch a crab in the future, you have to be in absolute safety before you catch its back. No matter what time, safety should be put in the first place. Do you understand?" Guagua nodded his head as if he were pecking at a chicken. Guagua understands. Chapter 5. Come on, high five, celebrate. Leroy was still a little uneasy. For a child as small as Gogo to use his hands to catch a crab was always unsteady. In case it got pinched, the consequences would be very serious. Thinking of this, Leroy softly instructed Guagua, "In the future, you must not use your hands to grab crabs anymore, it's too dangerous, you can use clips to clip crabs." But it's not much fun to clip crabs with clips. Gogo still likes to catch small crabs with her hands. Gogo opened her two big round eyes and said loudly. Okay, so Gogo can catch small crabs with his hands, but he has to be careful. Leroy can't do anything with Gogo, and can only follow Gogo's lead. The small crab's pincers don't have much power, but also can't break the anti-cut gloves. In the future, every time you go to the sea, it will be good if Gogo puts on the gloves to catch the sea. At this moment, Guagua saw a small pike crab crawling to her feet. She quickly pressed the back of the pike crab. "Ha, poop, Gogo caught another crab, isn't Gogo great?" Gogo threw the pike crab into the bucket of water, and while clapping her hands, she looked up at Leroy. "Awesome, too awesome." Leroy immediately gave a thumbs up. Afterward, Leroy began to catch the sea in earnest. With the system's added support, it could be said that Leroy was catching the sea like a fish in water. "Guagua, let's go, there might be a nest of goby under that big rock." Leroy saw a nest of goby hiding under a big rock and playing happily. His mood immediately became happy. Leroy took 3 or 2 steps and walked over to the boulder. Guagua carefully followed behind Leroy. "Pupa, how do you know that there is a nest of gobies underneath this rock?" Guagua's little head was filled with doubt inside. "A kind of intuition." Leroy thought for a moment and then answered. He couldn't tell Guagua that he had just bound the catch perspective system and he could see through to the goby underneath the boulder. Leroy broke open the boulder. In a flash, a large group of goby fish appeared within the line of sight of Gogo and Leroy. So many fish! Guagua blinked her 2 big watery eyes, and with her fleshy little finger pointing at the goby, she asked curiously, "Baba, are these all gobies?" Leroy patiently explained to Guagua while grabbing the goby. "Yes, that's right, these are gobies. Goby is the collective name for the fish in the perch family, Gobiidae. The goby has a small body size, generally between 100 mm and 150 mm. You see, these gobies are not big. They all happen to be between 100 mm and 150 mm. In order to let Gogo understand the goby more clearly, Leroy picked up a goby and put it in front of Gogo. Gogo stretched out her little hand and compared the length of the goby. Between 100 mm and 150 mm, it turned out to be this long. Gogo muttered to himself like a curious baby. "Right," Leroy said. At this moment, Leroy felt extraordinarily happy. Now, he could earn money by catching the sea, and at the same time, he could popularize something to Guagua and enhance the parent-child relationship. 2 birds with 1 stone. Leroy graduated from an ordinary university. The major he studied was none other than biological oceanography. Therefore, for the creatures inside the ocean, Leroy had a general understanding. Guagua learned from Leroy and also started to catch the goby in the water. Soon, Guagua's 2 little fleshy hands caught a goby. "Poa, I caught a goby too." Guagua was full of excitement. However, the words had not yet fallen. Splat! The goby in Guagua's hand struggled a bit before it slipped out of Guagua's hand and fell into the water. The goby was very slippery. Leroy laughed. Gogo didn't believe that Gogo couldn't put the goby into the bucket. Gogo bent down her little body, and her two little fleshy hands kept grabbing the goby in the water. This time Gogo wasn't so lucky. She grabbed the goby several times, but she didn't touch the goby. "Goby, don't run away. Let Gogo catch it," Gogo said in a milky voice. But it was not to be. In no time at all, Gogo straightened up and gasped for air. "Gogo, don't be discouraged." Li Rui put a goby into the bucket, picked up a small net and put it into the hands of Gogo. "Come on, Daddy will teach you to catch gobies with a net." "Good." Guogui clapped his hands and shouted excitedly. Li Rui made a don't speak action, and then whispered, "Guogua, keep your voice down, don't scare the goby in the water." "Good." Gogo whispered back. "When catching fish with a net, be fast and steady." Li Rui's big hand gripped Guogua's small hand, and his words just fell. Swish! The net pocket quickly entered the water and caught a goby. Looking at the goby in the pocket, Gogo was excited. "Really, yeah." Next, Gogo started to catch the fish with the net alone. At first, several times, Gogo didn't catch anything. It was only on the fifth time that Gogo managed to catch a goby. "Poop, I've done it." Gogo felt a great sense of accomplishment. "Come on, give me a high five to celebrate." Seeing this, Li Rui hurriedly said. Guogui cooperated and put up her little palm. Li Rui smiled and gave Gogo a high five. Now, Gogo's mouth was wide open with laughter. Not far away, Chen Yaoyao Chen Xiong, who was catching the sea, heard the commotion and couldn't help but raise his head to look at Li Rui and Guogua. Chen Xiong shook his head and said, "This Li Rui is also too unreliable. When he came to catch the sea, he didn't catch the sea properly. It is estimated that he won't be able to get much out of today's sea drive." After saying this, he looked down at the bucket at his feet and couldn't help but have a smug look appear on his face. Today, to catch the sea, he was lucky, captured more than 2 pounds of skin shrimp. Peeps weren't cheap, about $50 a pound. "Dad," Guogui is playing with his dad as if he's having a great time. Chen Yaoyao put her hand on her chin and whispered. "Poor Happy just, catch the sea should have a catch the sea like, wanna play, but also catch what sea ah." Chen Xiong snorted. Chen Yaoyao bit her lip and said, "But I am also as happy as I am with Guogua." Chen Xiong immediately boarded up a face. "Yaoyao, we are now catching the sea, not playing. Catching the sea should have a look of catching the sea. The atmosphere here is in sharp contrast to the atmosphere over there." The two of them, Mrs. Hohot and Aunt Lotus, were catching the sea together. While they were catching the sea, they were muttering in whispers. "What is that kid Li Rui doing? Look at Chen Xiong, he's been burying his head in the sand, and when the tide rises, I don't think Li Rui will be able to get half as much as Chen Xiong. Hey! Su Xiangyue is too pitiful, how did she find such an incompetent husband?" At the same time, Li Rui saw a small stone next to a huge snail. Rattlesnail, also known as horn snail, golden snail. Belonging to the gastropod moth snail family mollusks, unique to China. The shape is nearly diamond-shaped, and the shell is hard. Taste delicious, is a pricey seafood ingredients. Crap, that rattlesnail foot must have more than 3 pounds. Li Rui's shocked heart burst into foul language. Chapter 6, A Kid's Desire to Win or Lose. "Poop, what's wrong with you?" Guogua saw Li Rui staring at a place without stopping, so she opened her mouth and asked with great suspicion. "Guogua, let's go over there." Li Rui suppressed the excitement in his heart, and with his big hand holding Guogua's small hand, he walked towards the location where the ringing snail was. If it wasn't for the fact that Gogo was by his side, Li Rui would have dashed off. The price of snails was very high. A 3 catty conch, to sell more than 2,000. With a rough estimation in his heart, Li Rui couldn't stop being excited. With this catch perspective system, his Li Rui catching the sea, it was really like picking up money. Soon, Li Rui and Guogua walked to the side of the ringing snail. "Papa, what is this?" Guogui was the first to see the ringing snail. She pointed at it and her 2 big watery eyes were almost glaring out. "It's so big. It's really big." She had never seen a snail like this before. "This is the ringing snail." Li Rui squatted down and picked up the ringing snail. "Look carefully," Li Rui then said. "Ringing snail is a broad name. General ringing snail can be eaten, but there is a kind of ringing snail called French snail, is the national second-class protected animals, cannot be eaten. I hand this ringing snail, is the ordinary ringing snail, not the law snail." For the snail, Li Rui thinks it is more appropriate to call the snail sitting in the bottom of the jail. Who would dare to touch an animal of the second class of the state? Papa, Wugwa wants to hug. Gogo's eyes were full of expectations. Okay, you try. Leroy bent down and put the snail in front of the body of the fruit. The fruit tried some, did not succeed, so she was very hard to say, too heavy, fruit cannot hold. When Gogo grows up, she will be able to hold it. Leroy put the snail into the bucket. We continue to catch the sea. It's not long before high tide. Leroy saw a few green crabs not far away. So he picked up the clip, picked up the green crabs and put them into the bucket. Poop is so good. Seeing this, Wugwe on the side kept praising Leroy, pulling the emotional value up to full capacity and filling Leroy with motivation. 10 minutes later, Chen Xiong held Chen Yao's hand, carrying the half-filled bucket of catch, with his head held high, walked ashore. At this moment, he was like a general returning home in triumph. On the shore, Mrs. Hohat and Auntie Lotus saw Chen Xiong and walked forward with joyful smiles. Chen Xiong, the harvest is not small. Sister-in-law Guihua stretched her neck and looked at the bucket Chen Xiong was carrying in his hand. It doesn't matter if you don't look. One look. Mrs. Hohat couldn't help but scream. Chen Xiong, you actually caught so many peeps, you're too good. As soon as Aunt Lotus on the side heard this, she hurriedly walked over to the bucket that Chen Xiong was carrying in his hand. She looked inside and was stunned. It must be more than 2 pounds of leather shrimp. Chen Xiong really is the Moon Island is famous for catching sea fishing expert. Nowadays, the sea resources are sharply reduced. It's too difficult to make a living by catching fish. The old men in their family have all gone out to work. However, Chen Xiong, a big old man, stayed on Lunar Island and had a very good life. How could they not envy him? Who would want to work when they can survive at home? Hey, my dad is just awesome. Chen Yaoyao had a smug look on her face. Sister Guihua and Aunt Lotus both laughed when they heard this. Chen Xiong didn't deny it either. He looked towards Leroy and Guigua who were walking towards the shore and said with a smile, I wonder how much Leroy fished out of the sea this time. When he thought of Leroy having a beautiful daughter-in-law, Chen Xiong's heart was unbalanced. He Chen Xiong every day diligently, thinking about earning money, and pay action, also earned a lot of money, but he Chen Xiong married a fat yellow face. While Leroy eat and drink all day, but has a beautiful daughter-in-law. God was really unfair. Leroy hasn't driven the sea for more than 2 years, and today he ran to drive the sea on a whim, and I guess he didn't get as much as I did. Mrs. Hohat's nostrils turned skyward and coldly grunted. Leroy is a big old man, not like a man at all. All the men in other families are earning money, only he is addicted to gambling all day long. Playing cards is his strong point, catching the sea, he'd better wash his hands of it. Aunt Lotus said coldly. Sister Guihua and Aunt Lotus both fought for Su Xiangyu. Su Xiangyu is such a good woman. Leroy actually didn't cherish it at all. Let's go over and take a look. Chen Xiong smiled and proposed. I think it's better to forget about it, there's nothing to see. Sister Guihua's attitude was cold. Auntie Lotus doesn't want to see it either. Just now when we were catching the sea, I saw that Leroy and his daughter were playing around all the time. His mind is not on catching the sea at all. How much can he catch this time catching the sea? At this time, Chen Yaoyao beckoned to Guigua, quickly pull your father over, let's see whose father fished more things this time. Not far away, Gogo tilted his little head and smiled cheekily, yes. Children's desire to win is much stronger than adults. It's getting late, let's go home. Leroy looked at the time as not early, he wants to go home early to cook. His wife was still working at the factory. He wanted to see a table of fragrant meals as soon as his wife got off work. In his last life, the person he was most sorry for was none other than his wife Su Xiangyue. Now, he was living a new life. He must make up for the regrets of his last life and treat his wife Su Xiangyue well. Papa, let's just go over there. Gogo looked at Leroy with a longing face. Okay, listen to you, who made you my heart little baby? Leroy couldn't do anything about Guigua. Father and daughter were talking. Chen Yaoyao was dragging Chen Xiong and had already come to Gogo's side. Gogo, look at how much is in that bucket in my dad's hand. Chen Yaoyao stretched her neck, her face showing off, her little head still shaking. Guigua approached to take a look, cut, and then said, this doesn't have much stuff either. Chen Yaoyao was stunned. This was not what she wanted to hear. Humph, Gogo, listening to you, it seems like your father fished a lot of stuff this time when he was catching the sea, Chen Yaoyao snorted. The two little girls started to fight. Guagua dejectedly said, "My poop popped the bucket." Chen Yaoyao skimmed her mouth, "You just blow it." Chen Xiong couldn't help but spit in his heart at the words. Explode the bucket? Exploding a bucket of chicken hair off. Nowadays, if you want to explode a bucket, the difficulty is not normal. Even for him, there were few times when he exploded a bucket. Out of curiosity, Mrs. Hohot and Aunt Lotus also carried buckets and walked over. Li Rui, you should learn more from Chen Xiong. He is a master of fishing. The seafood he caught this time is worth the seafood you caught several times. Mrs. Hohot educated Li Rui in the tone of an elder. If it wasn't for her heartache for Li Rui's wife Su Xianyue, she wouldn't have wasted her words with Li Rui. Li Rui's wife Su Xianyue had helped her several times. Li Rui, let's see how many seafoods you caught this time when you catch the sea. Aunt Lotus had a playful smile on her face. Li Rui, a big man, catching the sea, wouldn't be as good as her old lady. Chapter 7. My little friends are stunned. Want to see? You see for yourselves. The corner of Li Rui's mouth flicked. He was not the same Li Rui as before. He had received a system enhancement. I'll take a look, Mrs. Guihua said with a cold face. After taking 2 steps forward, Mrs. Hohot instantly flaxed and froze. Oh my god! Li Rui really exploded the barrel. What's more surprising is that the bucket that Li Rui is carrying in his hand is actually loaded with a full 3 pounds of snails. A 3 catty conch, how much money to sell off? It can't be just a few small fish and shrimp. Auntie Lotus came close to take a look, also flaxen dumbfounded. Mom, yeah. Li Rui hand that barrel, how can there be so many catches? Shrimp and tigerfish, pike crabs, 3-egg crabs, green crabs, big head fish, king razor clams, ring snails. These seafood, the bucket in Li Rui's hand is piled up tightly, full. What's so magical about it? Chen Xiong hummed disdainfully. When he approached and saw that Li Rui really exploded the bucket, his face was like a chameleon, constantly changing. From red to purple, from purple to white. He thought he had blurred his eyes. So, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, but the result was still the same as just now. Yao Yao, you come and see it too, Guagua said with a cheeky smile. Just look. Chen Yaoyao's small mouth pouted and walked forward several steps before coming to the bucket in Li Rui's hand. Chen Yaoyao was petrified at once. Guagua's dad was also too powerful. Much more powerful than his dad. Poop, my little friend is stunned. Gogo took in the expression on Chen Yaoyao's face. She looked up to Li Rui and said with a smile. Ha ha. In the past, it was always Yao Yao who used to talk about how much seafood her dad had picked up by catching the sea in front of her face. This time it was finally her turn. This feeling is so cool. No wonder her little friends always bragged about how great the people around them were. This one is a gobi. Gogo popularized gobi and rattlesnake to Chen Yaoyao. Chen Yaoyao listened in awe. How does Gogo know so much? With doubt, Chen Yaoyao asked with great curiosity, Gogo, how do you know all this? Upon hearing this, Guagua's 2 little fleshy hands immediately tugged on Li Rui's arm. She tilted her little head and said very proudly, these are all things that my poop told me. Isn't my poop very powerful? Chen Yaoyao was eclipsed. She looked up at her dad, and with that came more envy. Guagua's dad was really great. Alright, Guagua, let's go. I'm still in a hurry to get home to cook. Your mom is tired from working all day. Li Rui gently rubbed Guagua's little head and said with a smile. Sister Guihua, Aunt Lotus, and Chen Xiong all froze at this. Li Rui had changed his nature? He actually started to feel sorry for his wife? In the past, he had either beaten or scolded Su Xianyue, asking her for money to gamble all day long. Now, is this still the same Li Rui they used to know? Yao Yao, goodbye. Gogo politely waved goodbye to Chen Yaoyao. Chen Yaoyao, on the other hand, didn't say a word. Her face was full of bitterness and her heart was a little lost. I just heard it right. Li Rui just said that he was in a hurry to go home and cook for his wife? Sister Guihua looked at Aunt Lotus and Chen Xiong beside her with a stunned face. That's what he just said. Until now Aunt Lotus was still a bit incredulous. Chen Xiong had a little blockage in his heart. He carried the bucket, held Chen Yaoyao's little hand, and left with a black face. Just now, Li Rui must have been lucky to pick up so many seafood. Chen Xiong said with indignation in his mouth. Dad, what's getting lucky? Chen Yaoyao asked very puzzled. Chen Xiong answered impatiently, it means good luck. Chen Yaya's little head turned, then said to himself, "You're right, Guoguo's dad must have caught so many seafood today because of good luck." Chen Xiong was unconvinced. Why would Chen Yaoyao be convinced? After work, Su Shangyue returned home, her heart and mind were exhausted. Today, the family owed more than $200,000 in external debt. She is $4,500 a month. Li Rui didn't have a job. With over $200,000 of external debt, how long would their family have to pay it back? Guoguo went to school again. Thinking about these realities, Su Shangyue's head got big. She didn't hold any hope for Li Rui to earn money by catching the sea. On Lunar Island, so many young adults have gone out to work. What does it mean? It shows that on this moon island, trying to make money by catching the sea is completely unreliable. When Li Rui comes back, I will talk to him and ask him to find a class to go to. In Su Shangyue's distracted moment, Mom Chen Yi called her. "Xiangyu, you and Li Rui left it. What kind of life you are living now? Your father and I have seen it in our eyes. With your current face and body, you want to find a rich man, can be found in minutes. Mom has helped you find several, each one is 1,000,000 times better than that Li Rui." Chen Yi was rambling on and on. From the very beginning, Chen Yi never looked at Li Rui. "Mom, didn't I tell you before? I want to give Li Rui one last chance." Su Shangyue was somewhat speechless. She hadn't left Li Rui yet. Why did Mom find several men for her? This is too much. There's no such thing as working like this. "Xiangyu, don't you know what Li Rui is like? Even if you give him 10,000 more chances, he won't be able to change his gambling habit." Speaking of Li Rui, Chen Yi has a look of disgust and loathing on her face. "Mom, this afternoon Li Rui took the children to catch the sea." Su Shangyue tried to reverse the image of Li Rui in her mom's mind. Chen Yi laughed. Then she sneered and said, "Catch the sea? Catch the sea a day can earn a few money? His day to catch the sea to earn money, I'm afraid it is not enough to your family's expenses for a day. Such a man, keep New Year's off. Xiang Yu. Find another one while you're still young. He, Li Rui, is a useless piece of trash." Shenny still wanted to say again, but was interrupted by Su Shangyue. "Well, Mom, don't say anymore." Li Rui and the child came back, they heard it's not good. Shenny's face is full of concern. He, Li Rui, a useless waste, even if he heard, so what? "I won't talk to you anymore." Su Shangyue directly hung up the phone. Yue Island, Pingyang Town, inside a two-story building, Chen Yi, who was dressed in beads, was half dead with anger. Su Shangyue's father, Su Jianfeng, is also frowning. Shangyue's child, how can she not listen to persuasion at all? Li Rui, even if he does not gamble anymore, he catching the sea, and what can be done? No, I have to think of a way to let Xiangyu and Li Rui divorce as soon as possible. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Her son was in a hurry to get married and desperately needed a sum of money. This matter, anxious her anxious. Chapter 8: The Little Vinegar. Chen Yi expects her daughter to remarry after the divorce, with the aim of raking in a sum of money to alleviate her burden. Forget it, let her go. If she wants to suffer herself, let her accompany Li Rui to suffer. Su Jianfeng was a little annoyed. Li Rui has become that way, the daughter actually intends to give Li Rui a chance. A poor person must have a hateful place. No, I have to add more fire to make my daughter divorce Li Rui as soon as possible. Shenny raised her eyebrows and said in a cold tone. Tomorrow is her birthday. Using this reason, she looked for Li Rui to ask for a sum of money to embarrass him. Well, that's how it's going to be done. In Happiness Village, Li Rui returned home. Honey, come out and take a look. Li Rui yelled in his own yard. What's going on? Su Xiangyu walked out with a curious face. Guogui came to Su Xiangyu's side with a jump. Only to see her pointing at the bucket of water and excitedly yelling, Mama, look, Gogo and Popo's results of catching the sea today. She purposely emphasized herself. What is it all about? Su Xiangyu looked over with a lack of interest. However, the next moment, Su Xiangyu's eyes widened. Crap! It actually exploded the barrel. Today, Li Rui's luck was really heaven-defying. Taking a deep breath, Su Shangyue hurriedly walked over. Her eyes widened as she stared at what was in the bucket. It was the ringing snail. Su Xiangyu's eyes were staring straight at the 3 kilograms of rattlesnail in the bucket, and she couldn't close her little mouth in shock. Li Rui took in Su Xiangyu's expression and a sense of happiness surged to his heart. With the system boost, he finally had the confidence to let his wife and daughter live a good life. At this moment, Li Rui felt that the air was so sweet and the sky was so blue. A person's spirit is refreshed when he is happy. Hubby, you are also fantastic. Under the excitement, Su Xiangyue quickly ran to Li Rui and fiercely kissed Li Rui. Shy. Gogo said in a milky voice. Li Rui took Su Xiangyue into his arms, looked at Su Xiangyue affectionately, and said in a gentle voice, Wife, please believe me, I will definitely let you live a good life. Su Xiangyue is quite contented, as long as you are practical and willing to work, I am satisfied. Poop, are you only going to let Mama have a good life? Guagua made her trademark gesture of sticking her hands under her cackle, beaming her mouth in a very unhappy manner. You little fellow, why are you so jealous? Li Rui squatted down and picked up Guagua in a hug, laughing. Such a day, so happy. In his last life, he didn't know how to cherish such a life. In this life, one must double the amount of time to cherish such a life. Guagua, however, was unforgiving and said, Papa, you still haven't answered the question I just asked? Do you only let Mama live a good life alone? If you don't answer Guagua's question, Guagua will really get angry. After saying that, Guagua pouted her little mouth, looking very playful and cute. Su Xiangyu gently scraped the tip of Guagua's crystal clear nose and bitterly laughed. Guagua, you were simply a little jealous. Papa, you quickly speak up. Guagua was in a hurry. Seeing this, Li Rui cried and laughed a little. However, he still smiled and said, Dad is also going to let Guagua live a good life. That's more or less the same. A sweet smile finally bloomed on Guagua's fleshy little face. Li Rui put down Guagua, let go of Su Xiangyue's small waist, and said, I'll go cook, let's have a seafood dinner tonight. Su Xiangyu was very understanding and said, Li Rui, dinner, you don't do it, I'll do it, you sell these seafood. These seafood left at home for one night, easy to fall off the scale. Their family owes more than $200,000 in foreign debt. Right now, it's not the time for their family to live a good life. Today, Li Rui was lucky to catch the sea before bursting the barrel. In the future, Li Rui would not have such good luck. Once she thought about the reality, Su Xiangyue's mood was not beautiful, and her palm-sized pretty face collapsed. Quickly go. Su Xiangyue urged. Good. Seeing Su Xiangyu so serious, Li Rui could only agree. Afterwards, Li Rui held Guagua by the hand and walked towards Yu Tao's house at the head of the village. Yu Tao's family specialized in acquiring all kinds of seafood. Gogo, what are you doing with your father? Halfway there, Gogo met her little friend Bai Jiaming, who was also only 3 years old this year. Because they are from the same village. Because they are of similar age. So Gogo often played with Bai Jiaming. I went to buy seafood with my poop. Gogo pointed to the seafood in the bucket and said with a showy face, these are all caught by me and my papa, am I great? I'm great, aren't I? Bai Jiaming, who was wearing a clean white dress, stretched his neck and looked at the seafood in the bucket. At once, Bai Jiaming's eyes widened. Crap! There are actually so many. Guagua, your dad seems to be even more powerful than Yao Yao's dad. Bai Jiaming raised his head in shock and looked at Guagua. In Happiness Village, Guagua, Chen Yao Yao, and Bai Jiaming were in an iron triangle relationship. The three of them little ones often played together. In the past, Chen Yao Yao often bragged to Guagua and Bai Jiaming about how great her father was at catching fish in the sea. Sometimes, Chen Yao Yao would even hold her cell phone and show pictures to Guagua and Bai Jiaming. Those pictures were almost all of the seafood that her dad caught. Jiaming, aren't you talking nonsense? My poop is definitely much more powerful than Yao Yao's poop. Guagua held her head high and said very proudly. It seemed that in every child's mind, their dad was the most powerful. Guagua was especially obvious. Chen Yao Yao arrived at the sound. She was carrying a child's rice bowl with Piggy Peach on it, and while chomping on her rice, she argued, Guagua, in terms of catching fish, your dad isn't as good as my dad. Today, your dad was lucky to catch so many seafood. Your dad won't be so lucky in the future. My dad has real skills. When Li Rui heard these words, a crying and laughing expression appeared on his face. It turned out that children were even more competitive. No, my dad has real skills too. Guagua also argued with Chen Yao Yao. Bai Jiaming was gloomy. His dad, Bai Kai, was working outside. When he thought of his two little friends' dads being by his side, he had a bad taste in his heart. Before long, Li Rui and Guagua arrived at Yu Tao's house. Yu Tao was collecting seafood in the yard of his house. Yu Tao was surrounded by people. The big guys were waiting to sell the seafood that they caught during the sea drive. With the arrival of Li Rue, a few people flirted. "Oh, isn't this Li Rue? The sun didn't come out of the west today. Li Rue actually came to sell seafood as well. This shouldn't be the place for him to come, the chessboard room is where he should be." Chapter 9 My poop doesn't smoke. Li Rue smiled coldly and didn't say anything. When he got close to those people were instantly nonchalant. "I go." Just now, Li Rue went to catch the sea and actually burst the barrel. Li Rue's luck is too good. "From today onwards, I Li Rue have changed my ways, I Li Rue will never gamble again." Li Rue looked around and then said aloud. When the crowd heard this, they let out cutting sounds. No one on the scene believed what Li Rue said. Previously, Li Rue had said similar words. But as a result, he turned his head and ran off to gamble again. A dog can't change its ways. Li Rue didn't care too much about the crowd's reaction. "Li Rue, come, have a cigarette." Yu Tao saw that Li Rue had so many catches in his hand, he couldn't help but grin and hand over a cigarette with a happy smile. Glancing into the bucket in Li Rue's hand, Yu Tao subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water. Boy! There was actually a giant-sized rattlesnake. He had been a seafood dealer for many years, and he had rarely seen such a large conch. "My poopa doesn't smoke." Gogo next to Li Rue wrinkled her cute nose and pouted. Yu Tao was amused by Guoguo's behavior. Then, after laughing for a while, Yu Tao pushed the cigarette in his hand, in front of Li Rue again. "A little kid, how dare you meddle in the affairs of adults, against the heavens? Grandpa Yu, I've already said that my poop doesn't smoke, why are you still like this?" Seeing this, Guoguo's little face turned black and she stomped her delicate little feet in anger. Most of the people in Happiness Village were related to each other. According to seniority, Guoguo was the one who had to address Yu Tao as her grandfather. Li Rue hurriedly waved his hand and refused. "Uncle Yu, smoke, I quit, you take it back." Yu Tao froze, then surprised. "Li Rue, this is not your style, in our happy village, who does not know you eat, drink, and play all la. Now why did you suddenly quit smoking?" The surrounding people also looked at Li Rue with surprised eyes. Is this the same Li Rue they knew before? People always change. Li Rue had a vicissitude smile on his face. In his last life, he had a choice, he didn't choose to be a good father and husband. In this life, he had a choice, he chose to be a good father and husband. In his second life, his greatest wish was to make up for the regrets of his last life. "Grandpa Yu, look. I wasn't wrong. My poop really doesn't smoke." Guoguo shook her little round head as she spoke. Guoguo looked very pleased with herself. Yu Tao had to put the cigarettes in the box. "Fine, if you don't smoke, then don't smoke." Yu Tao smiled twice. "Li Rue, I come to calculate the total amount of money of these seafood." Said, Yu Tao began to categorize weighing. The snail, 3 pounds of 6 tails, a catty of 506, a total of 2016 yuan. Green crab 3 pounds, a catty 70, a total of 210. Razor clam king 2 pounds, a catty 100, a total of 200. Calculated, this time Li Rue catching the sea, earned a total of $3,650. Hearing the number that Yu Tao finally reported, the surrounding people's jaws were about to drop in shock. Most of them, almost most of them, couldn't even earn this much money in a month of catching the sea. Li Rue actually earned so much money in one sea voyage. Grass. This is too heaven-defying. Li Rue, I will transfer the money to you. Yu Tao smilingly transferred $3,650 to Li Rue. At the same time, a voice came from Li Rue's cell phone. WeChat arrived at 3,650 yuan. Hearing this sound, Ho-Hat's sister-in-law outside hurriedly ran in. "Li Rue, this money, you can't take it to gamble again. Xiang Yu followed you, what kind of life is it? You should have a number in your heart." Sister-in-law Ho-Hat shouted urgently and persuaded. "Mrs. Ho-Hat, I won't gamble again in the future." Li Rue responded with a smile. In his last life, Mrs. Ho-Hat and his wife Su Xiangyue helped each other. He had a good impression of Sister Guihua. Sister-in-law Guihua still looked worried. "Li Rue, don't lie to me. Now that you have a beautiful wife and a watery daughter, you can't not cherish it. You don't want to lose it and then regret it." Li Rue grinned. "Mrs. Ho-Hat, thank you for your concern, I will definitely cherish my current life." After saying this, Li Rui squatted down, pinched Guoguo's little face, and asked, "Do you want to ride on Pupa's head?" Gogo didn't say anything. She answered the question with her actions, only to see her step away from her little legs and ride on Li Rui's neck in one go. In order not to let her little body fall down, Guogua clutched Li Rui's head tightly with her two little hands. "Let's go." Li Rui stood up and walked forward. Guogua, on the other hand, shook his little body and hummed with a smile. "Poop's poop is called grandpa. Poop's mama is called grandma." After going out, in Li Rui's mind, a mechanical voice suddenly appeared. "Congratulations to the host, obtaining 3,650 points. 3,500 points can be exchanged for a sea-catching lucky shovel. May I ask the host to exchange it now?" Li Rui was startled by this sudden voice. Turning his eyes was excitement and happiness. Crap! This system, it's really something. When you earn money, not only do you have points, but you can also exchange things. Bullish. It's really too awesome. Can I choose the color? Li Rui was communicating with the system with his heart. It is possible. The system replied. At once, a virtual computer board appeared in front of Li Rui's eyes. Several colors of lucky shovels were presented on it. Just by taking a look, Li Rui had a pink lucky shovel in his sights. This is it. Li Rui once again communicated with the system with his heart. In a blink of an eye, in the bucket in Li Rui's hand, there was one more pink color lucky shovel. Back home, Gogo hurriedly ran into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Su Xiangyue, who was wearing an apron, was frying vegetables. She glanced at Guogua and said with a smile, "Slow down." Guogua, however, said with a serious face, "Mama, in the future, you have to supervise Papa together with Guogua and not let Papa smoke." "Why?" Su Xiangyu asked carelessly. "Mama, why are you asking such a childish question? I really doubt you're not an adult." Guogua skimmed his little mouth. "Smoking is bad for your health. There's also the fact that Gogo hates smelling smoke. Smoke smells too bad. Gogo doesn't like it." Su Xiangyu was amused. She laughed out loud and said, "Mommy knows." "Gogo, why are you saying that Mommy is childish?" Li Rui walked over from behind Guogua. "Mama just asked me a very childish question, that's why I said Mama was childish." Guogua said in a serious manner, "Mama actually doesn't know that smoking is harmful to health." Li Rui shook his head, then looked at Su Xiangyue who was frying vegetables. "Wife, you worked hard. Just now I sold seafood and made $3,650, I'll transfer it all to you." Before the words were finished, Li Rui had already transferred the money. Su Xiangyue heard the sound of WeChat arriving, and her eyes moistened a large area. She had been looking forward to this day for more than 2 years. She finally waited for the day when the dark clouds were lifted to see the sun open. Chapter 10. Adults crying and shy. Suddenly, Guogua ran to Su Xiangyu's thighs and said in an urgent tone, "Mama, quickly turn off the fire." Su Xiangyue was confused. Li Rui was equally dumbfounded. "What's wrong?" Su Xiangyue asked in a very puzzled manner. "Mama, turn off the fire, hurry up," Guogua urged. Su Xiangyu instantly turned off the gas hood's fire. Gogo waved her fleshy little hands from top to bottom. "Mama, quickly squat down." Gogo's actions made Su Xiangyue more and more puzzled. Li Rui, who was on the side, was also confused. Su Xiangyu's body mechanically squatted down. Phew! Gogo blew hard at Su Xiangyu's eyes. In the past, when her eyes were red and moist, Mama often helped her blow on her eyes. Oh, so it was like this. Su Xiangyue cried and laughed. She wiped the tears from her eyes and said with a smile, "Mama's eyes didn't have sand in them, Gogo didn't need to blow on Mama's eyes." Guogua immediately widened her eyes. She said in a very exaggerated manner, "Mama, so you are crying? You're an adult, why are you crying? Adults crying, shy." At this moment, the expression on Guogua's round little face was like Columbus discovering a new continent. Su Xiangyue laughed again. "Gogo, Mama did not cry." Gogo pointed at the tears in Su Xiangyu's eyes and said in a serious manner, "Mama, how can you lie? You're obviously crying, you usually teach me to be honest, why aren't you honest? Guogua, you are really a curious baby." Li Rui walked over and picked up Guogua. "POA, is it you who bullied Mama?" Guogua traced back to the source. Su Xiangyue hurriedly stood up from the ground and explained with a smile, "Mom was moved to tears by your dad's behavior." Guagua's fleshy little hand scratched her little brain, and there was a big question mark on her brain. Dared to move to cry? What is the significance of this ah? Not dare to move, but moved. Moved to cry means because touched by external things, the heart was deeply moved, the strong emotion expressed in the form of crying. Li Rue patiently explained. Oh, like that? Gogo had a look of seeming to understand. Seeing this, Su Xiangyue explained again. Gogo, mommy just cried because daddy is just too good to mommy. Mommy's heart was deeply moved, so she showed it by crying. Now do you understand? Now, Gogo understood completely. So, Gogo nodded heavily. Gogo understands. Li Rue looked at the scene in front of him and felt very warm and satisfied. In his last life, he treated Gogo with no patience at all, causing serious psychological trauma to Gogo. In this life, what to say, he will no longer leave psychological trauma in the heart of Gogo. People are the product of their environment. He believed that in a loving environment, Guagua would become a physically and psychologically sound child. Xiangyu, you take Guagua out, the kitchen has a lot of fumes, it's not suitable for women to stay. Li Rue rolled up his sleeves, ready to open the gas hood and fry vegetables. Su Xiangyue pretended to be angry, pushed Li Rue out of the kitchen, and said in a cold voice, catching the sea is physical work, you must be tired, you go and rest. I'm going to get angry if you keep fighting with me to stir fry. Helplessly, Li Rue only had to leave the kitchen. With this wife, what more could a husband ask for? In his last life, he let such a good wife go and didn't love her, but actually indulged in gambling, which ultimately led to the death of his family. He is also too not a thing. Li Rue sent out such feelings in his heart. Coming to the living room, Li Rue looked around and found that there was nothing in the living room except for 4 chairs, a table, and an old-aged broken sofa. He had a bad taste in his heart. Su Xiangyue following him was really bitter enough. Guagua, on the other hand, was in curious baby mode again. Poa's Poa is called Grandpa, and Poa's Mama is called Grandma. Then what are Poa's brothers called? What are Poop's sisters called? What was Poop's grandpa's name? Hearing this, Li Rue interrupted Gogo without haste. You ask one question at a time, and Daddy answers one question at a time. Li Rue said, you ask one question at a time, and Dad answers one question at a time. Guagua said with a smile. Father and daughter started a question and answer mode. Guagua was happy in it. Li Rue was equally happy. If not for the bitter lessons of his last life, Li Rue would not have been so patient in educating Guagua as he is now. In his last life, Guagua was just as curious as he is now, constantly asking questions. And he was very impatient. In order to keep Guagua from bothering him, he directly threw his cell phone to Guagua. From then on, Gogo developed the habit of hugging his cell phone and looking at it. Less than 8 years old, Guagua wore glasses. Recalling this matter, Li Rue couldn't wait to give himself a big pussy bucket. Not long after, Su Xiangyu came out from the kitchen, carrying a hot meal. Watching Li Rue and Guagua, the father-daughter pair, getting along so well, Su Xiangyu had a happy smile on her face. Her requirements were not much. The family was happy and peaceful, with food and drink. The two families worked hard to earn money. The child grows up healthy and strong. The family of 3 had just picked up chopsticks when Shen Yi, the mother-in-law, gave Li Rue a call. Li Rue picked up the cell phone and frowned. Who is it? Su Xiangyue looked at Li Rue and asked. Your mom. Li Rue answered and then picked up the phone. The next moment, Chen Yi's shrill voice entered Li Rue's ears. Li Rue, tomorrow is my birthday, how much red packet do you plan to give me? I married my daughter to you, my birthday, you more or less, have to mean it. I thought. You are a gambler, how much money can you have on you? I'm doing this to embarrass you. You're a gambler and a pauper, how can you give my daughter happiness? You'd better divorce my daughter before it's too late. Otherwise, I'll keep giving you a hard time. Li Rue would have hung up the phone right now if it wasn't for Su Xiangyu's face. Mom, you have a birthday, I will naturally send you a red envelope. Li Rue said in a soft voice. In his heart, he had already greeted Chen Yi's ancestors. Chen Yi was very direct and asked, how much do you intend to give? It won't be 100 or 200. If you can't even take out the 300 and 500, I think you'd better leave the marriage with my daughter before it's too late. After you divorce my daughter will find a better one. Li Rue didn't want to hear this old hag's voice again. So he pretended to have a bad signal. Hey, Mom, the signal is bad on my side. Just after the words were said, Li Rui hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Chenny was half dead with anger. Son of a bitch, you actually hang up on me. Tomorrow if you don't send me a big red packet, I will go to your house, so that you can't live in peace. Chapter 11. The band ran away. Li Rui, I am sorry to make it difficult for you. Su Xiangyu looked at Li Rui with an embarrassed face. Her old mom was such a person. She only has money in her eyes. Always thinking about her remarrying after divorce and getting an extra amount of money. It's okay, it's not your fault, your mom is your mom, you are you. This point, I can still tell the difference. Li Rui stroked Su Xiangyu's delicate little face and comforted. AI. Su Xiangyu let out a long sigh. After all, it was her mom, she couldn't cut off communication with her mom. Sometimes, she was also quite bitter. Li Rui proposed, Xiangyu, we can reduce the interaction with your mom, what do you think? Su Xiangyu fell into deep thought. When Guogua, who was sitting on the chair, heard this, she hurriedly stopped continuing to swing her two meaty little legs. Only to hear her hastily say, Guogua doesn't like Grandma. In her impression, Grandma was just like the old hag in the fairy tale. But she is my mom after all. Su Xiangyu bit her lip and said, Mama, Gogo doesn't want to see Grandma again. Guogua muttered his mouth with an aggrieved look. Li Rui knew the importance of children growing up in a safe and loving environment. So, he persuaded with reasoning and emotion, for the healthy development of Guogua's newborn, our family has to reduce our dealings with your mom. Today, your mom came to our house and told Guogua to shut up, which is a kind of harm to the child. I don't want your mom to do this to Guogua again. Due to the debt from the previous life. In this life, he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt his daughter. Su Xiangyu thought of a compromise and opened her mouth. In the future, you and Guogua will have less contact with my mom, so it's always okay. Li Rui saw a good thing and accepted it, okay. It's not good to push too hard. Taking a look at the catching tide software, Li Rui found that tomorrow morning from 6 to 9 o'clock is suitable for catching the sea. Honey, I'm going to catch the sea at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. After dinner, I will go to the town and buy some tools for catching the sea. Li Rui said with vigor. His wife and children were his motivation. Going to town? Su Xiangyu's heart thumped and her face did not look good. In the past, when Li Rui went to town, he went to gamble. There were many chess and card rooms opened in the town. As soon as she heard that Li Rui was going to town, Su Xiangyu's heart couldn't help but seize up. Honey, don't worry, I really quit gambling. If I want to gamble again, you will divorce me. Li Rui saw Su Xiangyu's worry at a glance. He could understand. After all, people who quit gambling are usually hard to quit gambling successfully. Then you go early, the light of that tricycle in our house is broken. Su Xiangyu said very understandingly. Poa, Guogua wants to follow you, Guogua yelled. Su Xiangyu immediately said with a stern face, you can't go, it's not safe for a little kid to sit on a tricycle. Seeing Su Xiangyu so serious, Guogua's fleshy little face immediately collapsed. But soon, Guogua got excited again. We can go together as a family of 3. Su Xiangyu's face eased up quite a bit. She stroked Guogua's little head and softly said, Mama still has to wash dishes and do chores at home. After saying this, Su Xiangyu couldn't help but spit out, Mom was led astray by you. It's Mom, not Mama. Guogua lisped and learned, it's Mama, not Mama. Su Xiangyu patiently taught several times, but did not correct it. Not a moment later, Guogua fell asleep. This child is like me, when he studies, he gets sleepy easily. Li Rui put down the dishes, picked up Guogua, put Guogua on the sofa, and then covered him with a thin quilt. Li Rui, you go and come back quickly, I will do housework at home and bring up the child. Su Xiangyu saw that it was getting late, so she urged Li Rui to go to the street early. Aha! Li Rui nodded, came to his family's carport, drove on his family's tricycle, and went straight to Pinggang town. 15 minutes later, Li Rui arrived at Pinggang town. Chen Yi and her husband Su Jianfeng were strolling down the street. Unintentionally, Chen Yi saw Li Rui and she froze. Honey, what's wrong with you? Su Jianfeng asked with great suspicion. Isn't that Li Rui? What is Li Rui doing in town at this late hour? Chen Yi was full of curiosity. Su Jianfeng blurted out, he couldn't have come to play cards. When Chen Yi heard this, she immediately roared with anger, it must be so. This morning, that son of a bitch Li Rui swore in front of us that he would never gamble again. But not even a day's work, he actually ran to town to gamble again. She chilled her tone and hurriedly followed. Su Jianfeng panted and followed behind. Not long after, Li Rui stopped his electric tricycle. Su Jianfeng and Chen Yi rushed over just in time to see Li Rui enter a grocery store. What was he doing in this store? Chen Yi had a head full of questions. Inside the grocery store, the store owner asked, "What do you want to sell?" Li Rui rummaged through the store and found many tools to catch the sea. Shrimp extractor, two-sided hoe, headlamp, folding horse zipper, rain shoes, and sea driving gloves. "Boss, how much do these things cost in total?" Li Rui asked. "Young man, you buy so many things, I count cheaper. Shrimp extractor 80, two-sided hoe 30, headlamp 100, folding matza 20, rain shoes 50, gloves a pair of $8. The shopkeeper said smilingly. Li Rui carefully calculated some, found that the shopkeeper gave a fair price, so he paid the money. After leaving the store, Li Rui met Chen Yi and Su Jianfeng. "Li Rui, what are you buying these things for? You don't really intend to make a living by catching the sea, right?" Chen Yi questioned in an icy tone. Su Jianfeng stared at Li Rui. Li Rui said confidently, "Well, I do plan to make a living by catching the sea." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was instantly snarky. "What era is it now? You actually plan to make a living by catching the sea? When you're lucky, you can make about $200 a day, but when you're unlucky, you can only make a few dozen dollars a day. With this amount of money, can you support my daughter and Guagua?" Su Jianfeng shook his head in disappointment. This Li Rui was also too unreliable. Nowadays, almost all the people who stayed on Yueya Island were old and sick. The young and strong have all gone out to work. If Li Rui is young and doesn't go out to work to earn money, staying on the island is equivalent to waiting for death. "Dad, Mom, it's getting late, I have to go back. Xiang Yu and Guagua are still waiting for me." Li Rui drove his car with the intention of going home. However, Chen Yi was chattering in Li Rui's ear. "Li Rui, you'd better divorce my daughter before it's too late, don't delay my daughter's happiness anymore." Later. Li Rui stepped on the gas and drove the speed of the tricycle to the highest grade. The choking smoke shot out, smothering Chen Yi with a cough. Chapter 12. Ginger is still old and spicy. Cough. Chen Yi's face darkened, angrily cursing, "Li Rui, this little brat is also too not a thing." Su Jianfeng's face sank. Li Rui doesn't think about progress. Even if he doesn't gamble anymore, he shouldn't stay on Lunar Island. What future is there to speak of when he stays on Lunar Island? Undoubtedly, both Chen Yi and Su Jianfeng felt that Li Rui could not support a family if he stayed on Lunar Island. Li Rui returned home. It was just getting dark. "Papa, did you bring any delicious food back for Guagua?" Guagua heard the sound of the electric tricycle and ran to her own small yard with her two short legs, bouncing and jumping. She had a happy smile on her face. Inside the living room, Su Xiangyu chased after her. "You slow down." Su Xiangyu skimmed her mouth. Guagua was really a little glutton. All day long, all you think about is some food. Li Rui stopped the car and said with a bitter face, "Sorry, Daddy forgot to bring you back delicious food." Guagua's little face collapsed. Only to see her pouting her little mouth, her nostrils humming over and over, a very unhappy look. Dang dang dang. Seeing this, Li Rui immediately took out an ice candy gourd from his back like a magic trick and put it in front of Gogo. In an instant, a sweet honey smile bloomed on Guagua's fleshy little face. With her two little hands, she snatched the ice candy gourd in a flash. Guagua knew that Papa would bring Guagua back something delicious, he. Gogo's two big eyes smiled into the shape of a crescent moon. The next day, before dawn, Li Rui got up from the bed. Su Xiangyu followed and also got up from the bed. "Honey, what are you getting up for?" Li Rui was puzzled. "To help you get a bowl of noodles to eat." Su Xiangyu said while putting on her clothes, "Catching the sea is a physical labor, not eating enough can't be done." Li Rui's heart flowed through a warm current. "I'll do it myself, you sleep again." Su Xiangyu smiled and said, "I'm awake, I can't sleep." After getting out of bed, Su Xiangyu went directly to the kitchen. While Li Rui went to the bathroom and washed his face and brushed his teeth. "The hot noodles are here, you eat it while it's hot." Li Rui had just finished washing up. Su Xiangyu was carrying a bowl of steaming noodles, holding a pair of chopsticks, and put it in front of Li Rui. Immediately, an overwhelming aroma drilled into Li Rui's nostrils. There were 2 poached eggs inside the noodles. It was garnished with scallions on top. Just looking at it, it was appetizing. Li Rui picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and ate the noodles in a nourishing manner. After a while, Li Rui ate all the noodles and the eggs inside. The noodles you made are too delicious. Li Rui put down the chopsticks and praised from the bottom of his heart. Su Xiangyue was happy in her heart. But her mouth said, just ordinary noodles, how delicious can it be? Very, very delicious, unrivaled delicious. Li Rui did not mince words of praise. Putting on his sea-catching clothes, Li Rui wore a headlamp on his head, carried a bucket in his hand, and walked to the front door of his house. Su Xiangyue helped Li Rui organize his clothes. She opened her mouth and said, "Be careful when catching the sea. Safety first, don't bump into anything, understand?" Li Rui smiled, "I know." Looking at Li Rui's fading back, Su Xiangyue was a bit sad. Nowadays, the family is in straitened circumstances. There are many places to use money. The family owes more than $200,000 in external debt. It is not a long-term solution for her husband to catch the sea. Yesterday, my husband was just lucky to burst the barrel. Today it's going to be difficult. Today, husband can earn $200. She would be satisfied. But can her husband make $200 today? Su Xiangyue is a bit unpromising. If she could earn $200 a day on average, those young adults on Moon Island would not have to go out to work. Meanwhile, Li Rui had already arrived at the beach. The seawater had just receded. Chen Xiong is holding the pincers and pinching crabs in the seawater. Hey, I'm lucky today, I picked up several stone crabs as soon as I came. Chen Xiong is in a good mood. Stone crabs, also known as stone crabs, are a more common type of crab. They usually like to inhabit the rocky or gravelly bottom waters. Chen Xiong looked up and realized that Li Rui had also come to catch the sea. At this time, Li Rui came right in front of him. Chen Xiong teased, "Li Rui, yesterday you were lucky to pick up so many good things, today your luck won't be as good as yesterday." Li Rui saw a green crab at Chen Xiong's feet. He used the clip without any hurry, picked up the green crab and put it into his bucket. Crap, it was a green crab. Chen Xiong's eyes went straight, this green crab had to be 1.5 pounds. According to the market price, stone crabs cost $8 a catty. Green crab is $70 a catty. The green crab that Li Rui picked up just now must be sold for $100 or so. Relying on luck, not very reliable, in the field of catching the sea, ginger is still old and spicy. Chen Xiong coldly grunted, and then pushed away a large stone in the water. At once, several huge stone crabs were exposed to Chen Xiong's sight. Chen Xiong nimbly grabbed those stone crabs and threw them into his bucket. Li Rui didn't say much, he reached out and clipped a wild sea urchin at the position of Chen Xiong's heel. "Li Rui, my brother is great, right?" In just a short while, brother caught several pounds of stone crabs. Chen Xiong was feeling smug, but when he looked back, his face turned green. Crap! Wild sea urchin. Li Rui, this kid, his luck is too unbelievable. He had been working for a while and had caught quite a few stone crabs. But in the blink of an eye, Li Rui had gotten a wild sea urchin. Wild sea urchins have a high food value. The price was not expensive. A catty could be sold for more than 100. The wild sea urchin that Li Rui had clamped onto had to be at least 8 tails. Chen Xiong's eyes stared straight at the sea urchin, enviously he kept swallowing his saliva. "There is a bigger sea urchin here." Li Rui muttered, and then picked up another sea urchin close to one catty on Chen Xiong's side. When the sound made after the sea urchin entered Li Rui's bucket woke Chen Xiong up. Just now, Chen Xiong was completely and utterly stupid. "Chen Xiong, you continue to catch your stone crabs," Li Rui said indifferently. Actually, Li Rui saw those stone crabs at a glance. However, Li Rui was not interested in those stone crabs at all. Stone crabs were too cheap. Where are the green crabs and sea urchins worth money? After looking carefully, Li Rui realized that there was nothing valuable around, so he left. Chen Xiong, you're fucking blind. Those green crabs and sea urchins are all around you, you actually didn't see them, why do you only have worthless stone crabs in your eyes? Chen Xiong's face was bitter. Looking at the stone crabs in his bucket, and then associating it with the green crabs and sea urchins that Li Rui had just caught, Chen Xiong instantly felt that those stone crabs in his bucket did not smell good anymore. "I'll look again, maybe I can find green crabs and sea urchins." Chen Xiong rummaged here and there at his feet and only caught a few stone crabs. Chapter 13, Catching Skeleton Shrimp. "You big man, how come there are only stone crabs left here?" Chen Xiong searched for half a day, even the shadow of the sea urchin and green crab did not see. Angry, he cursed. The sea urchin a caddy more than 100. Green crabs were about 70 a caddy. And stone crabs were only about $10 a caddy. Just now, he caught a lot of stone crabs and couldn't earn a few dollars. Shit, these 2 days are really evil. Li Rui actually keeps getting lucky. Chen Xiong cursed some more, then kicked out and kicked on a small piece of reef, which hurt him and made him grimace. After calming down, Chen Xiong then told himself to be calm. Being lucky was only temporary. Strength, on the other hand, was eternal. He drove the sea to catch fish and relied on strength. What Li Rui relied on was luck. It was clear who could make a living by catching fish from the sea. Meanwhile, Li Rui reached a mud flat. At a glance, he saw a relatively large skeleton shrimp underneath an air hole. The air hole was so small that it couldn't be seen without looking closely. But since Li Rui had opened his perspective, even the smallest air hole was seen by Li Rui at a glance. Skeleton shrimps usually grew on mudflats, not on sandy beaches. Holding the shrimp extractor, Li Rui pumped it against the air hole 3 times before extracting the skeleton shrimp. Skeleton shrimp body size is tiny, only a few millimeters long. The body is slender and transparent. From the appearance, it is very much like a tiny skeleton. Hence the name. There were a lot of skeleton shrimps on this piece of mudflat. When Li Rui saw the countless skeleton shrimps, his adrenaline spiked rapidly. The skeleton shrimps were very fresh and tasty. The price was not expensive. A caddy could be sold for about 180. On this mudflat, Li Rui unhurriedly used the shrimp extractor and captured the skeleton shrimp. I don't believe that Li Rui can still pop the bucket. From a long distance away, Chen Xiong stared at Li Rui and muttered. Luck can't be on Li Rui's side all the time. After saying that, Chen Xiong pushed away a rock next to his feet. In a flash, several goby fish came into Chen Xiong's eyes. Damn, so many goby, it seems that luck has come to me this time. Chen Xiong was so excited that he picked up the net and kept catching goby in the water. A moment of effort, Chen Xiong fished more than 3 pounds of goby. At this time, the day dawned. Mrs. Hohat and Aunt Lotus came together. When they saw that Chen Xiong had a small half bucket of seafood in his pocket, their eyes stared like bronze bells. Egu, Chen Xiong, you're too good. Every time you catch the sea, you have a good harvest. Our happy village, only you can rely on sea fishing for a living, no one else can. Chen Xiong was praised a little bit. But on his lips, he said modestly, I'm just average, not as good as you guys say. Suddenly, his words changed, said sourly, I'm not like other people. Li Rui. Yesterday Li Rui came to catch the sea air-bursting barrels. Hearing this, Hohat's wife immediately skimmed her mouth. He was just lucky. Auntie Lotus chimed in, yes, he was totally lucky. You can't rely on luck alone to catch the sea. Only we old seafarers can get something every time we catch the sea. I guess Li Rui can't pick up anything good this time. When Chen Xiong heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a little. Just now, Li Rui had picked up a 1.5 kilogram green crab and a few wild sea urchins around his body. He had watched it for real. Chen Xiong, we won't talk to you, there are a lot of wild oysters over there. Sister Hohat saw a shallow beach with a lot of wild oysters, her eyes lit up and she then ran over. Aunt Lotus also greeted Chen Xiong and ran over. The two of them picked up wild oysters and had a great time doing so. The two of them were old sea catchers. Therefore, they knew that thick wild oysters had food value. Thin wild oysters had low food value. Dang dang dang. Auntie Lotus and Mrs. Hohat kept throwing thick wild oysters into their bucket. Picking them up, they came to Li Rui. Li Rui, what good things did you pick up? Mrs. Hohat joked. Sister-in-law Gui Hua and Su Shangyue had a good relationship. More than 2 years before, Li Rui was addicted to gambling, causing Su Shangyue to have a miserable life. This caused sister-in-law Gui Hua to be a bit hostile towards Li Rui. It didn't pick up anything good either. Li Rui said as he used a shrimp extractor to pump the skeleton shrimp inside the sediment. Li Rui, that thing you're holding in your hand is a shrimp extractor, right? Aunt Lotus rolled her eyes. That thing is expensive, and not very useful. Why did you buy it? Before she could finish her sentence, Li Rui gave a strong jerk. A skeleton shrimp was drawn out by Li Rui with a shrimp extractor. Aunt Lotus was instantly dumbfounded. Sister-in-law Hohat's eyes looked straight. Holy shit, that's a skeleton shrimp. Skeleton shrimp is very expensive. According to the current market price, a caddy has to be sold to 180. And the wild oysters they are picking up now, a caddy is only $3-5. In the blink of an eye, Li Rue used the shrimp extractor again and extracted 2 skeleton shrimps. After Mrs. Hohat and Aunt Lotus looked at each other, they picked up the bucket and ran to Li Rue's side. They saw the air hole and dug down desperately with both hands. The skeleton shrimp inside the mud and sand, sensing the danger, quickly swung their bodies and fled without a trace. Trying to catch it with bare hands was too difficult. Skeleton shrimp are small in size, only a few millimeters long. They can quickly weave in and out of narrow crevices. Mrs. Hohat and Aunt Lotus spent a lot of effort digging up the mud and sand with their hands like a dog paddle, but they didn't catch a single skeleton shrimp. Li Rue, who was next to them, used a shrimp extractor and got it right on the spot. The two sides formed a sharp contrast. Mrs. Hohat and Aunt Lotus were panting with exhaustion, but in the end, they caught nothing. Next to them, Li Rue, using the shrimp extractor, caught the skeleton shrimp without breaking a sweat, and already caught more than 4 pounds of skeleton shrimp. The more so, Hohat's sister-in-law and Lotus and more unconvinced. I don't believe that the hands of believers can't catch skeleton shrimp. Auntie Lotus was fighting with herself, she exerted all her strength, and her hands frantically dog-paddled the mud puddle with air holes. Mrs. Hohat on the other hand picked up a shovel and quickly dug up the mud and sand. They were very fast. But the skeleton shrimp in the mud swam faster. Before long, the two of them were so tired and out of breath that they sat motionless on the mud and sand. Auntie Lotus, sister-in-law Guehua, is the skeleton shrimp that hard to catch? As Li Rue spoke, he used the shrimp extractor to extract another skeleton shrimp. Isn't it so easy to catch skeleton shrimp? Aunt Lotus emoed. Mrs. Hohat likewise emoed. Seeing Li Rue catching skeleton shrimp so easily, Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Hohat's eyes were red with blood. They knew that the skeleton shrimps were right next to them. But they couldn't even catch a single skeleton shrimp. It was like a cat scratching the soles of their feet. Hohat, let's go buy a shrimp extractor later. Without a shrimp extractor, we won't be able to catch a skeleton shrimp at all. Auntie Lotus suggested. In the past, she thought the shrimp extractor was expensive and useless, so she didn't buy it. Now it seems to be a big mistake. Mrs. Hohat hurriedly said, "Buy, must buy." While the two were talking, Li Rue caught more than half a caddy of skeleton shrimp. Chapter 14. Perhaps the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. With the perspective on, plus the assistance of the shrimp extractor, Li Rue grabbed the skeleton shrimp. Don't be too easy. Auntie Lotus and sister-in-law Guehua tried again. The result was the same as just now. They were half dead from exhaustion, but they didn't catch a single skeleton shrimp. This made Auntie Lotus and Mrs. Hohat very depressed. Auntie Lotus, let's go, let's continue picking up oysters. Mrs. Hohat said in a very depressed voice. If we keep going on like this, they will lose a lot of money this time. Auntie Lotus let out a long sigh. All right. Let's go pick up oysters. The thought that there were a lot of skeleton shrimps hidden underneath this mudflat under their feet, and they couldn't catch them, made her feel bad. Meanwhile, Su Xiangyu brought Gogo to the shore. I'll give your father a call and ask him to come over. Su Xiangyu took out her cell phone and said. Every morning at 8 o'clock, she had to rush to the seafood processing plant to work. Right now, there was still more than half an hour before 8 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Chen Yaoyao's mother, Su Lanji, brought Chen Yaoyao and also came here. Xiangyu, why did you bring your daughter here? Su Lanji asked. Su Lanji was a big man. She also had a face full of pockmarks. Sometimes at night, when she wanted to carry out her conjugal life, her husband Chen Xiong wouldn't even touch her. Before dawn, Li Rue went to catch the sea. I'm coming over now, intending to give Guogui to him to watch. Su Xiangyu smiled politely. Li Rue to catch the sea? Su Lanji, as if she had heard a big joke in general, laughing her mouth could not close. Li Rue's thin arms and legs, gambling all day long, how did he run off to catch the sea? Comparing with Su Xiangyu, Su Lanji felt that she was very happy. Her husband, Chen Xiong, was a famous sea fishing expert in 8 villages. At the end of the year, her husband Chen Xiong can earn 100,000 or so just by fishing. Su Xiangyu's husband is purely a gambler. Although Su Xiangyu is more beautiful than her body is better than her, temperament is better than her. But Su Xiangyu's life is much worse than hers. Auntie Su, what's so funny about my poop catching the sea? Guogui tilted her head high, beamed, and stared coldly at Su Lanji. What a hateful aunt. She actually mocked Guogui's poop. When Su Lanji heard this, she tightened the smile on her face. However, she still covered her mouth and laughed. Guagua, I'm just very curious as to how your father came to catch the sea. A gambler who has been addicted to the boardroom for years, suddenly running to catch the sea, probably on a whim. My pupa said he's going to be a good pupa and a good husband. Gambling, he quit. Gogo said proudly. Xiang Yu, if Li Rui really wants to change, I think Li Rui should go out to work instead of making a living by catching the sea. The only one in our village who can make a living by catching the sea is my family. Su Lanji has a showy face. Little Chen Yaya shook her head and bragged, Hey, my dad is an expert in catching fish from the sea. Guagua immediately argued, my poop is the one who is an expert at catching fish. As a matter of fact, children's vanity is even stronger than adults. My dad is better. Chen Yaoyao yelled in a low voice. My poop is better. Guagua yelled unwillingly. Su Shangyue and Su Lanji looked at this scene and cried and laughed. Guagua even shouted, yesterday, my poop and I were catching the sea, but we exploded the barrel. That was chance, that was an accident, that was luck, not strength. Chen Yaoyao snorted, always feeling that her dad Chen Xiong was the best at catching fish. Luck is also a kind of strength. Guagua glared angrily at Chen Yaoyao. Su Shangyue's complexion darkened. She also felt that Li Rui was lucky to catch the sea yesterday before bursting the barrel. In her perception, if their family wanted to get rid of today's predicament, Li Rui really had to go out to work. Catching the sea is too dependent on luck. Luck could not always be on Li Rui's side. Chen Xiong can do well at home because Chen Xiong is a sea fishing expert. Chen Xiong has real strength. Seeing Su Shangyue's gloomy expression, Su Lanji was a little pleased in her heart. Xiangyu, now what is the situation of your family? You know better than anyone. I think Li Rui, if you really want you and Guagua to have a good life, should go out to work earlier. Work during the day and run a takeaway at night. Not everyone is like that family of ours, who can almost always earn 300 or 200 every day catching the sea. Su Lanji became more and more complacent. Her vanity was also greatly satisfied. I will discuss this with Li Rui later. Su Shangyue does not want to be separated from Li Rui. But many times, there is no choice. And the two little girls, Gogo and Yao Yao, are still arguing. My dad is better. My POA is more powerful. Su Lanji looked down at Guagua, narrowed her eyes and smiled. Guagua, you don't want to fight with Yao Yao in the piece of catching the sea, our happy village, who can have Yao Yao's father powerful Guagua blurted out, my poop is. When this comment came out, Su Lanji couldn't stop laughing. Guagua, since you say so, let's see whose dad has picked up more things this time. Chen Yaoyao vowed to compete with Gogo. Who's afraid of who? Gogo's aura was not weaker than Chen Yaoyao's aura at all. After saying that, Guagua prayed in his heart. POA, don't let me down. Not a moment later, Li Rui appeared within the crowd's line of sight. At this moment, Li Rui was carrying a bucket in his hand and holding the tools to catch the sea. Poop. As soon as Guagua saw Li Rui, she jumped and waved at Li Rui, who was walking towards them. She was so excited. Su Xiangyu also had a smile on her face. On the side, Su Lanji said in an unsympathetic manner, Li Rui has brought quite a few tools to catch the sea, and that shrimp extractor in his hand, our family hasn't bought it until now. I don't know how much he has gained from this sea drive. Before, her husband Chen Xiong told her that the shrimp extractor is flashy, not very useful. So they didn't buy it. Gogo. In the shallows, Li Rui waved at Gogo as well. I'm pooped. Guagua was very excited and spoke to Chen Yaoyao next to her. Chen Yaoyao skimmed her little mouth. Your dad definitely didn't pick up much this time when he went to the sea. My dad told me last night that people like your dad who haven't been to the sea for more than 2 years will get a newbie gift pack for the first time. If you go to the sea again in the future, you won't be so lucky. Gogo clasped her hands to her chest and shook her little body. She said with a longing face, then let's wait and see. In her mind, Li Rui was the most powerful existence. No one was as powerful as Li Rui. Let's wait and see. Chen Yaoyao coldly hummed. Seeing how excited Gogo was, Su Shangyue couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Perhaps the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Chapter 15. Happy as a child. Go over and take a look. Su Lanji laughed, then walked forward. Guagua ran over with his short little legs, very excited. POA, how many things are in your bucket? Quickly let me take a look. Guagua was very excited. Li Rue, who was walking this way, pretended his face collapsed and said in a very disheveled manner, "There's not much in Daddy's bucket." Upon hearing this, Guagua was like an eggplant in frost. Her running speed also slowed down. How could this happen? Gogo was uncomfortable in her heart. Chen Yaoyao's voice came into Gogo's ears at the right time. Hey, how about it? I wasn't wrong. Gogo, your dad popping the bucket yesterday was pure luck. My dad analyzed it with me last night, saying that your dad can't burst the barrel every day. Catching the sea isn't that easy. There are a lot of little tricks to catching the sea. There are a lot of tricks to catching the sea. Only an old seafarer would know what's in what air holes. Gogo deflated her little mouth and stopped talking. On the shore, Su Lanji looked at Su Shangyue and said, "Shangyue, how is it? I was right. It's almost impossible for your family to make a living by driving the sea. It's impossible for everyone to be like my family. I'm only convinced by my family's family when it comes to catching the sea." At this moment, Su Lanji's vanity was bursting at the seams. You, Su Shangyue, are better than me in every way, but you, Su Shangyue, married a useless loser. But I, Su Lanji, married a good family. People are more angry than people. Su Xiangyu laughed awkwardly and dryly. Li Rue, don't be discouraged. Catching the sea is like this. Sometimes you can pick up a lot of good things, sometimes you can't pick up anything. Su Lanji walked forward and comforted. Su Shangyue also followed. At this time, Su Shangyue, Guogua, Su Lanji, and Chen Yaoyao all came to Li Rue. Li Rue, it's not a big deal. Catching the sea is something that relies on luck. Su Shangyue sincerely comforted Li Rue. Not many things, in the end how many things are? Guogua's mouth was as flat as a flat mouth. Boom! The next moment, Li Rue laughed and placed the bucket in his hand in front of Guogua. As soon as Gogo saw that the bucket was filled to the brim, her whole person was so happy that she was about to fly. Ah! Poa, you lie to me, you're about to burst the bucket again, this time to catch the sea. Pupa, you're so awesome. Guogua was as happy as a child. Su Xiangyu looked at the seafood in the bucket and was dumbfounded. The seafood contained inside the bucket were almost all valuable things. Green crabs were inexpensive. Sea urchins were not expensive. Skeleton shrimps were equally expensive. These things had to be sold for quite a lot of money. Su Lanji pointed at the seafood in the bucket and stammered, this. She couldn't even speak. Chen Yaoyao blinked her two big watery eyes and murmured, "How come Daddy Gogo is so lucky again today? Daddy teased you, Daddy is great, isn't he?" Li Rue squatted down and used his fingertips to gently scrape the bridge of Guogua's crystalline nose and asked with a smile, "Pupa, you're old and awesome." Guogua immediately gave her right hand a thumbs up. Chen Yaoyao gave a cut and said with displeasure, "It's just luck." Guogua immediately disliked Chen Yaoyao angrily, "Didn't I just say that? Luck is also a form of strength. If you have the ability, your poop is just like my poop, you also explode barrels. My dad will definitely explode the barrel today," Chen Yaoyao said with conviction. Just like Gogo, she also felt that her dad was the best. Su Xiangyue hadn't fully recovered. Her eyes were full of disbelief. "Li Rue, I'm not dreaming. Yesterday, Li Rue drove to the sea and earned $36.50. Today, Li Rue drove to the sea and earned a few $1,000s again. Li Rue twice to catch the sea, earn money, then her 1 month's salary is more, almost catch up with her 2 months' salary. Honey, our good days are behind us." Li Rue pinched Su Shangyue's pink little face. "Isn't it just catching the sea and bursting the barrel? What's so great about it? It's not like our family Chen Xiong hasn't exploded a barrel before." The face of Su Lanji on the side was extremely ugly as she said sourly. Looking at the seafood in the bucket, Su Lanji was envious. 1.5 kilograms of green crabs, wild sea urchins, skeleton shrimps, these valuable seafood, her husband Chen Xiong has not picked up some days. Li Rue was lucky. "Auntie Su, my poop catching the sea and popping barrels is just amazing." Guogua was straight talking and didn't spoil Su Lanji. For a while, Su Lanji's face became even more ugly. Chen Yaoyao said unconvincingly, "My dad may have burst the barrel this time when he was catching the sea." Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. At this moment, Chen Xiong limped over with a bucket in his hand and sea catching tools. "Hubby, what happened to you?" Su Lanji was very worried and ran forward. "I am fine." Chen Xiong waved his hand. More than an hour ago, Li Rue was beside him and picked up another 1.5 kilograms of green crabs and wild sea urchins. And he didn't get a single fart. This could piss him off a lot. In a fit of pique, he swung around and accidentally kicked a small reef. So he walked with a limp. "Dad, you're about to burst a barrel too." Chen Yaoyao looked towards his dad's bucket and said with excitement. Inside the bucket, it was filled with some worthless stuff. There are mud snails, spicy snails, wild oysters, shrimp tigerfish. These things can be sold for more than $100. Hubby, I knew you could pop the bucket too. Su Lanji was full of anticipation, and when she looked inside, her face instantly collapsed. What worthless stuff are they all? Wild oysters, $3 to $5 a caddy. Mud snails, a few dollars a caddy. Spicy snails, $12 a caddy. The gobies worth a few bucks. The rest, you can completely ignore. This bucket of stuff is still no better than a 1.5 pound green crab. It's too much of a blow. Li Rue, it's getting late, I have to go to work, you take care of the kids. Su Xiangyu glanced at the time and realized that there were still 10 minutes before she went to work, so she hurriedly said. Su Xiangyu hurriedly left. Before she left, her heart was happier than if she had eaten honey. Slowly, Li Rue waved his hand to signal. Li Rue, let me see what you have caught. The things you have caught in this sea drive are definitely not as much as the things I have caught, Chen Xiong said while looking into Li Rue's bucket. It doesn't matter if you don't look. Once he looked, all of a sudden, Chen Xiong's mouth opened wide. Oh boy. There were actually so many skeleton shrimps in Li Rue's bucket. Chen Xiong enviously gulped. I am not as much as what you caught, your bucket is full. Li Rue said with a smile on his face. To tell the truth, many things in Chen Xiong's bucket, Li Rue cannot see. Wild oysters, mud snails and spicy snails, none of them were worth much. Guagua, you go with Dad to catch the sea. Li Rue put the lucky sea catching shovel in front of Guagua. The lucky sea catching shovel was something he exchanged from the system, and he didn't know if it was good or not. Gogo picked up the lucky sea catching shovel and dug out a half-caddy green crab with a casual dig. This scene, when Guagua saw it, he wowed with excitement. Poop, what a big crab. Quickly catch it. Chapter 16 The Power of the Lucky Sea Catching Shovel. Li Rue said in his heart, crap, this lucky sea catching shovel is really extraordinary. Gogo casually dug and actually dug out a 1-pound green crab. It's too much. It's really too awesome. Papa, catch it quickly. Don't let it get away. While Li Rue was still in a daze, Gogo saw the big green crab running horizontally in the direction of the sea, and she chased after the big green crab while shouting loudly. Li Rue casually picked up the clip and then pinched the big green crab into the bucket. Chen Xiong's eyes fell to the ground as he watched. He made a living by catching fish in the sea. Almost every day, he would catch the sea, rain or shine. He couldn't be more clear about how difficult it was to pick up big green crabs these days. However, just now, a little girl of more than 3 years old, casually shoveling with a shovel in front of him, had shoveled out a big green crab of about 1.5 pounds. There was no one else with this kind of luck. In the last 2 days, Li Rue and Guagua, the father and daughter pair, were both getting lucky. Su Lanji was envious. She kicked Chen Xiong and pointed at the place where Guagua had just dug and shouted in a hurry, you quickly dig here, there might still be big green crabs here. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong instantly woke up. At the same time he came to his senses. So he picked up the shovel and dug frantically at the place where Guagua had just dug. At this moment, Chen Xiong was just like a mad brute. Sha 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 sha. Soon, Chen Xiong dug a large piece of sand. Chen Xiong was tired enough to come up for air. Only when he was not allowed to move did he stop. How come there is nothing? Su Lanji was dumbfounded. Right. How come there is nothing? Chen Xiong sat down on his butt on the sand in exhaustion, he was depressed. In the same location, the 3-year-old Guagua had dug out a 1.5 kilogram large green crab with a casual dig. He had dug up almost half an acre of land, but he hadn't found anything. Who was he going to find to reason with? Chen Yaoyao looked at Guagua with a face full of incredulity. At this moment, Guagua squatted down her small body and used the lucky shovel for catching seas in her hand to dig again, and dug out another green crab. Ah! Guagua had dug up another crab. Guagua excitedly stood up, her body trembling as she pointed at the dug-out green crab, her mouth open as she excitedly wowed. Seeing this scene, Chen Xiong straight cursed, grass. Really fucking evil, I rummage in this side of the small half-acre of land, nothing to rummage to find. Fruit over there, casually digging, actually dug up a green crab. Under the depression, Chen Xiong punched on the sand, the pain of his grimace. Chen Yaoyao's small mouth was slightly open, her expression stunned. A look of having seen a ghost. Li Rui was happy. It seems that this catch the sea lucky shovel, bull fork pole saw. He used a clip and once again clipped the green crab into the bucket. Get up, useless thing. Su Lanji pushed her husband Chen Xiong, and then copied the shovel in her husband Chen Xiong's hand, and then quickly ran to Guigua's side and quickly rummaged around. She didn't believe that she, an adult, could not defeat that 3-year-old child, Fructus. After rummaging for a while, Su Lanji still didn't find anything. Shit. This is really evil. In the same location, how did Guigua casually shoveled twice and found 2 big green crabs? And she and her husband used all their strength to rummage through a large area of sand, how did they not find anything? Su Lanji squatted on the ground, panting heavily. Guigua, you are also too lucky. Chen Yaoyao looked at Gogo with little stars in her eyes. He. Guigua smiled triumphantly. At this time, a group of people gathered around. Mrs. Hohat exclaimed, "What? Is there something good in this place? Such a big piece of sandy land has been dug up. It's impossible for there not to be something good in here." Hohat, what are you talking about? Let's dig quickly, if we're any slower, we might not even get a mouthful of soup. Auntie Lotus copied the sea-catching shovel and started rummaging. The others followed closely behind. Li Rui took one look and knew that there was nothing else under the sand except oysters. Sea oysters were also called oysters. They are generally fixed on shallow objects or reefs to grow, through the opening and closing of the shell to filter the plankton and organic debris in the water. Their shells can be 30 to 40 centimeters long. They are inexpensive, only about $10 a pound. In the blink of an eye, a lot of people gathered on this side. Li Rui, on the other hand, lay down on a piece of dry ground and rested. He touched his fanny pack and took out a cigarette from the cigarette case. Usually at this time, Li Rui likes to smoke a cigarette to relieve his fatigue. It's a man's thing. Understand, all understand. Suddenly, a small smooth and tender fleshy hand pressed down on Li Rui's hand holding the cigarette. Poop, smoking is harmful to health, didn't you say yourself that you have quit smoking? Guigua squatted beside Li Rui, black-faced, pouting and questioning. Daddy doesn't smoke. Li Rui hemmed and hawed. For the sake of Gogo, he was determined to completely quit smoking. Second-hand smoke was more dangerous than first-hand smoke. Hearing this, a happy smile immediately bloomed on Guigua's fleshy little face. Poop, you're tired. Guigua will help you pound your legs. Exempt, you can still pound your legs? Li Rui was shocked. Of course. Fruit tilted his little head, very proudly said, leg massage, fruit will, these are fruit on the TV to see. After saying that, Guigua helped Li Rui to whack his legs. Li Rui looked up at the sky, a face of happiness and sweetness. In his last life, he did not love such a good daughter. Instead, he was obsessed with gambling. What an asshole! Is the strength moderate? Gogo asked as she pounded. The sound is crunchy. It's very pleasing to the ear. It was the same as the sound of silver bells clashing. Li Rui smiled, moderate strength. In fact, the strength of Gogo's hand was very light. How much strength could a 3-year-old girl have? At this moment, Li Rui was enjoying the good time of the 2 fathers and daughters together. Su Hailong, you wait for me, in my last life, you broke my family, killed Gogo, killed Xiangyu and me, in this life, I will make you pay in blood. Li Rui's eyes were as sharp as a freshly sheathed knife. To live again in this life, this was his ultimate goal. For the time being, he could only develop obscenely and could not go to Su Hailong's trouble yet. Su Hailong was a seafood business bigwig. His current strength was not enough to confront Su Hailong. Even if he sneaked around and gave Su Hailong a kill, in the end, he wouldn't have a good ending. This was not the outcome he wanted. Pupa, Guigua will give you another massage. Guigua took her short legs and ran to the back of Li Rui's head, her 2 little meaty hands squeezing Li Rui's shoulders vigorously. So comfortable. Li Rui smiled very brightly. Next to him, the other people in the village were rushing to the sea, and they were all tired. Chen Yaoyao pointed at Li Rui's bucket and asked with a deflated mouth, Daddy, how did Daddy Guigua burst the bucket again? Papa Gogo seems like he is very powerful. It's just luck. Chen Xiong disdainfully skimmed his mouth, luck cannot always be on his side, watch, the next time the fruit father to come back to catch the sea, it is unlikely to burst the barrel again. Chapter 17. Chen Xiong looked at the fruit into Li Rui press neck. He then looked to his daughter Chen Yaoyao, the corner of the mouth upward said, Yaoyao, dad tired, you also give dad whack legs press massage. Saying that, Chen Xiong then found a dry place and sat down with his butt. Snap. Suddenly, the round figure Su Lanji slapped Chen Xiong on the back of his head, sending Chen Xiong into a jolt. You bragged all day long about how powerful you are at catching the sea, but now you are even worse than a little doll, and you are actually delusional enough to think that your daughter will give you a leg massage. You want to be beautiful. Su Lanji howled. When the people next to her saw this, they all burst out laughing. Chen Xiong was known in Happiness Village as being afraid of his wife. Everyone in the village knew that. Hearing the laughter of others, Chen Xiong shrank his head and muttered in a low voice, Wife, why don't you learn more from Su Shangyue? Other Su Shangyue is so gentle. Ah. Ouch. Chen Xiong still wanted to say more. Su Lanji directly on the hand, grabbed Chen Xiong's ear, the pain of Chen Xiong wow. Su Lanji asked with a black face, now am I gentle? Not gentle. Chen Xiong blurted out. Once this word came out, Su Lanji fiercely exerted herself and almost twisted Chen Xiong's ear down. Ha ha. The people who were rushing around to catch the sea, one by one, watched and laughed. Su Lanji asked with a river-like roar, say, now I am gentle or not? This is like someone pointing a gun at your head and asking you a question. There is no choice at all. Gentle, gentle, gentle. Chen Xiong quickly replied, Wife, you are the most gentle, Su Shangyue is not half as gentle as you. If you dare to compare Su Shangyue to me again, I will tear your mouth apart. Su Lanji lost her voice and roared. Chen Xiong quickly promised, I will never compare Su Shangyue with you again. After calming Su Lanji for a while, Su Lanji let go of her hand. Guigua, let's go home. Li Rui got up from the ground, patted his butt, and said lightly. The bucket is full. If we continue to catch the sea again, even if we pick up something again, there is no place to put it. Good poop. Guigua smiled and said back. On the way back, mother-in-law Chen Yi called. Li Rui didn't answer. Chen Yi on the other end of the cell phone was half dead with anger. She slammed the table and said, Li Rui actually didn't answer my call, he is going to rebel ah. She called Li Rui several times in a row before she got through to Li Rui's cell phone. As soon as the cell phone was connected, Chen Yi cursed angrily. Li Rui, you're also too big and small, I'm your mother-in-law, you actually dare not answer my call, what are you doing? Do you not want to live with my daughter? Li Rui is not used to Chen Yi, disliked, Mom, you want to talk to me properly, let's talk properly, you are also so old-fashioned, I can hang up the phone. On the side of the fruit of the chubby little hand, resting on the chin, a puzzled face muttered, what does it mean to rely on the old to sell the old ah? Hearing this, Li Rui hurriedly covered the cell phone with his hand, and then squatted down, looking at Gogo, patiently explained. The meaning of leaning on the old to sell the old is to rely on one's own age to show off one's seniority and belittle others. Dad with you to give a more vivid example, for example, some older people in the bus subway, forcing young people to give up their seats. They also say that I am old, so you young people should give way to me. Does Guigua understand? Guigua's little head was spinning rapidly. After a while, Guigua nodded, POA, I seem to get it. Grandma seems to be very fond of being old, she always says that she is the eldest, and asks you and Mama, and Guigua to do what you want. When she thought of Grandma, Gogo's round little face immediately dimmed. She didn't like Grandma. Even hated Grandma a little. Grandma spoke too loudly and liked to yell at her. Yo, Gogo, you're so smart. You know how to live and learn. Li Rui praised Gogo. He. Guigua smiled happily when she heard herself being praised. On the other side of the cell phone, Chen Yi scolded for a while. Li Rui froze and didn't listen to a single word. What's the matter, just say it straight. Li Rui picked up the cell phone and put it to his ear, and asked with an impatient look. Today my birthday, how you have to show it? Chen Yi said with a straight face, at least send me a red envelope of $2,000 over. Snap. Chen Yi's words just fell, Li Rui hung up the phone. This old woman, the appetite is not generally big. Not a moment later, Chen Yi called again. Li Rui no longer answered it and turned his cell phone into silent mode. If it is not for the consideration of this old woman as their mother-in-law, their own early all her contact information to pull black. Li Rui home yard, stood a face full of sadness of the old woman. This old woman is Li Rui's mother Li Feng. Li Feng's character is honest. AI. Rui Z. This child really do not let people worry, he will not take the fruit to the chessboard room. Li Feng paced back and forth, long pouting and sighing, a face of vicissitudes and bitterness. In this life, the person she is most worried about is her second son Li Rui. In the last 2 years, her second son, Li Rui, has been gambling day and night, borrowing money from everywhere. She, as a mother, was not very capable and could not do much to help. Just now, her daughter-in-law, Su Shangyue, said on the phone that Li Rui had taken Guogui to catch the sea. She didn't believe even half a punctuation mark. That incompetent thing, Li Rui, most likely took Guogui to the chessboard room. While she was thinking like this, Li Rui and Guogui came back. Rui Z, why are you in such a state? Li Feng was shocked to see Li Rui covered in mud. Oh, I just went to catch the sea. Li Rui replied with a smile. As soon as Li Feng heard this answer, her body was hardened for more than 10 seconds. You, catching the sea? Is this possible? Did the sun hit the west side? After freezing for a while, Li Feng opened her mouth in disbelief. Guogui bounced to Li Feng's side. She looked up at Li Feng and said with a smile, Grandma, my POA really went to catch the sea just now, Guogui can testify. In order to make sure that Grandma believed what she said, Gogo flexibly raised her right hand and stood it in mid-air. Now, Li Feng couldn't stand it anymore. She wiped her tears and said, Ruizi, you've finally grown up a bit. Since Li Rui got hooked on gambling, she washed her face with tears the whole day, and from time to time, she would advise Li Rui to turn back to the shore. But the result? Li Rui not only did not listen, but also scolded her and asked her for money. When she didn't give it, Li Rui robbed it. This kind of heartache, only she as a mom can understand. Mom, I'm sorry, it was my fault before, I shouldn't be uneducated and addicted to gambling day and night, not to mention I shouldn't ask you for money. Li Rui walked to his mom, his nose sour. In his last life, he was really too much of an asshole. The people close to him were all screwed over by him. Mom was one of them. The prodigal son's return, you turned back is good. Li Feng's tears were like a flood that broke the dike and kept pouring out, she wiped and flowed. Chapter 18 2 Generations of Parenting Concepts. Mom, don't cry. Li Rui wiped the tears on his mom's face with his hand. Mom doesn't cry anymore. Li Feng broke into tears for a smile, and then tensed up. Rui son, gambling, you really quit? Li Rui said very seriously, really quit, in the next few days, I must work hard to earn money, let you live a good life. When Gogo heard this, her two big watery eyes suddenly widened. She blinked her eyes and asked, Papa, you say this you have fruit? Of course I do. Li Rui gently stroked Guogui's little head. Thinking of what happened to Gogo in his last life, Li Rui's heart was filled with guilt and remorse. In his last life, he didn't gamble. How could Gogo's final end be so miserable? Later, Dad will take you to town to buy new clothes and eat delicious food. Li Rui had a brilliant face. When these words came out, Guogui bounced with excitement. Gogo wanted to eat KFC. Potato chips, spicy burgers, chicken racks. All kinds of delicious, a brain surge into the mind of the fruit. Thinking of these, the corners of the mouth of the fruit cannot help but flow out of the hala. In the past, she went to town with Li Rui. Su Shangyue stood in front of the KFC, very greedy, drool fell to the ground. She said she wanted to eat. Li Rui and Su Shangyue both refused to take Gogo to eat. Li Rui didn't have the heart. Su Shangyue was too expensive. No problem. Li Rui snapped his fingers. Yay, great. Gogo wiggled her little butt happily. At this time, grandmother Li Feng frowned. Rui Z, KFC is not cheap. People of the older generation seem to value money very highly. Li Feng was no exception. Guogui wants to eat delicious food, I'll make it for her, what's the point of spending that money? Li Feng was a bit anxious. In Li Feng's perception, eating KFC was too uneconomical. There is no need for Guogui to eat KFC. Guogui wanted to eat KFC, and Yaoyao's parents had taken Yaoyao to eat KFC a few days ago. Gogo's two little fleshy hands shook Li Rui's arm and said with a beeping mouth. Since Daddy said he would take you to eat KFC, then Daddy will take you to eat KFC. Li Rui didn't want to go back on his word in front of Gogo. It only made sense to get what you wanted as a child when you were a child. When you're an adult, it's no longer meaningful to get what you wanted to get as a child. Li Feng stomped her foot anxiously. Rui Z, why are you being so obedient to the child? Two people eat a meal of KFC, shall not big tens of dollars ah. How many pounds of rice can you buy for tens of dollars? How long do you have to eat? Mom, the times have changed, we can no longer raise our children in the way of food and clothing, material deprivation will lead to spiritual deprivation. Li Rue patiently explained. Matter determines consciousness. A person who grows up with a lack of material, grows up with a lack of spirit. It is easy to develop an inferiority complex, cowardly and timid character. Okay, I can't say it. Li Fong finally compromised. But she is still a burst of meat pain. It was at this time that Li Fong noticed the seafood in the bucket. My goodness, why are there so many good things? Li Fong's two eyes were looking straight. Gogo and Gogo Papa picked them up from the sea. Gogo is great, right? Gogo said with a smug face. Li Fong squatted down and looked at the seafood in the bucket up close. She first swallowed a mouthful of water before saying, there are skeleton shrimps, green crabs, and sea urchins in here. None of them are cheap goods. As far as she knew, at this stage, the skeleton shrimp was 180 pounds. Green crab 81 pounds. These green crabs in the barrel are large green crabs, the price estimate of a catty is certainly more than 80. Wild sea urchin, a catty also 180. How much would all these seafood cost? Mom, these shrimps, you take them back to fry and eat. Li Rue brought a plastic basket from the kitchen, picked a dozen skeleton shrimps from the bucket and loaded them in. Skeleton shrimp meat is tasty and suitable for deep frying. After deep frying, sprinkle a little salt and pepper on top, eating extra fresh and crispy. Li Fong immediately poured the shrimp into the bucket. What are you fooling around with, skeleton shrimp such an expensive thing, how can your father and I spare it? You take it to sell money. Li Fong boarded a face and said. When she was young, she had eaten skeleton shrimp. That flavor, it was so delicious. Mom, just take it. Li Rue was loading the shrimp again. Li Rue, if you keep this up, Mom will get angry. Li Fong's face went black. Helpless, Li Rue had to put the shrimp back again. The older generation was like this. Very thrifty and frugal. In their time, they didn't have enough to eat, so that's why they developed a character that valued money very highly. Seeing that Li Rue obeyed his will, Li Fong's face only eased a little. She grabbed Li Rue's hand and said in a bitter voice. Ruizi, what are your family's conditions, am I still not clear? You have to hurry to earn money. Your husband's mother often encourages your daughter-in-law to divorce you, I am very worried. Speaking of this matter, Li Fong has a sad face. I hope that this time Li Rue can really clean up his act, and be a new man, completely quit gambling. Li Rue eyes firm, I will. The tragedy of the last life. In this life, he will never allow it to happen again. Rue Z, you and your daughter-in-law the same, also find a class. Catching the sea is not a permanent solution, today you are lucky, what about tomorrow? Tomorrow you may drink the northwest wind. Li Fong patted Li Rue's hand and said. Almost all of the young adults in Happiness Village have gone out to work. Those who didn't go out to work also went to the factories on the island. Nowadays, in this era, the men on Uea Island want to rely on the sea fishing for a living, the difficulty is not generally big. Li Rue said perfunctorily, let's see. Okay, you see for yourself. Li Fong did not push too hard. She felt that if she pushed too hard, it would be easy to frustrate Li Rue's enterprising spirit. But she always felt that catching the sea was not a long-term solution. Poop, Guogui is hungry. Guogua pouted, placing her hands on her little tummy in an aggrieved manner. It was just the right time. Guogua's starving stomach called out. Daddy take to go and get these things first, then take you to town to eat KFC, okay? Li Rue asked with a smile. Li Rue asked with a smile. Gogo rubbed her meaty little hands, she couldn't wait to eat chips and hamburgers. Li Fong skimmed her lips, Gogo, what's so good about KFC, Grandma will make you something delicious, okay? Upon hearing this, Guogua's little head shook like a rattle. No, it's not okay. Guogua wants to eat KFC. Li Fong tapped on Gogo's head and said, little glutton. Then said to Li Rue and left. When he came to Yutao's house, Yutao saw those seafood in Li Rue's bucket, and immediately took out a packet of huazi from his pocket, pulled out one, and handed it to Li Rue. Come on, smoke a root. Yutao said with a smile on his face. Usually, he has 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket, 1 pack is Li Kun, 1 pack is huazi. Grandpa my papa doesn't smoke. Guogua waved his hand angrily. Why doesn't Grandpa you have any memory? Yesterday when he came, Gogo told him that Gogo Papa doesn't smoke. Grandpa you really doesn't let people worry about him at all. Chapter 19 Old Eyes on People. Yu Tao coldly glanced at Gogo, did not take what Gogo said seriously, and then said smilingly to Li Rui, Ruizi, this is Huazi. I don't give this cigarette to ordinary people. Take it. Yu Tao pushed the cigarette towards Li Rui's chest. Even better cigarettes, now Li Rui does not smoke. Li Rui smiled and refused, Uncle Yu, thanks, cigarettes, I really quit. Hearing this, a sweet smile appeared on Gogo's face. Rui Z, this is not like you. Yu Tao had no choice but to put the cigarettes back. Uncle Yu, these things, you make a bid. Li Rui shook the barrel in his hand, signaling Yu Tao to give the price. Last time, Yu Tao said how much is how much. He felt a bit of a loss. General Green Crab, 70 a caddy, you these, head so big, I count you 80. Sea Urchin, count you 106, Skeleton Shrimp count you 105. Yu Tao deliberated and said. Li Rui narrowed his eyes. He said with a smile or not, Uncle Yu, your price is too low. Not low. Yu Tao shouted exaggeratedly. Uncle Yu, it is not cost effective to do a one-hit deal. The corner of Li Rui's mouth skimmed. Upon hearing this, Yu Tao put on an expression of cutting meat. I'll give you more, Green Crab 90, Sea Urchin 170, Skeleton Shrimp 170. Li Rui immediately said, Green Crab 100, Sea Urchin 180, Skeleton Shrimp 180. The corner of Yu Tao's mouth sketched out an arc. Li Rui, the price you want is too high, I can't give it. Uncle Yu, this is the price, you want to acquire, you do not acquire, I go elsewhere to sell. Li Rui's tone toughened a few points. When he came, he inquired about the price. The price he wants is not high. Rui Z, somewhere else, they don't accept these things either. Yu Tao also laughed. The seafood vendors on Moon Island formed a community of interest. The seafood from each village could only be acquired by the designated peddler from each village. This made it convenient for the small seafood peddlers to press prices and make more profit. The big peddlers in town do not acquire sporadic seafood. Bai Kuan is the biggest seafood peddler on Uaya Island, and he is very good at talking and doing things. The seafood buyers in several cities along the coast of Zhejiang province almost exclusively recognize Bai Kuan. Even if other people acquired the seafood on Crescent Island, it would be difficult to sell them. Every year, all the small seafood vendors on Moon Island have to give Bai Kuan supply. In the past, Moon Island was not like this, everyone could sell seafood wherever they wanted to sell seafood. Since Bai Kuan integrated the resources, he made such rules. Li Rui picked up the bucket, turned around and left. I went to Laiwang village to find the second military son, and then I went to town to set up stalls, running hotels. Good goods do not worry about selling. Junzi is Li Rui's poker buddy. The relationship between the two is good. Seeing Li Rui to go, Yu Tao anxious. Rui Z, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can't talk about buying and selling, can you? Okay, just according to the price you said, so it's okay. Yu Tao hurriedly stopped Li Rui, he said, his face showed a look of cutting meat again. Li Rui really wanted to go. Then he wouldn't lose a lot of money. There had to be a way to hold Li Rui. Uncle Yu, it looks like the price I want is still too low. Li Rui stared at Yu Tao and narrowed his eyes slightly. Low for what? I can't even earn a few dollars by acquiring these seafood from you. Yu Tao said while sorting the seafood. Yu Tao looked at some skeleton shrimps that had been killed by the green crabs with their pincers and was heartbroken. Ruizi, in the future, when you go to catch the sea again and catch big crabs, remember to tie them with a rope. Look at these dead skeleton shrimps, they can't be sold. Yu Tao picked out the dead skeleton shrimps. Li Rui nodded, pondering whether to bring 2 buckets or a rope to the sea next time. Seafood, eating is a fresh. Dead skeleton shrimp, and no longer sold, the price naturally greatly reduced. Green crab 10 pounds 1 or 2, 1001. Sea urchin 3 catty 5 tails, 603. Skeleton shrimp 10 catty 6 tails, 1908. These dead skeleton shrimp, I do not accept, you take out to deep fry and eat it. Yu Tao used the calculator to calculate the total price. The number that came up was 3,638. I'll transfer the money to you. Yu Tao directly transferred the money to Li Rui. At this time, the family of Chen Xiong, Su Lanji, and Chen Yaoyao came over. Hearing the amount of WeChat transfer, Chen Xiong was dumbfounded. Su Lanji also froze. It was Chen Yaoyao who didn't have much of a reaction. Right now she was still young and had no concept of money. Yaoyao, you're here, my POA just finished selling seafood. Guogua came to Chen Yaoyao's side with a bounce. Chen Yaoyao was a bit unhappy. Gogo bragged, Yaoyao, isn't my poop great? My Pepe is very good at catching the sea, he exploded the barrel yesterday and again today. My dad also blew up a barrel today. Chen Yaoyao raised her head with a proud face. Hearing this, Gogo looked towards the bucket in Chen Xiong's hand. Only to see her fleshy little hand, pointing at the things in the bucket, grunting, mud snails aren't worth anything, oysters aren't worth anything either, when my pupa catches the sea, he doesn't even pick these up. Next to Chen Xiong's face is green. On the way here, his wife kept counting him down. Now he's been hit with another blitzkrieg. My dad is just unlucky today. Chen Yaoyao said with a terse neck. A child's desire to win and lose was much stronger than an adult's desire to win and lose. This is why Chen Yaoyao and Guogua had to fight when they met. Guogua shook her head and said, Yaoyao, luck is also a kind of strength. Now she is just like a little general who has returned home victorious. Chen Yaoyao's face was red and thick-necked, she didn't know what to say to fight back. Okay, Guogua, let's go to the town. Li Rui walked over, holding Gogo's hand, and walked outside. After walking a few steps, Guogua turned back, looked at Yaoyao and said, Yaoyao, my poop is taking me to town to eat KFC. Guogua is going to eat hamburgers. In the past, it was Chen Yaoyao who bragged to Guogua that her mom and dad took her to eat delicious food. Today it's the other way around. Mom, I want to eat KFC too. As soon as Chen Yaoyao heard Gogo's words, she couldn't help but raise her head and looked at her mom, Su Lanji, and said blearily, What are you going to eat? Your dad didn't even earn any money from catching the sea today. Su Lanji roared angrily. Chen Xiong shrunk his head, not even daring to look at Su Lanji's eyes. Chen Yaoyao didn't dare to breathe a single breath. She would never talk about eating KFC again. After Li Rui and Guogua walked away, Chen Xiong muttered in a low voice, that kid Li Rui went to town, most likely to gamble. The little money he earned today is not enough for him to lose. So said, Chen Xiong heart more comfortable. Su Lanji thought carefully, then slightly nodded, that's right, the dog can't change his ways, Li Rui that urine, with money, most likely will run to gamble. Thinking that Li Rui will soon go to town and spend the money he earned today, Su Lanji's heart is also much happier. Su Xiangyu was one of the prettiest women in their village, yet she had a much worse life than her. When her husband earned money, he gave it to her. While Su Xiangyu's husband, that is, Li Rui, earned money, all took to gambling and lost. Not only that. And sometimes Li Rui often asked Su Xiangyu for money. Thinking about this, Su Lanji's mood became even more comfortable. Human nature is like this. Hate you for what you have, laugh at you for what you don't. I just saw Li Rui driving his family's tricycle to the town, most likely he went to play cards. He never changes. Just watch, it won't be long before Xiangyu divorces you. Mrs. Hohat and the others carried buckets and also came to the yard of Yu Tao's house. Yu Tao shook his head and lamented, a good man cannot find a good woman cannot find a good man. Xiangyu followed Li Rui, too suffocating. He also feels that Li Rui will squander the money he earned today. Gambling, 10 bets 9 losses. Chapter 20 This way it's not cold. On the way home, Li Rui was thinking about the system. It was at this moment that the system's voice sounded in Li Rui's heart. Congratulations to the host, gain 3,638 points, the host can use 3,500 points to exchange the lucky shovel to catch the sea. Li Rui didn't want to ask for the lucky shovel for the time being. So he asked, can I exchange for something else? The points are too little to exchange for anything else. The system replied. Do you have a fishing rod? Li Rui wanted to go fishing. The sea-catching lucky shovel was so awesome. The fishing rod generated by the system must not be any worse. There is a lucky fishing rod, but it needs 10,000 points, now the host has 3,788 points. If the host wants a lucky fishing rod, he should work hard. The system did not forget to encourage Li Rui. Li Rui carefully calculated, the system calculation is correct. Last time, he made 3,650 points by catching the sea, honoring the lucky shovel by catching the sea, consuming 3,500 points, leaving 150 points. Adding this time's points. Now, his points are really 3788. After ending the conversation, Li Rui pondered how much money to transfer to his wife. He had to keep some money on him for his and Guogua's spending. At the same time, Uaya Island, Hame Seafood Processing Factory, a group of middle-aged women were chatting. The day before yesterday I celebrated my birthday. My husband bought me a gold necklace and spent over $1,000. This year for my birthday, my husband bought me a jade bracelet. My husband takes the initiative to call me every month with his salary. Where women are in abundance, comparison is the order of the day. This is a probable thing. Su Xiangyu silently does the work at hand. Xiangyu, your family Li Rui is not a thing, it's just that she doesn't buy you a gift, but she also asks you for money for him to go gambling. A middle-aged woman next to Su Xiangyu elbowed Su Xiangyu's waist. Her name was Xiao Rong. Xiao Rong was very upset for Su Xiangyu. When she thought of Su Xiangyu's husband, Li Rui, she had a stomach full of anger. A middle-aged woman on Su Xiangyu's other side also opened her mouth and said, Xiangyue, your mom is right to let you divorce Li Rui, just based on your looks and figure. It's easy to find a man 100 times stronger than Li Rui. The one who spoke was Li Yuping. Li Yuping, Xiao Rong, and Su Xiangyu were very close. Li Rui was changing. Su Xiangyu helped Li Rui by saying, Zhongshan is easy to change its nature. Xiao Rong coldly grunted. Li Yuping also coldly said, Xiangyu, how many times has Li Rui said this? Why do you still believe him? If you ask me, a dog can't change its ways. Su Xiangyu murmured, this is the last chance. Guogui is still young. She didn't want Guogui to grow up without a father. Most importantly, she still had a glimmer of hope for Li Rui. When she got married, she said that she would accompany Li Rui no matter how old or sick she was. She wasn't just saying that. Xiangyu, this is what you said, don't forget it. Xiao Rong hurriedly said. My husband will soon be paid. As soon as he is paid, he will transfer the money to my WeChat. Li Yuping said with a sweet face. She just finished saying this. A voice of WeChat transfer sounded. WeChat arrived at 3,500. Li Yuping was a little confused. This month, how did her husband's salary become half less? This is not in line with common sense. The few middle-aged women working around her heard this voice and couldn't help but flirt. Whose husband earns so little a month? It's only 3,000 a month, so it's not enough to support a family. A big man, a month to earn, not as much as us. The employees at the Hame Seafood Processing Plant earn about $4,000 a month. Xiao Rong looked at Li Yuping and asked with a puzzled face, Yuping, what's going on? This month, how come that family of yours only earns so little money? I will call and ask. Li Yuping angrily pulled out her cell phone, and when she looked, she was dumbfounded. Her husband hadn't transferred any money to her just now. Su Xiangyue took out her cell phone and looked at it, then smiled and said, just now it was Li Rui who transferred $3,500 to me. When this statement came out, it was hard to control those middle-aged women around for more than 10 seconds. This is simply unprecedented. Xiangyu, Li Rui actually gave you money. Li Yuping's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. Unbelievable. Xiao Rong was also ruthlessly taken aback. Su Xiangyue had a gentle face. Li Rui is really changing. Li Yuping was genuinely happy for Su Xiangyu. Li Rui has changed and is performing well. Said. She then turned the tables, 3,005, a little less. My family that mouth, a month to me 7,000. Li Yuping some dejected. Xiao Rong is very envious. Yuping, your family's mouth is really capable. My family's mouth only gives me 5,000 a month. Speaking of this topic, a few middle-aged women around started to tell how much money their men give to their families in a month. Some said 3,000. Some said 5,000. Some said they give 8,000. In the past 2 days, Li Rui has had good luck in catching the sea, and yesterday he just transferred $3,600 to me. Su Xiangyue is not showing off, but hoping to reverse the image of Li Rui in the minds of Xiao Rong and Li Yuping. Xiao Rong and Li Yuping always persuaded her to divorce. This kind of words, she didn't really want to hear. What? Yesterday Li Rui transferred 3,006 to you, and today he transferred 3,005 to you. In just 2 days, Li Rui transferred 7,001 to you. Li Yuping was dumbfounded. Xiao Rong was full of envy. As soon as Li Yuping's words fell, a few middle-aged women around her started to spread the word. Yesterday, Li Rui earned 3,006, today Li Rui earned 3,005. No way, Li Rui lost 7 or 8,000 a day. Shit, Li Rue is also too not a thing, he actually lost $70,000 to $80,000 in one day. Looking at the expression on Xiaorong and Li Yuping's face, Su Xiangyu's heart's little vanity was satisfied. At this time, Li Rue drove his family's electric tricycle, holding Guogui in his arms, and was rushing to Pinggang town. The cold wind that whistled and blew on Guogui's face, Guogui was freezing and shivering. Papa, I'm so cold, Guogui said in a milky voice. Li Rue's heart trembled. He drove the car slower and held Gogo tighter. Is it better? Li Rue asked. It's still a bit cold. Gogo pouted her little pink mouth and said. Li Rue felt bad in his heart. It didn't matter if he was cold. But if Gogo followed him and was freezing, how could he feel good in his heart? Hold on a little longer, we're almost in town. Li Rue smiled, secretly resolved in his heart, he wants to buy a small car in the shortest possible time. Sitting in a small sedan, Gogo can't be cold. Can't let his wife and child live a good life, then he's still reborn. Aha! Guogui nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, and then said, Pioe, Guogua hugs you tightly, let's keep each other warm. Saying that, Guogua's two meaty little hands hugged Li Rue's body tightly, and his little face was also stuck in his arms. Hee, so it's not cold anymore. It's so warm. Chapter 21 Taking Gogo to eat and drink. The road to town was bare on both sides. On this day in the morning, the sea breeze was still a bit cold as it blew on his body. Li Rue felt the warmth of the little one in his arms and a warm current flowed through his heart. Pupa, drive faster, Guogua urged. Yao Yao always said in front of her that KFC was delicious. Just the thought of eating KFC later made her mouth water. You little one, you must be craving again. Li Rue laughed. Hee. A bright smile appeared on Guogua's round little face. After arriving in Pinggang town, Li Rue just parked his tricycle in front of KFC. A phone call came over. Brother Rue, go play cards. Song Jun laughed cheaply. Song Jun, nicknamed Air Jun Z, was from Laiwang village. In the past, he often played cards with Li Rue. The two had a very good relationship. Quit. Li Rue very decisive back. Quit? Song Jun seemed like he had heard a mirage, how could he quit? No way, you must be teasing me. When I say I quit, I'm not talking to you, I have something to do. After saying that, Li Rue hung up the phone. In his last life, the bloody lesson was right in front of him. How could he still be addicted to gambling? Air Junzi's entire body was confused. Unscientific. Too damn unscientific. For the last 2 years or so, Brother Rue had been living in the chess room almost every day. All of a sudden, Brother Rue quit gambling? Entering KFC, Guogua's eyes were glowing as her little tongue flashed her mouth furiously. Poop, Gogo wants fries, hamburgers, spicy chicken wings, and lots of delicious food. Gogo opened her hands and gestured. I'll go and order for you. Li Rue smiled back. In a short while, the clerk brought up the French fries, hamburgers, spicy chicken wings, Portuguese egg tarts and 2 juice drinks. Guogua quickly stretched out his 2 little meaty hands. Don't be in a hurry, Dad put on disposable gloves for you. Li Rue caught Guogua's hand, and then very patiently put disposable gloves on both of Guogua's hands. Poop, why do you need to wear disposable gloves? Gogo's 2 bright eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Rue replied, for health reasons. Don't you have to wash your hands before eating? This is also for health. Gogo nodded, Gogo knows. Wearing disposable gloves, Guogui could no longer hold back, she grabbed a spicy chicken wing with both hands, and her small mouth gnawed on it. Guogui ate with flavor. Li Rue watched from the side. The things inside KFC, the first time you go to eat, you will usually feel good. But if you went to eat it often, you would feel that it was just like that. Poop, open your mouth. When Gogo saw that Li Rue didn't eat, she very sweetly picked up a French fry and told Li Rue to open his mouth. Ah! Li Rue leaned over and opened his mouth. Gogo fed the fries into Li Rue's mouth. Li Rue ate it extraordinarily sweetly. Poopy, there's a slide over there, Gogo wants to go play. Gogo saw a small slide in the corner, and she immediately reached out and pointed to that spot. After you finish eating, you can go play again, Li Rue said with a stern face. Gogo was a little lost, okay. With that, she took a big bite of her hamburger. It was also at this time that Li Rue remembered something from his last life. In his last life, Gogo had said in his ear almost every day that she wanted to eat KFC. And he didn't take it seriously at all. He was oblivious to Gogo's needs and was obsessed with gambling. Because of this, it led to the tragedy in his last life. After eating and drinking, Guagua hurriedly asked, "Pupa, can I go play on the slide now?" "I'll go with you." Li Rue took off the disposable gloves from Guagua's hands, wiped the residual food from Guagua's mouth, and brought Guagua to the slide. Guagua rushed in and had a great time. "Poa, it's so much fun." This was the first time that Guagua had ever played on a slide. She was full of curiosity. 20 minutes later, Li Rue and Guagua walked out of KFC. There are rocking cars here, Poop, I want to play." There were 4 rocking cars at the entrance position of KFC, 2 on each side of the left and right. When she came, Gogo didn't notice, now she did. "I'll put in the coins." Li Rue put in the coins and put Gogo on the rocking car. At once, the rocking car rang with beautiful music. Dad's dad is called Grandpa. Dad's mom is called Grandma. Guagua's little body shook with the rocking car. At the same time, Gogo's mouth followed, humming the children's song. "Pupa, why don't you ride in the rocking car? The rocking car is so much fun." Suddenly, Gogo looked up and looked at Li Rue. "Such a small rocking car, Daddy can't sit on it." Li Rue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gogo took a closer look and realized that the rocking car couldn't fit Pupa's body. "Why isn't there a rocking car for adults?" Gogo muttered with her small mouth. A few moments later, Li Rue carried Guagua down from the rocker. "Pupa, I want to eat an ice candy gourd." Guagua pointed at the ice candy gourd and said in a milky voice, "Buy." Li Rue bought a bunch of ice candy gourds without hesitation. Guagua said as he ate it, "It's so sour and sweet. It's so delicious. When I go back, I'm going to tell Yao and Jiaming about the flavor of the ice candy gourd." Coming to a children's clothing store, Li Rue let Guagua try on several pieces of clothing. Li Rue fell in love with a pink dress. "Boss, how much is this dress?" Li Rue pointed at the dress and asked. 208. The store owner replied with a smile. The corner of Li Rue's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why are children's clothes so expensive? The shopkeeper immediately saw what Li Rue was thinking. So she hurriedly said, "This dress is made of top quality fabric. It's very comfortable to wear on the body. It's okay for us adults to wear ordinary fabrics, but not for children. Children's skin is tender. Wearing ordinary fabrics, the skin may not be able to stand. If you really want to buy 204, take it away." After seeing Li Rue's face, Guagua pouted and said, "Poa, Guagua doesn't like this dress." Li Rue knew what Guagua thought in his heart. Just now, Guagua had hit on this pink lace dress on her at a glance. Saying that she didn't like it at this moment was definitely to save money for herself. Guagua knows what she's doing, it makes one's heart ache. "Boss, 102, how about it?" Li Rue cut the price. 102? Store owner surprised, "No, absolutely not, 102 price cannot get, less 202, I will never sell. 180, if you want to sell, I'll buy, if you don't sell, I'll go to another house to see." Li Rue squatted to the side of Guagua, gesturing to take off the dress on Guagua. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and sighed, "Forget it, today's first single, I count you cheaper, 188 on 188. Li Rue carefully selected a pair of black Cheng bright cowhide shoes, worn on the feet of the fruit. "Stand up, turn around." Guagua hurriedly stood up and turned around in front of the mirror. "Sir, your child wears this set like a little princess," the shopkeeper complimented. Guagua smiled. 2 shallow dimples appeared on her round face. She also felt that she looked like a princess in a fairy tale when she wore the set. After some haggling, Li Rue bought the dress and cowhide shoes for $300. In this day and age, it's so hard to raise a child. Li Rue let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Chapter 22. Goodness must carry a sharp edge in it. There was not enough cash on his body, and Li Rue swept the coat to pay for it. "Poop, tomorrow when I go to kindergarten and wear this outfit, my little friends will definitely praise me for being pretty." Guagua smiled cheekily. Li Rue bent down and pinched Guagua's little face, "That's for sure. If a person has a lack of material goods in childhood, and his parents are not in harmony with each other, and he hasn't felt love, it is easy to develop a low self-esteem, cowardly and timid character." He didn't want Guagua to have such a character. and an unfortunate childhood requires a lifetime to heal. From the children's clothing store, Li Rue went to the food market and bought more than 2 pounds of ribs and more than 2 pounds of potatoes. A total of 90 was spent. This made Li Rue couldn't help but feel emotional again. It's easy to be born, it's easy to live, it's not easy to live. Prices are ridiculously high now. A caddy of ribs actually cost 38. Pork on the island was more expensive. Potatoes are not cheap either. Let's go home. Li Rue put the vegetables into the back of the tricycle, holding Guogui in one hand, holding the steering wheel in the other hand, and drove towards Happiness Village. At this time, at the head of the happy village, a group of people were chewing the cud. Some people say that rural people are simple. That's because they don't know much about rural people. Rural people who do not go out to work, all day long idle, like to chew the root of the matter. They talk endlessly about their parents and their families. In the past 2 days, Li Rue was lucky, he earned some money from the sea, and went to play cards again. I heard people in town say that he is very bad at cards, he is a typical vegetable and loves to play. Yesterday, he said at Yu Tao's house that he had quit gambling, and I didn't think it was a good idea at the time. While we were chatting, Li Rue came back with his electric tricycle. As soon as he saw Li Rue, Shen Xiong said with a smile, "Yo, so soon back, you are not going to lose all the $3,000. The villagers at the head of the village cast contemptuous glances at this remark. Why is Li Rue talking like a fart? Yesterday he said he quit gambling. Today he ran off to town to gamble again. Hearing this, Li Rue immediately braked his car and stopped beside Shen Xiong. Shen Xiong, it's none of your business whether I gamble or not, you're just eating carrots and not worrying about it. Li Rue immediately disliked angrily. Li Rue, why are you cursing? Shen Xiong was anxious. Li Rue laughed, you owe scolding, only you can mock the old man, not the old man scolded you? Shen Xiong reddened, stammered, I, when I mocked you? You know in your own heart. Li Rue coldly said. After saying that, Li Rue rode the electric tricycle and drove in the direction of his home. Shen Xiong smiled twice as a way to hide his embarrassment. Seeing that look on his face just now, he knew that he had lost all his money again. If he had the ability to win money at the poker table, what kind of ability is it to take it out on me? Only after Li Rue walked away did Shen Xiong dare to output madly. Shen Xiong, say less. We are all from the same village, you just mocked others. Li Rue to his face, who didn't he hear it? Second master who blared fiercely at Shen Xiong. I don't blame Li Rue for scolding Shen Xiong just now. If you want to blame, you can only blame Shen Xiong for having nothing to do. The 2 words behind the back, it is just a matter of time. If people didn't hear it, then forget it. In front of others, mocking them, they scolded you, also scolded. Shen Xiong, why is a big man like a woman so fond of chewing the cud? Mrs. Hohat also came out and rebuked Shen Xiong. Shen Xiong went home in disgrace. Back home, Shen Xiong was sulking. In his opinion, in the last 2 days, Li Rue drove to the sea and picked up those valuable things, which should have been picked up by him. Therefore, just now, he mocked Li Rue to his face. Quickly go and cook. Su Lanji said to Shen Xiong with a stern face. I am not in a good mood. Shen Xiong had not finished his words, snapped. Su Lanji's slap has been smacked on the back of Shen Xiong's head, said as if who was in a good mood, quickly rolled a cook. Shen Xiong was abashed at that time. I will go and cook, he said with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, at the end of the village, at Li Rue's house, just as soon as Guogua got out of the car, she timidly said, Poi, you were so fierce just now. Guogua, don't be afraid. Li Rue squatted down, looked at Guogua flatly, smiled and said, Guogua, when others bully you, you must fight back. He didn't want his daughter to become a soft persimmon in the future, to be a good old boy. It always feels like when people say you're a goody-goody now, they're cursing. We don't bully people, but we can't be bullied either. Li Rue recounted his concepts of dealing with people in the world. Then what if the person who bullies Gogo is taller and stronger than Gogo? Gogo asked. When Li Rue heard this, he quickly held Gogo's hand and said with firm eyes, then you will tell Dad, Dad is always your most solid backing, who bullies you, Dad will go to find who's trouble. Li Rue got annoyed the kind of parents who let their children go out and stay out of trouble. The fact that you don't make trouble outside doesn't mean that other people don't make trouble with you. Outside, the more you act coy, the more others bully you. Raising children is not raising slaves. Poop, Guogua knows that in the future, if anyone wants to bully Guogua in kindergarten, Guogua will fight back. Gogo laughed out loud with a cheeky smile. Remember that people can be kind, but kindness must have a sharp edge in it. Li Rui followed the advice. Guogwa blinked two big watery eyes, full of doubt and asked, "Poop, what is the meaning of the sharp edge ah?" Gogo didn't understand. Li Rui patiently explained. Principles and bottom line, as well as the ability to self-protect, and courage and decisiveness. You can be kind, but you can't just accommodate and compromise, you have to have your own principles and bottom line. When you are bullied by others, you have to be brave enough to stand up for yourself, speak up for yourself and fight back, just like Dad did just now. Gogo's fingertips rested on her lips and mumbled. Gogo understood some of it and didn't understand some of it. Li Rui laughed, and picked up Gogo in a hug. There's no rush, learn slowly, you're still young, the days are still long. Poop, Gogo feel empowered, today you have to not so and Gogo said, Gogo to kindergarten, was bullied, Gogo only know to tell the teacher. Gogo said with a serious face. When you are bullied, you should immediately fight back and then tell the teacher, you can't leave a cowardly character for others. Li Rui opened his mouth. People are all bullies. This is the consensus. The school only teaches you to be a good person and an honest person. Family education cannot be missed. Guogwa suddenly waved her little fist and said aloud in a milky voice, Guogwa don't want to be a coward, Guogwa want to be a brave person. When I get to kindergarten, whoever bullies Guogwa will fight back and then tell the teacher. This is right. Li Rui smiled with relief. Taking a look at the time, Li Rui realized that there were still more than 5 hours until the next sea drive, so he planned to squint for a while. So he sent Guogwa to his mom's place. Humph. As soon as Li Rui's father, Li Dafu, saw Li Rui, his old face sank. Who let you come? Who allowed you to come? Grandpa. Guogwa cried out crisply. Li Dafu instantly changed his face. He bent down with a smile on his face and opened his arms. It's Guogwa. Guogwa, quickly come over, let Grandpa hug you. Intergenerational kissing, it's not a joke. Chapter 23 The wind is too strong. Day. Guogwa stepped on his little short legs, and in the blink of an eye, he ran into Li Dafu's arms. Guogwa, Grandpa misses you to death. Grandpa doesn't see you for a day, it is hard to feel all over. Li Dafu picked up Guogwa, with a kind smile on his face. Grandpa, your beard hurts Guogwa. Gogo's tender little face was pierced several times by the white beard on Li Dafu's face. Li Dafu was full of heartache, and even slapped his face with his hand. Blame Grandpa, Grandpa didn't clean the beard on his face. Li Fong brought a chair and put it beside Li Rui. Sit. Sit what sit? Li Dafu glared at Li Rui in a bad mood. This incompetent thing, he was annoyed just looking at it. What a good daughter-in-law. What a daughter. He does not cherish, all day long think about gambling. Li Rui did not have the good sense to sit down. He will be in the hands of a bag, put in front of his mom. Mom, these skeleton shrimp are dead, but still fresh, you fried eat. Upon hearing this, Li Fong was not calm. Her old face wrinkled together, very distressed said, how dead so many skeleton shrimp? So many skeleton shrimp sold, have to sell more than 200. Li Rui smiled and explained, they were clamped to death by green crabs. In the morning I rushed to the sea, clamped a lot of green crabs, did not tie up the green crabs. Li Fong lightly patted Li Rui's arm. You children do things, why so careless? Skeleton shrimp, a caddy of about 180. Dead these skeleton shrimp, there must be more than a caddy. The more I think about it, the more heartbroken Li Fong is. These are all money. Next time you go to the sea, remember, you have to bring a rope. Li Fong urged and instructed. I know. Li Rui smiled back. Afterwards, Li Rui talked about business. Mom, I didn't sleep well during these 2 days of catching the sea, and Xiang Yu went to work, so I want you and Dad to take care of Guogwa. Li Dafu's nose twitched and shoved Gogo into Li Fong's arms. You take Gogo inside to play, I'll have a few words with this bastard. Li Fong opened her mouth, ready to help her son to say a few words, but was backed off by a look from Li Dafu. Okay, I'll take Guogwa inside to play. After Li Fong finished speaking, she hugged Guogwa and went to her family's living room. At this moment, in the small yard, only Li Dafu and Li Rui were left. This morning, you went to the town to gamble again? Li Dafu asked coldly. When there is something going on in the village, in less than an hour, it will almost always spread. Li Dafu heard people say that this morning Li Rui took Guogwa and went to town to gamble again. At this moment, he started to ask for punishment. There is no such thing. Li Rui explained without haste, this morning, I took Guogwa to town to play, and by the way, I bought a set of clothes for Guogwa, and also bought more than 2 pounds of ribs. Do you think I will believe it? Li Dafu raised his eyebrows. Li Rue said with a sincere face, Dad, I have realized the mistakes I made before. I will never gamble again. I will work hard to earn money to give Xiangyu and Guogua a good life. Li Dafu looked at Li Rue incredulously. Are you telling the truth? This kid, Li Rue, changed his nature all of a sudden? This is too sudden. Li Rue nodded. Of course it's true. Dad, if I want to continue to gamble day and night like before, sooner or later this family of mine will fall apart, and even more so, it will drag you and Mom down. The lesson of the last life is too deep-rooted. In his last life, because of his day and night gambling, it led to the destruction of his family and dragged his parents down. Mother cried herself blind. Father died of depression. It is good that you can turn back. Li Dafu breathed a long sigh of relief. The big stone that pressed on the bottom of his heart was finally put down. Li Dafu stared at Li Rue's eyes and asked, What are your plans next? Catch the sea. Li Rue replied. Catch the sea? This is also too unreliable. Our moon island rely on the sea fishing for a living, not many. Speaking here, Li Dafu patted Li Rue's shoulder and softly said, Ruizi, I suggest you go out to work. Working during the day and delivering food at night will allow you to pay off your debts quickly. In the last 2 years or so, Li Rue had squandered more than $200,000 because of gambling. To turn around quickly, you have to work harder than others. Dad, I think I can make a good living by catching the sea. Li Rue was full of confidence. With the system's support, he was catching the sea and it was like a fish out of water. Li Dafu glared, Where did you get the confidence? Our village rely on the sea for a living and live a good life. Only Qin Xiongwan, People Qin Xiong is the sea fishing expert, born to eat this bowl of rice. You can do it? Dad, if others can do it, your son can do it too. The corner of Li Rue's mouth rose, smiled, and said, Yesterday and today, your son I twice catch the sea, earn more than 7,000. This I know, you are totally just lucky, you can't have such good luck all the time. Li Dafu was still not in favor of Li Rue making a living by catching the sea. Li Rue had some things he couldn't say. He couldn't tell his dad that he had obtained the system. Dad, I'll give myself 1 month to see how much money I can earn in this 1 month of catching the sea. Li Rue said. This is what you said, after a month, you want to rely on catching the sea cannot support the family, you will go out to work, earn money well, do not have this unrealistic idea again. Li Dafu immediately said, afraid that Li Rue backtracked. The first thing I want to do is to get a good job, and I'm going to do it. Li Rue was happy. Li Dafu see Li Rue full of confidence, cannot help but skimmed his mouth. Rue son, I really do not understand where you come from confidence, you think you are people Chen Xiong'a. Ideal is full. But the reality is very bone. In a few days, Li Rue will know how unreliable it is for him to make a living by catching the sea. Dad, I didn't sleep well last night, I'll go back to catch up on my sleep, I still have to catch the sea at night. Li Rue yawned. Catching the sea is a laborious job. Inlanders who have never driven the sea may find it fun to drive the sea. Go back. Li Dafu waved his hand. I'll go check on Guogua first. After Li Rue finished speaking, she went to her mother's bedroom. At the moment Gogo was lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Li Fang looked inside, did not see Li Dafu. She took out $500 from her pocket, stuffed into the hands of Li Rue. This money, you take, your father's words, you do not take it to heart, he is such a person. Li Rue did not take the $500. Mom, this money, I can't take, you and Dad helped to take care of Guogua, I'm already very grateful. Li Rue didn't want to pull. After saying these words, he ran out. Li Rue just ran to the small courtyard. Was his old father Li Dafu a hand to seize? Your mom and I are still getting by, this is a $5,000 passbook, don't mind if it's too little. Live a good life, don't let me and your mom worry again. Li Dafu said with a serious face. I don't know how to drop. Li Rue's eyes moist a large area, maybe the wind, blowing. Chapter 24 Catching the sea with his wife. This money, I cannot want. Li Rue attitude is resolute. Parents tired half of his life, and is to raise him to adulthood, and is to spend money to help him get married. I don't need to worry about it anymore. But he is addicted to gambling, causing the two old people to worry about the heart, shed an unknown number of tears. Ruizi, online loans, you owe so much money, have to pay it back. Li Dafu long sighed, parents can only so much, you do not mind. I owe money, I pay myself, do not need to worry about you two old man. Li Rue cannot wait to smack himself a few big mouths, his hand how so owe it? What's so good about gambling? He was actually addicted to gambling for more than 2 years, owed up to 200,000 external debt. The people around himself all follow the sleep and food difficult to eat. Thinking about this, Li Rui's heart was filled with self-blame and guilt. Take. Li Dafu roared in a low voice and forced the $5,000 passbook into Li Rui's hand. Okay, I'll take this money first. Li Rui looked at his father's wrinkled face and white hair. His heart was very unfavorable, and his nose was sour. Hearing this, Li Dafu let go of his hand. Li Rui hurriedly put the passbook, stuffed into his father's clothes pocket, and then ran. He said as he ran, "Dad, I can solve my own things by myself. Don't worry about me anymore. You and Mom taking care of yourselves is the biggest help to me." Looking at Li Rui's departing back, Li Dafu smiled in relief. He murmured, "This child has finally grown up." In the past, Li Rui always tried to find ways to get money from them. Now, even if they gave Li Rui money, Li Rui didn't want it. It seems that Li Rui has really changed his nature. After returning home, Li Rui didn't even take off his clothes and fell asleep while lying on the sofa in the living room. At 5:30 in the afternoon, his wife Su Xiangyue came back. "In such a cold day, how did you sleep on the sofa without a blanket?" Su Xiangyue walked to Li Rui's side and covered Li Rui's body with a blanket. At this time, Li Rui yawned and sat up from the sofa. Su Xiangyue smiled and opened her mouth. "Are you awake?" Li Rui stared at Su Xiangyue. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see enough. "I have flowers on my face." "You keep staring at me," Su Xiangyue said angrily. "Honey, you are too good looking. I can't get tired of looking at you." Li Rui hemmed and hawed. Smooth talker. Su Xiangyue face a cold, but the heart is happy flowers. Then a serious face said, "Li Rui, tell you something, today is my mom's birthday. I gave her transferred $500 over." Between husband and wife, it should be frank and clear. There is something that cannot be hidden. That's what Su Xiangyue thinks. It should be. Li Rui has no good impression of his mother-in-law Chenny, but after all, they are his wife's own mother. Some things, he cannot do too much. Once, some things, he did too much. Su Xiangyue caught in the middle is not good to do. "Li Rui, you are not angry." Hearing Li Rui say this, Su Xiangyue's hanging heart was put down. Just now she was worried that Li Rui would be angry because of this. After all, she is your mom. Li Rui pinched Su Xiangyue's pretty face. "If I want to get angry with you because of this little thing, how difficult it must be for you to be caught in the middle." Su Xiangyue smiled brightly. "Thank you for your understanding." Li Rui turned. "Xiangyu, how about you go to catch the sea with me tonight?" He has the system. Going to catch the sea is like picking up money. With one more person following him, the harvest will be bigger. "But I have to work tomorrow." Su Xiangyue was a bit hesitant. She didn't think that catching the sea could earn much money. "Tomorrow you take off work. I have a hunch. Tonight we go to the sea. There will be a big harvest." Li Rui said excitedly. Su Xiangyue gave Li Rui a glance. "Li Rui, you don't think your luck will always be this good? Catching the sea is to watch the sky and eat. It can't be taken as a job. If catching the sea can really earn money, then why does she still work? It's not free, it's tiring, and it's not much money a month." "I think it will," Li Rui said without hesitation. "Why do you think so?" Su Xiangyue was very curious. "A kind of intuition," Li Rui replied. "Okay, I will take leave tomorrow. I will go to the sea with you tonight." Seeing that Li Rui was so confident, Su Xiangyue agreed to follow Li Rui to catch the sea tonight. Saying that, Su Xiangyue's face couldn't help but look serious. After that, she then said, "Beforehand, if we don't pick up any good things in the sea tonight, you can't let me follow you to go to the sea together again in the future. Catch the sea, rely on the sky to eat." It always gives her a feeling of not being down to earth. The only way to be honest is to work, and she will only be steady in her heart. Li Rui smiled and said, "No problem." Su Xiangyue took out her cell phone and made a call to their leader, and only then did she ask for a vacation. In the eyes of the leader boss, the ordinary laborer was not a human being, but a cow or a horse. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Rui and Su Xiangyue's two families were fully loaded and ready to go to the beach. 3 people, Guihua's sister-in-law, Lotus Flower Aunt and Lotus Flower Aunt's her husband Laoyu, came to Li Rui and Su Xiangyue's side with shrimp pumps in their hands. "Sister-in-law Hohat, Aunt Lotus, Uncle you also came to catch the sea ah?" Su Xiangyue smiled and greeted. Isn't this the low tide? We are going to catch skeleton shrimps on that mudflat. Sister Gue Hua pointed at a mud beach and grinned. In the morning, Li Rui had caught several pounds of skeleton shrimp with a shrimp extractor at that mud beach by himself. At that time, she and Aunt Lotus watched and craved to death. They used their hands to plow through the air holes and didn't get anything. They were so angry. After going back, they ran to the town, bought a shrimp extractor, intending to do a big job now. That is a catty 180 skeleton shrimp. That mudflat, not far from here, only 5 or 6 meters away. When Li Rui took a look with his perspective, he realized that there was nothing underneath that mud bank. Li Rui, we also have a shrimp extractor, the skeleton shrimp underneath that mudflat, you can't have it all. Aunt Lotus raised the shrimp extractor in her hand and said dejectedly. Old Yu is an honest man, not much to say. At this moment, Lao Yu's heart was burning with passion, looking forward to a big night tonight. Mrs. Hohat, Auntie Lotus, for the sake of your relationship with my daughter-in-law, let me tell you the truth. There are no more skeleton shrimps underneath that mudflat. Li Rui smiled faintly. The moment these words came out, Aunt Hohat's mouth couldn't stop sneering. Li Rui, are you saying this because you want to eat alone? In the morning, when you caught the skeleton shrimp with the shrimp extractor, your Auntie Lotus and I really watched. Now the tide is out again, how can there be no skeleton shrimp there? I don't believe you caught all the skeleton shrimp there. After saying that, Mrs. Hohat hummed her nose and walked towards the mudflat. Aunt Lotus and Old Yu also hurried over. They were afraid of going late and missing out on a few $100 million. Li Rui shook his head and walked along the coastline. As he walked, Li Rui saw through his perspective that there were many pygmy snails on the side of a big rock. Daughter-in-law, let's go there. Li Rui walked over with gusto. Su Xiangyue followed behind Li Rui. Soon, Li Rui walked to the side of that big rock and saw many pygmy snails. The pygmy snail was also known as the black star treasure snail. It was a marine gastropod mollusk with an ovoid appearance and a strong shell. Its base color is slightly white or yellowish and covered with black-brown spots. Because of its unique appearance, it has a certain degree of ornamental value. So many pygmy snails. Su Xiangyu squatted down, grabbed the pygmy snails, and put them into the bucket. Chapter 25. A Far Cry. Su Xiangyu's hands simply couldn't stop. Dang dang dang. The piglet snails kept falling into her bucket. Li Rui, pick it up. Su Xiangyu was full of excitement. This is just like picking up money. It was too good. It's not like she's never been to the sea before, but she's never encountered so many snails. Aren't I picking them up? Li Rui smiled. At this time, Chen Xiong was carrying a bucket in one hand and a newly purchased shrimp extractor in the other, running towards the mudflats. He muttered as he ran. Sister-in-law Hohat and Aunt Lotus, the two of them were really fast. The tide had just gone out and they were already running to catch skeleton shrimps. In order to reach the mudflat earlier, Chen Xiong exerted all his strength to run forward. In his opinion, if he went a little late, he would have to catch a lot less skeleton shrimp tonight. Skeleton shrimps were worth a lot of money. Not long after, Chen Xiong reached the mudflat. Chen Xiong, why are you here? Mrs. Hohat glanced at Chen Xiong, the shrimp pump in her hand didn't stop. It's not like you guys, I came here to catch skeleton shrimps. Chen Xiong threw down the bucket, found an air hole, and used the shrimp extractor to extract. While they were talking, another group of villagers came to catch skeleton shrimp. The mudflat of less than 300 square meters was already full of people. One by one, they scrambled to be the first to use the shrimp extractor and pump the air holes that were bubbling with water. Seeing this scene, Li Rui shook his head and couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. The village people loved to follow the trend. The skeleton shrimps underneath that mudflat were caught by me a long time ago. Now they can only work for nothing. Why are there so many people? Su Xiangyue straightened up and was dumbfounded when she saw Hohat's sister-in-law and the girls. Oh, my goodness. All the men, women and children in the village are out in force. They have a shrimp pump in each hand, catching something on that mudflat. Ignore them, let's continue. I caught a lot of skeleton shrimps under that mudflat in the morning. They must want to catch some skeleton shrimps too. The corner of Li Rui's mouth rose, like a smile. Skeleton shrimp can be much more expensive than piglet snails. Su Xiangyue was a little moved. Li Rui saw at a glance what Su Xiangyue thought in her heart, so she opened her mouth and said, "There is no skeleton shrimp under the mudflat." Su Shangyue was a little disbelieving. Not really. More or less should be a little. Piglet snail, $20 a caddy. Skeleton shrimp is $180 a caddy. Pick up 9 pounds of piglet snails, only to be worth a caddy of skull shrimp. Thinking of this, Su Shangyue wanted to catch the skeleton shrimp even more. Honey, don't look, there are so many people there, it's crowded with people, we are going to go over there, we can't even move. Li Rui waved his hand in front of Su Shangyue's eyes. What is said is that people can't be too greedy, picking up what is in the bucket is the real thing. Su Shangyue smiled faintly. Afterward, she continued to pick up piggyback snails. Li Rui looked around and realized that there were quite a few scallops directly behind him. Honey, you pick up the pygmy snails here, I'll go pick up the scallops. Li Rui took a few steps forward, picked up the scallops and put them into the bucket. Scallops, also known as gold leaf. They feed with their shells open. Their size is usually over 2.5 to 15 centimeters, and the shell surface has a variety of colors, such as purple brown, light brown, yellow brown, red brown, apricot yellow, gray white, and so on. The inner surface of the shell is white. Their meat is tasty and nutritious. 1 pound is about $35. Where are the scallops? Su Shangyue raised her head and looked at Li Rui. When she saw that Li Rui was constantly picking up scallops, there was joy in her eyes that she couldn't hide. So many scallops? Li Rui, your luck is too good these days. Su Shangyue was very excited and happy. When she came, Li Rui asked her to carry a bucket as well. At that time, she said it wasn't necessary. Now, it seems that it is completely necessary. After a while, Su Shangyue had picked up more than 3 pounds of pig snails, while Li Rui picked up more than 4 pounds of scallops. At the mudflat, Mrs. Hohat's wife and the girls were full of energy just now, but now they were discouraged. Why is there no skeleton shrimp? Shit, I used the shrimp pump to pump numerous air holes, actually a skeleton shrimp did not catch, really fucking evil, I clearly saw Li Rui in the morning to pump an air hole, pumped out a skeleton shrimp. Who said it is not I hand the shrimp pump but today just bought from the town. So is this one in my hand. Mrs. Hohat and the others kept complaining. Many of them sat down on the boulder. The men smoke. The women exhale. Chen Xiong, did you catch the skeleton shrimp? Auntie Lotus asked Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong was the outstanding sea fishing expert in their happy village. Chen Xiong replied with a bitter face, I only picked up a few mussels, and I didn't even see the hair of the skeleton shrimp. Mussel shells are large, shell length is generally about 13 to 14 centimeters, shell length is twice the height of the shell. The top of the shell is located at the very front of the shell. The shell is thin and smooth. It's not expensive, about $12 a pound. What? You only found a few mussels? Chen Xiong, you weren't like this before. Auntie Lotus was slightly surprised. Damn, I don't believe I can't catch a single skeleton shrimp on this mudflat. Chen Xiong cursed. In the morning, Li Rui had caught several pounds of skeleton shrimps on this mudflat. It wasn't like Li Rui had his perspective on. How could he catch all the skeleton shrimps underneath this mudflat? Fighting with himself, Chen Xiong saw the air hole and used the shrimp extractor to make a hard pull. No. Still nothing. After working for half a day, Chen Xiong did not even see the shadow of the skeleton shrimp. Hohat, let's go back. Li Rui is right, there are no more skeleton shrimp on this mudflat. Aunt Lotus came up for air and spoke to Aunt Lotus. Now, she was sitting on a big rock and didn't even want to move. Before coming here, she had thought of doing a big job and catching a few pounds of skeleton shrimp to go back. But after she came, it was a big disappointment. And she was half dead tired. Her old arms and legs couldn't take it anymore. Aunt Lotus, let's go. Mrs. Hohat panted back. The two of them helped each other and walked in the direction of the village. As they left, others followed them back to the village one after another. Li Rui, Mrs. Hohat, and the others seem to have left. I vaguely heard them say that they shouldn't have come to the sea this time. Su Shangyue said while picking up snails. I told them that there are no more skeleton shrimps under the mudflat, but they didn't believe me. Li Rui grunted. Su Shangyue asked, Li Rui, how do you know? Li Rui joked, I opened perspective. Nonsense. Su Shangyue naturally didn't believe it, I think you just said it in passing, fortunately we didn't go over just now, if we went over just now, we must be the same as them, the skeleton shrimp didn't catch, but also tired half dead. Xiangyu, come here, I saw a good thing. Li Rui walked a few steps forward, came under a reef, and waved to his wife Su Shangyue. Looking at the thing under the reef, Li Rui's eyes went straight and his adrenal glands were rapidly spiking. Chapter 26: Stabbing the Tiger Crab's Lair. Oops, the pygmy snails here, I haven't picked them up yet, I can't come over now. Su Xiangyu's hands never stopped while she was talking. After a while, she didn't feel tired at all. Picking up densely packed piglet snails is similar to picking up money, isn't it? Who would feel tired if they were picking up money? Xiangyu, I really have a good thing here, piglet snails, you should stop picking them up. Li Rui looked at the pincers of this big guy in front of him. Some do not see the pig snail and scallops. What good stuff, ah! This time Su Shangyue's attention was attracted to it. At the same time she quickly walked to Li Rui's side. Li Rui pointed to the pincers of this big guy in front of him. He smile. You see what is this? Su Shangyue looked over and her two eyes rounded. Because of her excitement and exuberance, her speech was a little shaky. This is a tiger crab. So big. This tiger crab has to be more than a catty. Tiger crabs, also known as frog-shaped crabs and frog crabs, are a kind of marine crabs with peculiar appearance and colorful luster. Their cephalothoracic armor is frog-shaped, length is greater than width, and the back is bulging. It has good food value, with the efficacy of resolving knots and dispersing blood, nourishing tendons and qi, nourishing the liver and moistening the yin, and so on. Edible methods, generally steamed, boiled, fried or raw. Quickly clip it. Su Shangyue pointed at the tiger crab and yelled. Such a big tiger crab, one has to be sold for 300 or 400. Li Rui bent down and probed it with the clip. At once, the tiger crab waved its huge two pincers, and its body buckled slightly. And its butt kept moving backward. Li Rui gathered the right timing and clamped it in one go, then gave it to Su Shangyue. I'll tie it. Su Shangyue grabbed the back of the tiger crab and flipped it over, then she pulled out a cotton rope from her pocket and started winding it from one side of the pincer of the tiger crab, passing through the legs and the other side of the pincer in turn, and finally tying the knot on the back of the tiger crab. The action was done in a single motion, without any delay. At a glance, it is clear that she is an expert in tying crabs. I weigh it up. After tying up, Su Shangyue weighed the tiger crab a few times, and then shouted in surprise, Li Rui, this tiger crab you caught is estimated to be 1 catty 8 tails. A catty of 8 tails of tiger crabs can be sold for a small 400 ah. When she said this number, Su Shangyue was a little dizzy. She works in a factory, and her salary is just over 100 a day. Don't be in a hurry to be happy. The corner of Li Rui's mouth turned up and smiled. What? Su Shangyue didn't understand what Li Rui meant by this. Catching the sea, catching a tiger crab of 1 catty 8 tails, how could one not be happy? Just when Su Xiangyu was very puzzled, Li Rui used the pincers in his hand again and picked up a 1 catty tiger crab. Dang, look, what is this? Li Rui placed the tiger crab in front of Su Xiangyu. Su Shangyue's small mouth slightly opened and almost screamed. Another tiger crab of more than 1 catty. Tonight, have they stabbed the tiger crab's lair? Li Rui, your luck is too good. Su Xiangyu put down the tied tiger crab in her hand, and then just like earlier, she tied this tiger crab in front of her. Su Shangyue hadn't come out of her joy yet. Li Rui clamped another tiger crab. There were quite a few tiger crabs under this big reef in front of Li Rui. Tonight, they had really stabbed the tiger crab's lair. Keep your voice down, don't attract attention and invite others over. Li Rui reminded with a vigilant face. At the mud flats, most of the people had left. But there were still a small number of people, holding shrimp pumps, constantly pumping the air holes where water was bubbling. Chen Xiong was one of them. I don't fucking believe that this morning Li Rui caught all the skeleton shrimps under such a big piece of mud beach. Chen Xiong was depressed. Normally, Chen Xiong is the one who picks up the most things in their village when he catches the sea. In the last 2 days, Li Rui's luck was against the heavens, and he had picked up a lot of good things by catching the sea. Thinking about this, Chen Xiong's heart welled up with envy and jealousy. If Li Rui can do it, I, Chen Xiong, can definitely do it too. Chen Xiong is still there fighting with himself. On the mudflats, those who had not yet left, one by one, hung their heads and spoke listlessly in a funereal manner. It seems that if we continue to look for skeleton shrimp here tonight, we probably won't find a single skeleton shrimp. It's better to look elsewhere. No Air Force tonight. Air Force is a term used by people who drive the sea, meaning that they drive the sea and get nothing. Li Rui and his daughter-in-law Su Xiangyue, on the other hand, are busy. Li Rui, you're right, we have to keep our voices down. Su Xiangyue's eyes were unable to hide her excitement, but her voice was pitifully small. At this time she was afraid that others would notice their side. The two of them cooperated very well. Li Rui picked up a tiger crab in a while. Su Xiangyue quickly tied up the tiger crabs and put them into the bucket. Looking at the tiger crabs that were piled higher and higher, Su Xiangyue felt very unreal. She had driven to the sea many times, but she had never encountered so many tiger crabs like today. Just at this time, at the mud beach, Chen Xiong stood up his waist and looked at Li Rui and Su Xiangyue and asked loudly, "Li Rui, why have you and your daughter-in-law been there? Do you have something good there?" Su Xiangyue's body trembled and panicked a little. "They haven't finished catching tiger crabs here." "Chen Xiong, don't come over. What can we have here? My legs are sore, so I'll sit here and rest for a while." Li Rui acted calmly. While talking, Li Rui already took out a cigarette from his pocket and smoked it. Just at this time, he was a little tired, resting and taking a break. When Chen Xiong heard this, he was instantly energized. "Li Rui, you can't do this. How can you be tired after this short while? I'm still alive and kicking right now." Seeing Li Rui sitting on a big rock and smoking, Chen Xiong really thought that Li Rui had nothing good there. "Chen Xiong, seeing that you haven't been idle, you must have picked up a lot of good stuff." Li Rui stifled his laughter. Underneath that mud bank, there was nothing. Previously, Li Rui had seen it really well through his perspective function. At this moment, he was saying this purely to disgust Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong's face stiffened as he kicked the bucket by his feet. Looking at the few muscles inside, he was filled with bitterness. However, in the next moment, he raised his head and said back loudly, "I did pick up quite a few good things." "You slowly pick up, I do not accompany you to chat, I will smoke." Li Rui faced with a smile, but in his heart he spat to Chen Xiong, "This old boy dead duck mouth hard. Li Rui really useless, a big man, a little endurance is not." Chen Xiong whispered in this way, "His heart is happy." And then, he continued to use the shrimp extractor to pump the air hole. Su Xiangyue let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen Xiong did not come over. Chen Xiong to come over, certainly want to pick up a lot of here tiger crab. Su Xiangyue patted her full chest. She didn't want to share the tiger crabs here with others. Chapter 27, Another Step Too Late. Chen Xiong was busy for a while longer, and the result was that he still didn't catch a single skeleton shrimp. It couldn't be. Chen Xiong was depressed. Logically speaking, in the morning, Li Rui had caught a lot of skeleton shrimp on this mudflat, and there should still be some skeleton shrimp on this mudflat at this moment. Chen Xiong had just stopped and rested with a ragged breath. Li Rui's teasing laughter came over. "Brother Xiong, why did you stop? Didn't you just say that you were alive and well? Didn't you just say that you have a lot of good stuff under your feet? At this moment, why did you stop?" Chen Xiong sniffed and stretched his waist before returning. "When did I stop? I was merely stretching my waist, I have endless energy." After saying that, Chen Xiong continued to hum and puff as he used the shrimp extractor to pump the air holes. Seeing this scene, Li Rui said in his heart, "I'm tired of you, even if you turn that mudflat over tonight, it's still hard to find a few skeleton shrimps." Looking at Chen Xiong's appearance, he should have picked up a lot of good things. Su Xiangyue opened her mouth and said, "He picked up shit, let's ignore him, let's continue." Li Rui bent down and took a look into the crevice of the reef, and saw a pair of huge crab pincers, which made Li Rui happy. Su Xiangyue looked around and didn't see any more tiger crabs, so she said, "The tiger crabs here seem to have been caught clean by us." At this time, Li Rui used the clamp to clip the tiger crab in the crevice twice, but failed to successfully clip out the tiger crab in the crevice. "Xiang Yu, there is a tiger crab of more than 2 pounds in here." Li Rui had a big smile on his face. He put down the clip and used his hand to press the back of the tiger crab. When making a move, Li Rui was careful, afraid that his fingers would be caught in the pincers of the tiger crab. That was a tiger crab of more than 2 pounds. The power of its pincers was very huge. A 2-catty tiger crab? Su Xiangyu's jaw was about to drop into the water. She bent down and looked inside, and she really saw a pair of huge tiger crabs. At once, Su Xiangyu's breathing became thick. She reminded in a low voice, "Li Rui, be careful, your fingers must not be caught by it, and you must not break its pincers. Once a crab's pincers fall off, the price will be greatly reduced. For one thing, if the pincers fall off, there will be less crab meat." Secondly, from the appearance, it will give people the feeling of incompleteness. The reef crevice was very narrow, and when Li Rui's hand was just about to grab the back of the tiger crab quickly backed up. This caused Li Rui's hand to grab an empty space. Don't let it escape. Su Shangyue's heart was in her throat when she saw this. A tiger crab of more than 2 pounds was worth a lot of money. Swish! Right at this moment, Li Rui's hand quickly pressed the tiger crab's back. And then, he pulled out the tiger crab. Ugh! When Li Rui grabbed the tiger crab just now, his face was pressed tightly against the reef, causing him to rub some seaweed on the corner of his mouth. What a big tiger crab! Looking at the two catty tiger crab in front of her, Su Shangyue's eyes were glowing. Li Rui said, "Quickly tie it up." Without waiting for Li Rui to speak, Su Shangyue had already drawn out a cotton rope. Good. She pinched the back of the tiger crab as she did just now and tied it up with the cotton rope. Li Rui, we have caught 20 to 30 pounds of tiger crabs. Su Shangyue's voice was filled with excitement. In the last few years of fishing, she had never harvested so much. 20 to 30 pounds of tiger crabs would sell for at least $3,000 to $4,000. Thinking about this, Su Shangyue was not only not tired, but also very excited. Only this much? Li Rui skimmed his mouth. What kind of words are you saying? 20 to 30 pounds of tiger crabs is still less. Su Shangyue slapped Li Rui's back. Versailles, cannot be so Versailles. While the two were talking, Chen Xiong quietly came over. It was completely dark at this moment. Chen Xiong used his headlamp to shine a light on Su Shangyue's barrel. At that moment, his entire body froze. Looking at the mountainous pile of tiger crabs in the bucket, Chen Xiong thought he had misread it. So he rubbed his eyes. Holy shit, so many tiger crabs! Chen Xiong's eyes were full of envy. Chen Xiong, why did you come over? Su Shangyue said in her heart that it was bad. Chen Xiong saw these tiger crabs in her bucket and would definitely want to catch the tiger crabs around. Returning to her senses, Chen Xiong stared at Li Rui and angrily rebuked. Didn't you just say that you don't have anything good here? The corner of Li Rui's mouth rose, shrugged, and said, we don't have anything good here. Tiger crabs are not as valuable as skeleton shrimps. Compared to skeleton shrimps, tiger crabs are not good at all. Brother Xiong, just now you busy half a day, certainly caught a lot of skeleton shrimpet. Chen Xiong's face stiffened, looking at the few poor mussels in his bucket, his mouth slurred. I just caught quite a few skeleton shrimps. Out of curiosity, Su Shangyue took a look into Chen Xiong's bucket, and then puzzled, Chen Xiong, how come there is not a single skeleton shrimp in your bucket? These words were like a slap on Chen Xiong's face. In an instant, Chen Xiong's face was as red as a ripe tomato. Where are the shrimps? Where did the shrimp go? Su Shangyue was puzzled and asked. Li Rui, you are also too insufficient. There are so many tiger crabs here, why don't you tell me about it? Chen Xiong hurriedly changed the topic. After saying that, he bent down and started looking for tiger crabs. Su Shangyue was in a hurry. Oh, we found tiger crabs, why should we tell you? Li Rui sneered twice. Li Rui, stop talking, let's continue to look for tiger crabs, hurry up. Su Shangyue pulled Li Rui's arm and whispered in Li Rui's ear. Li Rui had just realized through his perspective that there were no more mature tiger crabs here, and the ones that were there were all finger-sized tiger crabs. Li Rui, being a seashore person, still understood the reasoning of exhausting the fishery. Let's go, this place, we leave it to Chen Xiong, it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Li Rui smiled. Upon hearing this, Su Shangyue stomped her foot anxiously. No way. Seeing this, Li Rui whispered in Su Shangyue's ear, the mature tiger crabs here have all been caught by us, and there are only some finger-sized tiger crabs left, and that thing, if we catch it, it won't be of much use. Besides, it's not like we won't catch the sea in the future. When Chen Xiong heard Li Rui say that they were leaving and intended to leave this place to him, he couldn't close his mouth with joy. In order to avoid Li Rui's two families from competing with him for the tiger crabs, Chen Xiong raised his head and urged, Li Rui, didn't you say that you guys are leaving? If you want to go, you guys go quickly. I think there should be no tiger crabs in this place. Go catch the sea somewhere else. As he said these words, Chen Xiong couldn't stop sneering in his heart. There must be a lot of tiger crabs here. Li Rui and his family couldn't have caught all the tiger crabs here. Okay, let's go, that brother Xiong, if you catch tiger crabs here, don't forget to buy me a drink later, I discovered this place first. Li Rui's face was full of smiles. No problem. Chen Xiong gestured an OK sign. He had already fantasized about catching many tiger crabs here. Cool. It was too damn cool. Chapter 28 Butter Crab. After Chen Xiong saw that Li Rui and Su Xiangyue had already walked away, he sneered. Li Rui was so damn stupid. 10 years are difficult to encounter the tiger crab nest, his stupid boy encountered, actually let me. While saying this, Chen Xiong was looking for tiger crabs in the crevices of the reef. At first, Chen Xiong was very excited. But as he rummaged around for half a day without finding a single tiger crab, he wilted a bit. What's going on? How come there isn't a single tiger crab? I just saw Su Xiangyu's bucket piled high with tiger crabs of all sizes. Chen Xiong muttered in his heart. On the other side, Su Xiangyue took a few steps and looked back at Chen Xiong. She frowned and said, I always feel that there are still tiger crabs in that place, it would be too cheap for Chen Xiong if we just left that place, but we found it first. At this moment, Su Xiangyue had the feeling of missing out on several $100 million. It's a bad feeling. There really aren't any ripe tiger crabs in that place. Li Rui relieved his wife. Li Rui, why are you so sure? Su Xiangyue raised her beautiful eyebrows and asked with great curiosity. Li Rui smiled and flirted, didn't I tell you before? I opened my perspective. When Su Xiangyue heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, childish ghost. Are you thirsty? Li Rui stopped, unscrewed the bottle cap and put it in front of Su Xiangyue. Before coming, Li Rui brought a big pot of water. Generally catching the sea, as little as 2 hours. More than 4 hours. Water is very necessary to carry with you. Su Xiangyue was not polite, picked up the kettle and gulped it down. A little hungry. Su Xiangyue touched her stomach and said. Before going out, she had only cooked and hadn't had time to stir fry. However, the next moment, Su Xiangyue looked at the tiger crabs piled up in the bucket, but she smiled again. Catching the sea tonight, it was worth it. This many tiger crabs can be sold for at least $3,000 to $4,000. My monthly salary is only about $4,000. In her mind, if she could earn so much from fishing every day, why would she work? It's not free to go to work, and she's bound by others. If you don't do a good job or make a mistake, you'll be scolded. Honey, I think it's better to quit your job. It's good for you to follow me to catch the sea. Li Rui made a timely suggestion. No, absolutely not, we are the only one who has a stable salary, you catch the sea, it is impossible to have such good luck every day. Su Xiangyue deflated her mouth and said. Li Rui smiled and didn't say anything. There are some things that should not be rushed, it has to be gradual. Li Rui, why are you walking so fast? Catching the sea, have to look carefully, you are so careless, cannot be. Su Xiangyue saw Li Rui walking very fast, not even carefully looking at the things under her feet, she did not have the good sense to say. She had married over, some years ago, and knew that catching the sea required patience and perseverance, as well as physical strength. At this moment, Li Rui was catching the sea, only looking at it for a few moments before moving forward. This can't be done. I've taken a serious look. Li Rui has the ability to see through the catches, he can see where there are catches and where there are not, just pass through a section of the waterway, there is nothing valuable. It's just some hot snails and mussels and stuff like that. In the past, he looked at the spicy snails and mussels and other things. Now he doesn't. You don't have. Su Xiangyue gritted her teeth. How can Li Rui say nonsense with his eyes open? Li Rui slowed down his pace, looked at Su Xiangyue and said, in the future to catch the sea, the body must bring some food. Catching the sea is a physical labor. Once you catch up, it's a few hours. If you don't bring something on your body, it's easy to get hungry, and when you're hungry, you won't have any energy. Well, the next time you catch the sea, you need to bring some eggs and bread or something. Su Xiangyue nodded in agreement. As the two were talking, Li Rui suddenly stopped at a sea where salt and fresh water met. Su Xiangyue squatted down and took a closer look, she found a lot of sea oysters. Li Rui, so many sea oysters. Su Xiangyue said as she took out a small knife, then she used the knife to start picking the oyster meat. And Li Rui's attention was all on a butter crab. He saw a small butter crab hidden under a piece of seaweed. Li Rui, why are you still standing there, quickly pick the oyster meat. Su Xiangyue urged. Tonight's sea drive, she and Li Rui's luck was surprisingly good. The oysters everywhere are enough for her and Li Rui to work for more than an hour. Honey, I think I saw butter crabs. Li Rue whispered. Nonsense, butter crabs are rare, how could you possibly stumble upon them? Su Shangyue didn't think so. Butter crabs are extremely demanding on the growing environment. They are usually born in the sea where salt and fresh water meet. Where salt and fresh water meet, there is an abundance of plankton and benthic organisms. These things are the main food of butter crabs. The currents and water temperatures in such places are also very suitable for the growth of butter crabs. In recent years, due to the high price of butter crabs, the seashore has been almost swept clean of butter crabs. Few people catching the sea can pick up butter crabs. Quickly come over to pry the sea oysters. Su Shangyue saw that Li Rue was slow to move, she raised her eyebrows. Li Rue, on the other hand, approached the butter crab step by step. He lifted the seaweed with one hand. At once, a butter crab that weighed about 2 taels appeared in Li Rue's line of sight. After seeing the butter crab, Li Rue grabbed the butter crab. Honey, what do you see here? Li Rue walked to Su Shangyue, squatted down and put the butter crab in front of Su Shangyue's eyes. This is butter crab. Su Shangyue was so excited that she stuttered a little. She looked at the butter crab in front of her eyes and couldn't wait to kiss it twice. Su Xiangyu hurriedly pulled out a cotton rope from her pocket, then skillfully tied the butter crab in 5 different ways. Honey, why are you tying it so tight? It's not like it's a yellow flower girl. Seeing Su Shangyue tied the butter crab tightly, Li Rue couldn't help but flirt with it. After Su Shangyue gently put the butter crab into the bucket, she looked up at Li Rue and coldly hummed, "In my eyes, it is the yellow flower girl. How do you feel that you are an ancient bully?" At the same time, not far away, Chen Xiong turned over almost all the crevices of the reef around him, and still didn't catch a single tiger crab. Grass! What's going on? How come there was nothing good where Li Rue passed by? Chen Xiong cursed and was furious. After cursing, Chen Xiong finally rummaged under a small rock and found a tiger crab. It was a tiger crab. I knew that Li Rue couldn't possibly catch the tiger crabs here clean. Chen Xiong laughed maniacally. He used a clip and instantly caught that tiger crab. Chen Xiong, who was just there laughing maniacally, could no longer laugh at this moment. Because, the tiger crab that he had clipped up was only the size of a small thumb and was not worth anything at all. Get lost you! With a black face, Chen Xiong threw the tiger crab into the sea. The tiger crab that was the size of a small thumb was not enough for him to stuff his teeth. If he sells it to a fisherman, they probably won't take it either. I'll keep looking, there can't be no big tiger crabs here, this is a tiger crab's lair. Chen Xiong wiped the sweat from his face and continued to rummage through the stones, his hands touching the cracks. Chapter 29. A whole family. Li Rue, you actually caught a butter crab, your luck is too good. Su Xiangyu held the tied butter crab and loved it. After fiddling with it for a while, Su Shangyue slightly sighed, it's just a little small. If it was a bigger butter crab, it would sell for hundreds of dollars apiece. This one in my hand will only sell for $100 at most. Just after Su Shangyue sighed, Li Rue realized that there was a hole underneath the position of his feet, and the hole was as big as his wrist. When he fixed his eyes, he saw 2 butter crabs inside the hole. There were actually 2 large butter crabs inside? For a while, Li Rue's breathing became a little short. After taking a deep breath, Li Rue picked up the clip and smoothly pinched out a butter crab. Having the catch perspective function was just awesome. It was easy to clip out the crab in the hole. Another butter crab. This butter crab was also too big. Su Shangyue's 2 beautiful eyes were round and her heart was pounding even more. Li Rue used his index finger and thumb to clasp both sides of the crab's dorsal shell so that its double chelae could not be utilized. And then, Li Rue flipped it over with its belly facing upwards. The reason why Li Rue did this was to see if it was male or female. The male butter crab, with a triangular abdomen, was also known as a pointed navel. The crab legs had relatively more fluff and were also very long. Female butter crabs, on the other hand, have a round or oval abdomen, known as the round navel. The downy hairs of the crab legs are relatively less, and they are also very short. At the moment, this butter crab in Li Rue's hand is a female butter crab. It is a female butter crab. Li Rue said. How do you know that? Su Shangyue was curious. Li Rue pointed to its abdomen and legs and patiently explained. The major he studied in college was precisely marine biology. Therefore, he had a certain understanding of these. Knowledge has increased. Su Shangyue said while taking away the butter crab in Li Rui's hand. In her hand, she weighed a few times. This female butter crab must be half a catty. After saying that, Su Shangyue's breathing became heavy again. A half catty butter crab, at least to sell 500 or 600. This time, they have made a lot of money by catching the sea. No wonder Su Xiangyu was so excited. To know, her monthly salary was only about $4,000. This time, they've made several $1,000s. There seems to be a butter crab inside this hole, I'll clip it out. Li Rui said, then used the clip to clip out another butter crab in the hole. This butter crab was bigger. It looked like it had to weigh 6 or 7 tails. Generally, male butter crabs were bigger compared to female butter crabs. Male crabs are usually more robust and have larger and stronger shells. Female crabs are smaller and rounder. It was only at this time that Su Shangyue slowed down from her excitement. I will tie this female butter crab first. Su Shangyue neatly fished out a cotton rope from her pocket and then tied up the female butter crab in her hand. When doing this, Su Shangyue was careful, her movements were slow and gentle. She was afraid of breaking the legs of the female butter crab in her hand. Li Rui took a closer look at the butter crab that was caught in the clip and he realized that it was a male butter crab. Egu, this is a male butter crab, this family is neatly organized. Li Rui couldn't help but laugh. It was really a male butter crab. Su Shangyue gently put the female butter crab into the bucket and then went to tie up the male butter crab. Li Rui leaned on a big rock, fished out a cigarette from his pocket and smoked it. Su Shangyue, on the other hand, was looking for butter crabs in the neighborhood. As for the sea oysters all around, Su Shangyue didn't even take a look. Oysters don't smell as good as butter crabs. Don't look for it, there should be no butter crabs in the neighborhood. Li Rui didn't want Su Shangyue to work for nothing. Cut. Su Shangyue skimmed her mouth and said, if you say there is no, then there is no? Why don't I believe you? You can find butter crabs in the neighborhood, I might be able to find them too. Li Rui smiled and didn't say anything more. If Su Shangyue wanted to find it, let her find it. He couldn't say to Su Shangyue that he had the catch perspective function and already knew that there were no butter crabs nearby. After searching for a while, Su Xiangyu really didn't find another butter crab. You really got me, I didn't find any butter crabs in the neighborhood. Su Xiangyu was a little disappointed and turned back to Li Rui. Why are you so lucky lately? What the hell is the reason for this In the last few days, Li Rui caught king razor clams, green crabs, tiger crabs and butter crabs again. It could be said that in the recent days, Li Rui's luck was simply heaven-defying. Li Rui casually found a reason. I dived to worship Mazu. He had a statue of Mazu placed in his house. In the coastal area, many people's homes were decorated with various idols. There are rules for placing Mazu statues. His family's Mazu statue was placed high up in the living room of his home, with its face facing the front door, surrounded by flowers, fruits, and incense burners. Because Li Rui is more of a believer in Mazu. Therefore, from time to time, Li Rui would offer incense to the Ama statue and clean up the environment around the Ama statue. So that's how it is. Su Shangyue believed it. I'll dive back and worship Ama too. The tide is coming in, let's go back. Li Rui said after finishing his cigarette. When Su Shangyue heard this, she immediately became anxious. Don't, tonight you are so lucky, let's continue to catch the sea. It's possible that the next time you catch the sea, you won't have such good luck. Tonight, when she followed Li Rui to catch the sea, it was like picking up money. She didn't want it to end so soon. You look at our bucket. Li Rui shook his head and smiled. Su Shangyue looked down, covered her mouth and said, both of our buckets are full? Li Rui hummed, you just realized it. When I came, why didn't I bring a snakeskin pocket? Su Shangyue slightly blamed herself and said. What do you say at this moment? When I came, I asked you to bring another bucket, you said there is no need for that, one bucket is enough. Li Rui said with a smile. Su Shangyue shot back with a stern face, who knows, we will be so lucky tonight. After saying that, Su Shangyue secretly chagrined, next time I come out with you to catch the sea, I will bring a snakeskin pocket. Don't be chagrined, there is a long way to go, you have to eat your meal one bite at a time. Li Rui picked up a heavier bucket and walked in the direction of home. Speaking of eating, I'm really hungry, I don't know if Guagua has had dinner yet. Su Xiangyu carried a lighter bucket and walked beside Li Rui. I'll know when I go back. Li Rui returned. Glancing at the contents of the bucket, Su Shangyue hemmed and hawed, this is too light. Li Rui cried and laughed, that bucket in your hand, at least it must weigh more than 20 pounds. You actually said light. Su Shangyue tilted her head and said, it is light. Chapter 30 Emotional Outburst. The heavier it is, the more money there is. Su Xiangyu delicately hummed, I want to be a little rich woman. Just after the words were said, Su Shangyue felt her stomach flatten with hunger. She looked at Li Rui with a smile and asked, what do you want to eat at night? I'll make it for you and we'll drink a couple of glasses later. Didn't you just catch 3 butter crabs? Just do butter crab to eat. Li Rui flirted. Snap. Before Li Rui finished his words, Su Shangyue slapped Li Rui's back. You want to eat shit. Butter crabs are expensive, you can't eat them. Su Shangyue rolled her eyes and said with a black face, we will eat sea oysters at night, sea oysters are delicious. Sea oysters are not only delicious, but also cheap. This is something that Su Shangyue didn't say out loud. Steam 3 more tiger crabs. Seafood, eat is a fresh word. Saying this, Li Rui added, Guigui is growing up, she needs to eat something nutritious. No, 3 tiger crabs must be sold for a lot of money. Su Shangyue hurriedly said. The two were chatting and had already arrived at the door of the house. The atmosphere over here was great. Chen Xiong, on the other hand, who was catching the sea, had a miserable face. How come there were only finger-sized tiger crabs? When Li Rui gave up this place, I said that he was stupid, but now it seems that Li Rui might have known that there are no adult tiger crabs here. Damn, I've been working for nothing. Seeing that the tide was rising, Chen Xiong ran to an area and picked up the worthless spicy snails. Adult married men are very hard. Earn money, okay. If you can't make money, go home and your wife will usually criticize you. Chen Xiong knows it well. Grass, tonight he wasted too much time on that mudflat and the location of the tiger crab nest, causing him to not pick up much tonight. When he went back at night, how was he going to explain to that yellow-faced woman? Thinking about this problem, Chen Xiong was worried. The door is unlocked, Mom should be in our house. Li Rui saw that the door of his house was open, so he knew that his mom Li Fang was inside. The two walked into the door, and immediately smelled the aroma of a bone stew. Approaching the kitchen, Li Rui saw that his mom Li Fang was putting the pot of stewed bones and potatoes into a large bowl. Mom, why are you cooking? Li Rui was a little distressed. Didn't Mom want to do what she could for you? Mom doesn't have much money and can't give much money, so she can only do small things for you and Xiangyu. Li Fang had a kind smile on her face. Li Fang put down the spatula, carrying a large bowl filled with bone-stewed potatoes, and walked in the direction of the living room. For the past 2 years or so, my son has been no good and has been addicted to gambling. Xiangyu didn't divorce her son. She was grateful to Xiangyu. Saying anything, she had to do something for Xiangyu. Mom, let me do it. Su Xiangyu had the good sense to walk over and open her hands. You and Ruizi should go wash up. You guys have so much mud on you, how can you serve dishes? Li Fang took a step back and then bypassed Su Xiangyu and walked into the living room. Li Rui looked at Su Xiangyu and said, come on, let's go and wash up, after we're clean, we'll eat. Su Xiangyu glared at Li Rui, just know how to eat. Saying so, she ran into the living room. Mom, where is Guagua? Su Xiangyu asked with a concerned face. She is sleeping in the inner room, your father is watching, Guagua, you don't have to worry. Li Fang smiled and replied. Su Xiangyu this daughter-in-law, she is 100% satisfied. Pretty, capable, kind-hearted, and considerate. The most crucial thing was that she was unfailingly devoted to her son. It was her son Li Rui's good fortune to be able to marry Su Xiangyu. Hearing this, Li Fang lightly walked to the inner room, whispered a greeting to her father-in-law Li Dafu, and then looked at Guagua who was sleeping. At this time, Li Rui also walked in. The little one is sleeping peacefully, let's go out. Li Rui said in Su Xiangyu's ear. Su Xiangyu answered and then walked out of the inner room with Li Rui. When they arrived at the living room, Li Fang had already served Li Rui and Su Xiangyu the rice and placed the chopsticks. As soon as she saw Li Rui and Su Xiangyu, Li Fang smiled and said, wash up and start eating. Mom, where are you and Dad? Su Xiangyu asked with great confusion. Your dad and I ate at home. Li Fang replied with a smile. Young people generally don't like to eat together with the older generation. She knew that. Mom, you and Dad eat some more. Su Xiangyu persuaded. Xiang Yu, don't mind me and your dad, you and Ruizi go and wash up, quickly. Li Fang urged, her tone a little heavy. Li Rui pulled Su Shangyue's arm, let's go. Don't pull, it's getting late, your stomach has growled a few times. Upon hearing this, Su Shangyue's pretty face immediately became red. She slyly said, where is it? Soon after, the two of them simply washed up and came back to the living room. Xiang Yu, come, let's both have a drink tonight. After Su Shangyue took her seat, Li Rui brought a bottle of red wine and 2 red wine glasses. Red wine is not expensive. It is Great Wall Cabernet Sauvignon Dry Red. A bottle of 80. Mom and Dad are still here. Su Shangyue doesn't want to drink in front of her elders. What does it matter? Mom and Dad are not outsiders. Li Rui poured half a glass of red wine for both of them. Shangyue, I have to honor you a few times tonight. Su Shangyue was crying and laughing. We both have been married for several years. Why are you still like this? Li Rui said, you eat the food first. Su Shangyue picked up a piece of bone and nibbled it. She was really hungry. After eating for a while, Li Rui picked up the wineglass, stood up and gazed at Su Shangyue with deep emotion. Shangyue, these years have been hard on you. If it wasn't for your tolerance, if it wasn't for your understanding, if it wasn't for your generosity. If it wasn't for your tolerance, your understanding, and your generosity, this family would have fallen apart. This cup, I dry, you feel free. Li Rui finished the red wine in the cup in one drink. And when Su Shangyue heard these words, the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. In the past 2 years or so, Li Rui had indulged in gambling, disregarded his family, lost a lot of money, and committed a lot of misdemeanors. The grievances of which only she herself understood. Honey, don't cry. Li Rui's eyes were moist. He picked up the paper napkin on the dining table and helped Su Shangyue wipe the tears on her face. Su Shangyue pounded Li Rui's chest while choking. Li Rui, do you know how much of an asshole you were before? No. Li Rui nodded heavily, then poured him half a glass of red wine. Do you know how bad your gambling behavior was before? No. Do you know how hard it was for me to support this family alone before? No. Li Rui admitted his mistake with a good attitude. Su Shangyue wiped a handful of tears on her face and pounded her small fist on Li Rui's chest. Before, the people around me advised me to divorce you, but I didn't. Do you know how much pressure I endured? I know everything. Li Rui wiped the tears on Su Shangyue's face with a tissue. And after that, Li Rui once again lifted the red wine glass. Wife, this glass, I toast to your unrelenting love for me. In the future, you'll see how I perform. I'll do my best to let you and Guogua live a good life. Saying that, Li Rui drank the red wine in the cup again. Chapter 31. Is tomorrow here yet? After Li Rui finished his words, Su Shangyue had long been crying. You can remember what you said. Su Shangyue's hand is not stopping. Small fist has been greeted on Li Rui's chest. Don't cry, it won't look good if you cry again. Li Rui couldn't wipe away the tears on Su Shangyue's face. Su Shangyue immediately widened her eyes and angrily questioned, do you mean to say that I am not pretty? The atmosphere was a bit off. Li Rui saw this and immediately waved his hand and said, I don't have it. If you have, you have. Su Shangyue down heavier, whacked Li Rui chest bang bang sound. Sure enough, no matter how you say a woman does not look good, the consequences are very serious. After pounding Li Rui's chest several times, Su Shangyue only withdrew her hand and dried the tears on her own face. In the future, if you dare to say that I'm not good looking again, I'll still whack you. Su Shangyue tilted her head, her nostrils inhaled, and she also hummed. Li Rui couldn't help but laugh. What the hell, you want to be the Northwest Whacking King? Ah. You are right, I really want to be the Northwest Whacking King. Su Shangyue coldly said, Li Rui, you want to be too good to me, I still want to whack you. After saying that, Su Shangyue couldn't hold it in any longer. She laughed herself. Quickly eat. The food will get cold later. Li Rui pinched a piece of bone into Su Xiangyu's bowl. You eat too, you are more tired than me tonight. Su Xiangyu also pinched a piece of bone into Li Rui's bowl. The two of them ate and drank wine at the same time. And outside, Li Fang was shocked when she saw the 2 buckets of seafood. Oh my god! How come the barrels are bursting again? Li Fang bent down and took a closer look at the contents of the barrels. When she saw the butter crab in the bucket, she was even more surprised. Butter crab, this thing can be expensive. A half-catty butter crab can cost several $100, even more than $1,000. Moving a chair, Li Fang began to sort the contents of the bucket into different categories. Li Fang is a person who can't be bothered. When she had nothing to do, she liked to find things to do, which was very different from the young people nowadays. The things of the older generation, sometimes there was no suffering hard to eat. The younger generation, on the other hand, likes to enjoy the blessings they don't have. Guagua woke up at this time and bounced to the living room. "Little baby, why are you awake?" As soon as Li Rui saw Guagua, he put down his dishes, quickly walked to Guagua, and lifted Guagua up. He hadn't completely washed his body, so he didn't take Gogo into his arms. Guagua sniffed his nose, then with a bitter little face, deflated his mouth and said, "Poop stinks, his body smells like smoke, and poop doesn't keep his word." Li Rui was amused by these words. A child's nose is too sensitive. Just as soon as Li Rui got close to Guagua, Guagua's little nose smelled the smell of smoke on Guagua's body. "Guagua, don't be angry." Li Rui laughed out loud. Wanting Gogo not to be angry, it was very simple. Gogo's two big thieving eyes dribbled, then she raised the index finger of her right hand, unless Popa promised to buy Gogo an ice cream and a lollipop. Su Xiangyue, who was sitting on a chair eating, snickered, "Guagua is too easy to get rid of." Li Rui immediately promised, "Yes, Popa will buy you an ice cream and lollipop tomorrow." Hearing this, Guagua stretched out her fleshy little finger. "What do you mean by this?" Li Rui was puzzled. "Come on, pull the hook and hang yourself, don't change for 100 years, whoever changes is a puppy," Gogo said in a serious manner. Li Rui skimmed his mouth and said with a smile, "Is there no basic trust between people?" Gogo Blue urged, "Hurry up. Do not let the fruit really angry." Seeing Gogo in this manner, Li Rui glanced at Su Xiangyue and said that this child follows you and gets angry when he doesn't move. But the next moment, Li Rui used his little thumb to hook Gogo's little thumb. The two said in unison, "Pull the hook and hang yourself, 100 years not to change, who changes who is a puppy." Only after this was done did Guagua's heart feel solid. Guagua reminded, "Pupa, tomorrow remember to buy me ice cream and lollipops yo, tomorrow if you do not buy, you will become a puppy." Li Rui put Guagua down, squatted down and looked at Guagua flatly and said, "Don't worry, tomorrow daddy will definitely buy you ice cream and lollipops." Hearing ice cream and lollipops, Guagua stuck out her little tongue and flaunted her mouth. Drool almost flowed out of her little mouth. "Li Rui, come over and eat," Su Xianyu shouted. At this time, Li Dafu then walked out from the bedroom stretching his back. "Rui Z, you go eat, I'll watch Guagua." Li Dafu made a wink and told Li Rui to go eat. "That's fine, I'll go eat." Li Rui just sat down, before he picked up his chopsticks. Da day day. Guagua then ran to Li Rui's side with a 6-parent pace. Only to see her fleshy little hand, she slapped Li Rui's thigh twice, and looked at Li Rui with a longing face. "Poa, are we there tomorrow?" The current Guagua didn't have much of a concept of time yet. Li Rui cried and laughed, "It's not here yet." "Oh, it's not here yet." Guagua was a little disappointed. She then ran to the corner of the living room and played with her toys. But not a moment later, Guagua did her 6-parent pace again and ran to Li Rui's side, and just like just now, with a longing face, she locked eyes with Li Rui. "Poa, is tomorrow here yet?" "Not yet." Li Rui shook his head and smiled. "Guagua, it's dawn before tomorrow." Opposite Su Xiangyue couldn't help but blankly glance at Guagua, this little greedy cat. "I'm afraid what's in her heart at this moment is all about ice cream and lollipops." "Hasn't it arrived yet?" Gogo lowered her head and deflated her little mouth. Back and forth like this for several times, until Guagua was tired and closed her eyes in a daze, fast asleep. Her little mouth was still muttering about whether tomorrow is here yet. Li Dafu held Guagua in his arms, walked over to Li Rui's side and warned with a dark face, "If you dare not to buy ice cream and lollipops for Guagua tomorrow, be careful, I'll fix you." Li Rui quickly said, "Dad, I will definitely buy ice cream and lollipops for Guagua tomorrow, I won't forget." Hearing Li Rui say this, only then did Li Dafu hold Guagua and enter the inner room. After eating, Li Rui and Su Xiangyue cleaned up the table together. The two of them walked out of the living room and saw Li Fang sorting out the things they picked up from tonight's sea drive. "Mom, it's so late, you and Dad should quickly go back. You don't have to work anymore, Li Rui and I can do it," Su Xiangyue hurriedly said. "It doesn't matter, your father and I are old, we can't sleep at night, we're in high spirits now, if I don't do something, I'll be in a panic." Li Fang had a big smile on her face. As the old one, she was happy to do what she could for the young one. Li Rui also persuaded Li Fang to go back quickly. However, Li Fang insisted on sorting out the things they had picked up from tonight's sea drive. Ruizi, in the future, when you go to Yutao's place to sell seafood again, don't mix it up, Yutao will give you a lot less money. Li Fang showed her mercenary side. Life in the world, not mercenary, cannot, easy to lose. At her age, she understands this. Chapter 32. There is no end. Mom, you are old and knowledgeable, what level of butter crab are those 3 butter crabs? Li Rui asked with excitement. The reason he wanted to figure this out was because he didn't want to be pitched. Yutao, the fishery goods dealer in their village, was ghostly. He was afraid of being pitted by Yutao when he went to sell those seafood. The difference in the quality of butter crabs determined the difference in price. Top-grade butter crabs, a half a catty or so, about 1,000 to 1,500. Larger sizes can even reach 2,000. And special-grade butter crabs, a half a catty or so, the price is only 800 to 1,000. First-grade butter crabs, the price is more affordable. The first-grade butter crabs are more affordable, only 300 to 400 for a half catty or so. I will take the dishes to the kitchen, you and Mom talk. Su Shangyue took the dishes in Li Rui's hands and walked towards the kitchen. It was getting late, she had to strive to finish her work early and rest early. Li Rui hummed. Li Fang, on the other hand, picked up a butter crab, pointed to the various parts of the butter crab and explained. Ruizi, look at the color of this butter crab, it's golden yellow, filled with butter in all parts from the shell to the legs, the color is even and bright. It also feels heavy in the hand, this is because its interior is filled with thick butter and the meat is firm. This feature is completely in line with all the characteristics of a top-quality butter crab, so it is a top-quality butter crab. The price of this one is around 1,300. The price of the other bigger one, around 1,800. Li Fang spoke very slowly. Li Rui listened very carefully. The smaller one, which was much cheaper, could be sold for 500 at most. To judge the level of butter crab, you can judge from 3 aspects. One is the appearance of the color, the more yellow the color, the higher the quality. The second is the fullness, the fuller the body of the butter crab, the higher the quality. The third is the feel, the heavier the butter crab, the higher the butter contained in the body. Li Rui nodded and took down all the words her mother said. Li Fang had a happy smile on her face. She went on to say, Ruizi, you are really lucky, the top butter crabs were actually picked up by you. People in our village haven't picked up any top quality butter crabs for a few years now. As she spoke, Li Fang sorted the contents of the bucket into different categories. Her hands almost always stopped. Li Rui sat down next to her mom, Li Fang, and also started to sort the things in the bucket. Hey! The fisherman on Yueya Island suffered. It's not easy to pick up something good, but the fishmongers press the price to death, and Yutao, the fishmonger from our village, likes to do this. Li Fang sighed. Mom, tomorrow, if the price given by Uncle Yu is not fair, I will find another way to sell. I don't believe that without Butcher Zhang, I can still eat pigs with hair. Li Rui also understands Yutao's behavior. The island is not like the land, there are many sales channels. Li Fang laughed bitterly, Ruizi, we have already formed an unwritten rule on Yueya Island, a village's seafood can only be sold to designated seafood vendors. If you want to find another way, it's hard. At this time, Li Dafu walked out from the living room. Guogui is asleep, so don't worry about it. When Li Dafu saw that Li Rui was about to open his mouth to ask about Guogui, he had already opened his mouth in advance. Ruizi, you can't gamble anymore in the future, understand? Li Fang instructed in a stern tone. When these words came out, Li Rui had mixed feelings in his heart. In his last life, because he was addicted to gambling, it led to the death of his family. In this life, how could he indulge in gambling again? Mom, I know. Li Rui replied. As the old saying goes, when a husband and wife are of one heart, dirt turns into gold. Li Fang said these words because she wanted Li Rui to be able to work together with Su Shangyue and run their home together. As a person who has been there before, Li Rui knows how difficult it is for a family to live well. Su Shangyue can give Li Rui the opportunity again and again, it is really rare. Mom, don't worry, I will live a good life with Shangyue, she is a good woman, I will never let her down in this life, I will be doubly good to her. Li Rui glanced at Su Shangyue who was washing dishes in the kitchen. That's more like it. Li Fang smiled with relief. Li Dafu didn't talk much. He had been silently doing the work. He saw the changes in his son and was happy in his heart. Before, he was really worried that Su Shangyue couldn't stand Li Rui and left Li Rui with Gogo. The two were chatting. Junzi gave Li Rui a call. Li Rui wiped the water on his hands on himself before picking up the phone. Brother Rui, 3 short of 1, come and play cards. Junzi urges urgently. Li Rui directly cursed, get lost, from now on I will never play cards. Junzi snorted coldly, Brother Rui, you don't joke with me, you are more addicted to cards than I am, how can you quit gambling? Quickly. Before Junzi finished his words, Li Rui hung up the phone. Rui Z, you did the right thing. Li Fong praised Li Rui. The family was busy until 10 o'clock at night. Li Rui placed the sorted crabs in a large pot. The tray was large and high. The crabs couldn't climb out. Mom and Dad, you guys go back, I'll pour some water into the tray. Li Rui said. Good, let's go back. Li Fong said. After Mom and Dad left, Li Rui poured a little bit of water into the big plate. The water was not very deep, not over the crab's mouth, to ensure that the crab could breathe normally. Live crabs need to be stored like this if they want to be stored for a long time. The water is too deep, the crabs cannot breathe, easy to be drowned. The water is too shallow, the crab lacks drinking water, also easy to die. The sea oyster meat was put in the freezer of the refrigerator. Li Rui, what about these pygmy snails and scallops? Su Shangyue asked beside Li Rui. I'll go get some seawater back. After Li Rui finished speaking, he carried the bucket and walked out of the house. Pygmy snails and scallops were sea creatures. They needed to live in seawater if they wanted to survive for a long time. If they were put in fresh water, they would easily die. I'll watch the kids at home, you go early and come back early. Su Shangyue looked at Li Rui's back and said. No. Li Rui returned. Catching the sea at night on Moon Island, that's the bad point. Sometimes the things you pick up can't be sold in time. Early the next morning, before the sky was completely bright, Guogua opened her big eyes. She quickly ran to Li Rui's chest. POA, are we there tomorrow? Guogua, the snacker, hadn't forgotten the promise Li Rui made to her last night. All she could think about was eating ice cream and lollipops. Li Rui opened his eyes in a daze, the corner of his mouth turned up, and he smiled and said, when Daddy gets up later, he'll buy you ice cream and lollipops. How long will it be again later? Doubt was written all over the inside of Guogua's 2 large eyes. Waiting is not a specific time, waiting describes a short period of time. Li Rui touched Gogo's little head. In the middle of the night last night, he vaguely heard Gogo seemingly say in his ear, Pupa, are we there tomorrow? He didn't expect Gogo to do so early this morning. It seems that you can't easily agree to the requests of small children, otherwise, they will keep rambling back and forth in your ear endlessly. Chapter 33 Satisfied. POA, Guogua wants to ride a horse, he. Guogua climbed onto Li Rui, then his little butt and body swayed, his little mouth sang 2 lines, my grassland my horse, I want to juggle. Li Rui was happy. Where did you learn these from? Li Rui asked curiously. The voice was very small. He was afraid to wake up Su Shangyue. I learned it on my cell phone. Guogua said with a smile, Pue, Guogua grew up and wants to go horseback riding. When you grow up, Dad will take you to ride a horse. Li Rui casually said. Guogua stretched out her little thumb again, come on, take the hook and hang yourself for 100 years. Li Rui used his finger to point at Guogua's little head, you just know that you can't change for 100 years. That's what he said on his lips. But next, Li Rui still used his little thumb to hook up with Guogua's little thumb. Pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years and don't change, who changes, who's a puppy? Gogo said it very seriously. Li Rui, however, had a crying smile on his face. This little guy, also too serious. Maybe in Gogo's world, growing up to ride a horse is very important to her. Pupa, are we there later? When will Gogo get to eat ice cream and lollipops? Gogo thought about ice cream and lollipops again. As long as she didn't get ice cream and lollipops, she would keep asking. It was something very, very important to her. Suddenly, Su Shangyue on the bed opened her eyes, and she glared at Gogo, saying in a bad mood, are you finished or not? Dad promised to buy you ice cream and lollipops, so Dad will buy you ice cream and lollipops, what's your hurry? She didn't sleep well and was woken up. The mood is a bit bad. But Gogo wanted to eat now. Gogo immediately wimped out, she rode on Li Rui, drooped her head, pouted her little mouth, and said weakly. The sky is still light, wait until it's light. Su Shangyue said with a pretty face. Gogo opened her mouth. She wanted to ask when it would be dawn. But Su Shangyue glared again and said in a stern tone, if you keep asking, you won't be able to eat ice cream and lollipops today. Gogo was so scared that her hands hastily covered her little mouth. This is not good. Gogo won't ask again, really. Gogo belabored up in her heart. Sleep. Su Xiangyu's tone of voice was still harsh. Oh. Like a child who made a mistake, Gogo tiptoed down from Li Rui's body and her body lay flat on the bed. She stopped talking and didn't sleep. Her eyes were wide open, expecting the sky to lighten up soon. An hour later, the sky dawned. Su Shangyue straightened up, stretched and yawned. She sat on the bed and secretly blamed herself. Last night when she was rushing to the sea, if I hadn't knocked the sea oysters, I would have been able to pick up something else. Sea oyster meat is just too cheap. A catty is only about $10. There will be a long time to come, we can still go to catch the sea today. Li Rue smiled. Recently, this time, you were lucky, you have to hurry to catch the sea, after this village cannot have this store. Su Shangyue said with gusto. Yesterday she took a vacation. She doesn't have to work today. Papa Gogo looked at Li Rue blearily. Li Rue understood what she meant in a second. Let's get up and wash up. We will go to the kiosk now to buy you ice cream and lollipops. Gogo was so excited to hear this. She numbly climbed up from the bed. And then, her little body was silky smooth as she slid from the edge of the bed to the floor. Papa, here are your slippers, put them on. Guogua got down on the floor and after finding Li Rue's slippers, she neatly placed them in front of the bed. Li Rue was again made to cry and laugh by this little guy. Su Shangyue shook her head, and then spat out, snack goods. After washing up, Li Rue held Guogua's hand and walked in the direction of Tian Xiaoyu's house. Tian Xiaoyu's house was the only kiosk in the village. Poop, why are you so slow? Hurry up, hurry up. As soon as Guogua shook off Li Rue's big hand, he took his short legs and scuffed forward. Arriving at Tian Xiaoyu's house, Guogua shouted in a milky voice, Aunt Xiaoyu, I want to buy something. The little guy is not timid at all. Tian Xiaoyu was frying egg fried rice in the kitchen. When she heard Guogua's voice, she tied on her apron, turned down the fire of the gas stove, and walked out of the kitchen. It's Guogua. Mom brought you shopping again. Tian Xiaoyu opened her family's hut containing various groceries, then walked in. It's not Mama, it's POA. Gogo wiggled her little butt proudly. She followed closely behind Tian Xiaoyu. Tian Xiaoyu froze. How could it be that gambler Li Rue? Li Rue gambled day and night. Li Rue never seemed to bring Gogo to her house to buy anything. Xiaoyu, take an ice cream and a lollipop. At this time, Li Rue walked into her house. Li Rue? It's actually really you? Tian Xiaoyu ate a hard shock and marveled in her heart. The sun has come out of the west today. Li Rue knew why Tian Xiaoyu had such an expression. His heart sank. Previously, he had not brought Gogo to her family's kiosk to buy things. It was stated in advance that no credit would be given. Tian Xiaoyu looked at Li Rue and said coldly. Li Rue had already bought several hundred on credit at her house. She would not let Li Rue come to her house on credit again. Xiaoyu, I'll settle all the accounts I had on credit before today. Li Rue said. Really? Tian Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and asked with some disbelief. Li Rue couldn't help but laugh. Of course it's true. Is his character that bad? Seemingly, before, his character was really that bad. No wonder people didn't believe him. In a few moments, Tian Xiaoyu took out an ice cream from her family's refrigerator and handed it to Guogua. It's ice cream. As soon as Guogua saw the ice cream, her eyes lit up. Her two little hands quickly gripped the end of the ice cream, then opened her mouth wide and bit down on it vigorously. Now, Gogo was satisfied. Tian Xiaoyu was about to get the lollipop. Gogo, however, was eating the ice cream while muttering, Auntie Xiaoyu, there's still the lollipop, don't you forget. I won't forget. Tian Xiaoyu smiled and picked up a lollipop and put it in front of Li Rue. Xiaoyu, how much did I pay on credit at your house before? Li Rue took the lollipop and asked. Tian Xiaoyu took out a small book from a drawer and flipped to the 8th page. After she glanced at it, she looked up at Li Rue and said, You have a total of $563 on credit at my house before and after, plus today's, a total of $567. Li Rue did not say anything, directly swept the code, swept 507. Xiaoyu, before in your house on credit for so long, too embarrassed. Li Ruwei still wants to have a good relationship with the village people. What kind of words are these? Tian Xiaoyu saw that Li Ruwei gave 570, and immediately smiled. We are all from the same village, helping each other, isn't it right? Li Ruwei picked up Gogo and said goodbye to Tian Xiaoyu. Okay, you're still cooking. You go and get busy. We will leave first. Hearing this, Tian Xiaoyu smelled a smell of burnt rice. My egg fried rice. Tian Xiaoyu hurriedly rushed to her kitchen. Just now, she had turned the gas stove's fire down so low that she thought she would go back soon, but who would have thought? Chapter 34. You can't even lay low if you want to. After walking out of the front door of Tian Xiaoyu's house, Wugwa ate ice cream while signaling Li Ruwei to squat down. Pupa, quickly squat down, Gogo wants to ride on your neck. Gogo said with a smile. Li Ruwei skimmed his mouth and helplessly laughed. This little guy of yours has quite a lot of demands. Just after the words were said, Li Ruwei squatted down next to Guagua. POA, Guagua is coming up. Guagua's two eyes smiled into the shape of a crescent moon, and after splitting her legs, she rode on Li Ruwei's neck in a flash. Li Ruwei stood up and walked in the direction of home. At this time, Guagua hummed. Shoes are broken, hat is broken, a fan is broken. Li Ruwei spat in his heart. This little guy knows quite a lot. At 8 o'clock, the kindergarten bus came to the door of the house on time. Before getting on the bus, Guagua was carrying her book bag. Her small hand waved her hand, signaling Li Ruwei to squat down again. Poop, quickly squat down. What do you want to do again? Li Ruwei asked curiously. While asking, Li Ruwei still honestly squatted beside Guagua. Moo ma. Coldly, Guagua's small lips kissed Li Ruwei's right cheek. Pupa, bye. After Guagua kissed, he took his short little legs and ran onto the kindergarten school bus with a ta-da-da-day. On the school bus, the kindergarten teacher pulled Guagua onto the bus. Li Ruwei was reluctant to leave and waved his hand at Gogo. Li Ruwei just approached his yard, Su Shangyue said with a face of excitement. Li Ruwei, let's go sell those seafood and see how much money we can sell. As soon as she thought that she was going to earn a few $1,000s again, the smile on Su Shangyue's face could no longer be hidden. Let's go sell those seafood. Li Ruwei said with gusto. Moving the butter crabs and other things onto his own tricycle, Li Ruwei stood beside the tricycle, always feeling that something was wrong. Su Shangyue asked with a puzzled face, Li Ruwei, what's wrong with you? Let's go to Uncle Yu's house like this, isn't it too ostentatious? Li Ruwei hand stroked his chin and said. Li Ruwei hand touched his chin and said, it's not too much of a show. Su Shangyue did not think so. As the old saying goes, be quiet and get rich. The village people see us dragging so many seafood to sell, will certainly be red. Li Ruwei thought about it and said. Hate you have, laugh at you without. This is the true portrayal of rural people. Su Shangyue is not worried at all. What is this, so many seafood, is our own pickup, others see, I read, is their thing, and we have nothing to do. The best thing is to make a big fortune. I don't want us to go to the sea next time, followed by a reinforced platoon. Li Ruwei insisted. Hearing Li Ruwei say this, Su Shangyue was a bit flustered. If she and Li Ruwei went to the sea next time, followed by a large group of people, it would be a big deal. Li Ruwei found a piece of gray fabric and covered the seafood in the tricycle basket. Let's go to Uncle Yu's house. Li Ruwei got into the car. Okay. Su Shangyue climbed into the basket of the tricycle. Before Li Ruwei drove, he asked, are you holding it steady? Su Shangyue smiled and answered, hold it steady. Life finally has a head start. Hearing these words, Li Ruwei twisted the tricycle's gas pedal and the tricycle quickly sped out. Meanwhile, in the yard of Yu Tao's house, there were a few people selling the things they picked up from last night's sea drive. Chen Xiong was in the crowd, his head drooping, his face disheveled. Chen Xiong, what good things did you pick up last night? Let me see. Second master who walked over to Chen Xiong and looked into the bucket in Chen Xiong's hand. It doesn't matter if you don't look. Once you look at it, the whole person of the second master who was dumbfounded. How come there are only a few mussels and some spicy snails? Chen Xiong, what you picked up last night is not as much as what I picked up. The second master who laughed, revealing a few teeth in his mouth. Chen Xiong is a well-known fishing expert in their happy village. Last night, Chen Xiong seemed to have bad luck. As soon as second master whose words fell, several middle-aged women in the small courtyard surrounded Chen Xiong. The few of them were like sparrows, chattering non-stop. It was really true. Last night Chen Xiong had picked up a few mussel shells and a few pounds of spicy snails. Chen Xiong's luck was too bad last night. I even picked up a few crabs last night. The words of the townspeople made Chen Xiong feel ashamed. At the moment, Chen Xiong was depressed when he thought about what happened last night. Last night, he was on that mudflat, using a shrimp extractor to smoke skeleton shrimp, and froze without catching a single skeleton shrimp. Immediately after that, he found that the two of them, Li Rui and Su Xiangyue, had caught 20 to 30 pounds of tiger crabs in a reef area. At that time, he was overjoyed. But as a result, in that reef area, he had only caught dozens of tiger crabs that were the size of a small thumb. Such small tiger crabs can't be sold for money at all. There was an unwritten rule in Happiness Village. Crabs caught with small thumbs must be released. When he got home, his wife, Su Lanji, saw that he hadn't picked up anything of value and either beat or scolded him. I was just unlucky last night. Chen Xiong scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. He has to continue like this. Sooner or later, his wife Su Lanji would kick him out to work. As they were talking, Li Rui rode his family's tricycle, carrying Su Xiangyue, and arrived at Yu Tao's family's small yard. Su Lanji happened to walk in. Li Rui, Xiangyue, you guys picked up a lot of stuff last night. Coming to Yu Tao's house, you actually drove your family's tricycle here. Su Lanji said in an unsympathetic manner. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes in the small courtyard gathered on Li Rui and Su Xiangyue. When Li Rui saw so many people, he said, "Come on, you can't keep a low profile even if you want to." Sister-in-law Lanji, I didn't pick up anything last night either. Li Rui smiled back. If that's the case, then why did you come to Uncle Yu's house early this morning and ride a tricycle over here? Su Lanji believed it. Li Rui is a half-assed person who only knows how to play cards all day long, and catching the sea is not his strong point. Li Rui heard Su Lanji's flirtation. So he directly disliked, I'm happy, what do you care? You control your family Chen Xiong on the line, I and you do not have half a penny relationship. How do you talk? Su Lanji's face immediately sank. The dog is meddling with the rats. Li Rui jumped off the tricycle. Su Lanji's lungs were about to explode. She exasperatedly yelled, I'd like to see how many things you're going to sell later. This time, Li Rui no longer ignored Su Lanji. Why don't you say anything? Is it because you didn't pick up much last night either? Su Lanji grunted twice. None of your business. Li Rui is not a soft persimmon, he will not be spoiled when others choke him. Su Lanji's teeth itched with anger. Chen Xiong looked at his wife Su Lanji, said wife, last night Li Rui and Su Xiangyue two couples really picked up a lot of good things. The tiger crabs alone, both of them picked up 20 to 30 pounds. Xiangyu, why did you follow Li Rui to catch the sea last night? Mrs. Hohat asked with a concerned face. Last night, Li Rui asked me to take leave and follow him to catch the sea, so I asked our leader for leave. Su Xiangyue also jumped down from the tricycle. When Guihua's sister-in-law heard this, her entire body was dumbfounded. Isn't Xiangyu fooling around? Catching the sea nowadays doesn't earn you a few dollars at all. Taking time off work, specifically for the purpose of catching the sea, is too uneconomical. Chapter 35 Untruthfulness. Unprofessionalism. Su Lanji coldly glanced at Su Xiangyue. Su Xiangyue and Li Rui didn't have time to say anything. Hohat's wife disliked angrily, Su Lanji, how do you talk? People Xiangyu at least have a job at work. What about you? You eat and sleep at home all day long. How can you say that Xiangyu is not doing her job? Auntie Lotus also helped, Su Lanji, don't make a fuss over nothing. Su Xiangyue has a good reputation in Happiness Village. So when she encounters something, there are people who are willing to help her. Su Lanji was furious and red in the face. Su Lanji, my wife can do whatever she wants, it's your turn to say anything? Li Rui also rebuked Su Lanji. Chen Xiong, why don't you say something? These people are bullying your wife, you're blind, didn't you see it? Su Lanji tugged on Chen Xiong's arm and said fiercely. Chen Xiong squeezed out a smile on his face, you don't know them. Su Lanji's anger became even worse. She directly scolded, useless thing, I let you talk about them, not let you talk about me. In the small courtyard, most people sold the seafood they picked up last night and didn't leave. They wanted to see how many things Li Rui had picked up last night. When other people came to sell their seafood, they came with buckets. Li Rui, on the other hand, came in a tricycle. This greatly aroused their curiosity. Chen Xiong, mussels are $10 a catty, spicy snails are $15 a catty. You have a total of 3 pounds of mussels and 4 pounds of spicy snails here, a total of $90. Yu Tao put $90 in front of Chen Xiong. Su Lanji went forward and dragged the $90 into her hand and then put it into her pocket. She directly counted Chen Xiong in front of the crowd. Today you catch the sea. If you earn so little again, you will sleep on the sofa at night. What can you do with $90 now? It is not even enough for a meal. Chen Xiong shrunk his head, his heart was very stifled. Li Rue looked at the people who had finished selling the seafood and said in confusion, "Why don't you guys leave yet?" He really didn't want others to see how much he had picked up by rushing to the sea last night. It was only when he was muffled that he could not easily cause others red eyes. Just now, Su Lanji repeatedly looked for trouble with their family because of the red-eye disease. The last 2 days he caught the sea and picked up a lot of good stuff. We want to see how many things you and your wife picked up last night when you rushed to the sea. Su Lanji said this with a sneer in her eyes. At this moment, Yu Tao stood up from the small stool, walked to Li Rue and said with a smile, "Ruizi, let's see what kind of goodies are loaded on the back of your tricycle." Yu Tao went up and lifted the gray fabric on the tricycle. All of a sudden, the seafood above, a glimpse of the exposed in the crowd's line of sight. The crowd looked jaw-dropped. My goodness, last night Xiao Rui and Xiang Yu went to catch the sea, actually picked up so many things. There are pig snails, scallops, tiger crabs, and the legendary butter crab. The village has not had any butter crabs for many years now. Su Lanji was dumbstruck. Chen Xiong's eyes were straight. "Ruizi, come on, smoke a huazi." Yu Tao fished out a huazi from his pocket and handed it to Li Rue with a smile. With this acquisition, he could make a lot of money. Li Rue did not take the cigarette. Seeing this, Yu Tao heatedly smiled. "Ruizi, Guodua has gone to school, what are you still afraid of? Quickly take it. Uncle will light it for you." "Uncle Yu, there is no hurry, you first give a price." Li Rue is not in a hurry to sell. "Ruizi, we are all from the same village, I give the price is absolutely fair." Yu Tao's words on the surface are still very smooth. He walked to the side of the tricycle, pointing to the 3 wheels above the seafood. One by one offer, piglet snail $15 a catty, scallops $5 a catty. These specifications: small tiger crab 50 a catty, medium size 100 a catty, large 200 a catty. As for these 3 butter crabs, for the small one, I'll offer $100, for the slightly larger one, I'll offer $800, and for that larger one, I'll offer $1,000. The crowd listened to Yu Tao's offer and once again, their jaws dropped. Su Lanji even shoved her husband Chen Xiong a hand. "You useless thing, look at people catching the sea to pick up how many good things." "Uncle Yu, the price you quoted is too low." Li Rue looked up at Yu Tao. This goods as a seafood dealer, surely can see the quality of those 3 butter crabs at a glance. The price he offered was not normally low. There was absolutely no way that Li Rue would sell these seafood to him at such a low price. Not low, really not low. Yu Tao has a serious face. "Ruizi, it's just you, if someone else came, I couldn't possibly give such a high price." "Uncle Yu, since you say so, then I will go back." Li Rue was ready to get on the tricycle and drive back. Seeing this, Yu Tao hurriedly tugged on Li Rue's arm with his hand. "Uncle will give you more, all these things. Uncle will give you $5 more, Uncle will buy them at such a high price, he may lose money." When Li Rue heard this, he didn't say anything and directly got into his family's tricycle. "Xiang Yu, get on the car," Li Rue shouted. Su Xiangyue got into the basket of the tricycle. Yu Tao was anxious. "Ruizi, what are you doing? Why don't you sell it even though the price given by Uncle is so sincere?" Li Rue didn't want to listen to Yu Tao's bullshit. He twisted the tricycle's gas pedal, and the tricycle quickly drove out of the gate of Yu Tao's house. "Humph, I'll wait for you to bring the stuff back to me again." Yu Tao snorted coldly in his heart. Yesterday, he had a meal with the seafood traders from several nearby villages. During the meal, he and a few other seafood traders agreed that everyone should not cross the border to acquire seafood. Even if Li Rue approached Er Junzi of Liwang Village and asked Er Junzi to sell on his behalf, the seafood vendors of Liwang Village could not acquire Li Rue's seafood. Taking a step back, the Liwang Village's seafood vendor gave a lower acquisition price than him. Others were muttering in whispers. "These last 2 days, Li Rue's luck is too good. Next time he goes to catch the sea, let's follow him, he'll eat meat and we'll drink soup. Yes, next time he goes to catch the sea, we will follow him." On the way home, Su Shangyue had some doubts. Li Rui, if we don't sell these things to Uncle Yu, who will we sell them to? Can a living person be suffocated by urine? Yu Tao, that cargo was really too pitiful. The price he gave is not honest at all. I want to think of a way to sell these things to someone else. Li Rui thought about the way out of selling these things. We have to be quick. These things should not be in our hands for too long. I'm afraid they will die. Su Shangyue considered the reality. Seafood, eat is a fresh word. Dead seafood, the price will be greatly reduced. After returning home, Li Rui sat on his own sofa and prepared to give Junzi a call. At this time, Junzi, who was built like a sparrow, happened to ride an electric car and came to Li Rui's house. Brother Rui, go play cards. As soon as Junzi approached the living room of Li Rui's house, he rubbed his hands together and encouraged Li Rui to go play cards with him. Chapter 36, Finding the Doorway. Junzi, if you mention playing cards with me again, believe it or not, I will kick your ass. Li Rui's face chilled and raised an eyebrow. Brother Rui, what's wrong with you these 2 days? You were the one who took me to play cards before, and before that you said that playing cards is better than a living god. Junzi couldn't understand Li Rui. Li Rui waved his hand, don't mention the past. Then he changed his mind and brought the topic back to the right track. Junzi, do me a favor. Before Li Rui finished speaking, Junzi slapped his chest. Bang bang. Brother Rui, do you still not understand me? I am your loyal little brother. If you let me go east, I want to go west. If you let me shoe the ducks, I want to shoe the dogs. He said this although a little bit of meat. But it's the truth. My daughter-in-law and I caught some seafood in the sea last night, and we are worried that there is no place to sell. You help me sell those seafood. Li Rui said. When Li Rui said this, Su Shangyue held a cup of tea and put it in front of Junzi. She didn't have any good feelings towards Junzi. But what she should do on the surface, she still had to do. Giving face to her husband was giving face to herself. Sister-in-law is polite. Junzi smiled and took the teacup, turned his eyes and looked at Li Rui with great surprise. Brother Rui, you are not joking with me. Didn't you say before that dogs don't catch the sea? Why did you and your sister-in-law go to the sea last night? How did you say that? Li Rui kicked Junzi's calf. Junzi scratched his head and smiled nervously. I said the wrong thing, sorry. Li Rui said with a stern face, people have made mistakes, and now I changed my ways. A big man playing cards day and night, like what words? In the future you do not play cards. Ah. Junzi ate a hard shock. What the hell? I told you not to play poker from now on you don't play poker. Li Rui stood up and kicked Junzi's ass. 7 or 8 years ago, Junzi and Li Rui went to a high school in the city. Once, Junzi was bullied by a classmate. Seeing that, Li Rui rushed up and beat those bullying students away. From then on, Junzi became Li Rui's loyal little brother. What Li Rui did, Junzi did. To Junzi, Li Rui's words were more effective than his parents' words. Brother Rui, I'll listen to you, I won't play cards from now on. Junzi nodded his head obediently. Back to the topic, can you help me sell seafood to your village? Li Rui asked in a good-natured manner. Junzi slapped his thighs and staggered. Brother Rui, an dog in our village is a black-hearted peddler. What are you doing selling your seafood to him? My sister is now the boss lady of Jufulu. My sister can buy your seafood. Speaking here, Junzi looked down at Li Rui and his voice gradually became smaller as he spoke. For the quality of seafood, my sister has higher requirements. Like what? Wild oysters ah. Spicy snails ah. Mussel shells. My sister doesn't want them all. When Li Rui heard this, he let out a long sigh of relief. Jufulu is the biggest restaurant in Harbor Town. Many people from the mainland who came to visit Lunar Island would go to Jufulu to try the food. Since Junzi's sister was now the owner's wife of the Jufu restaurant, things would be fine. Inside the living room, Su Shangyue was similarly relieved. She was very worried that the seafood they caught in the sea last night would not be sold and die. In that case, she would have to be heartbroken. Brother Rui, you found me, what to say? I have to do you this favor, no matter what you caught in the sea, I'll let my sister acquire it. Junzi very righteous said. Second Junzi, I won't let your sister have a hard time. Li Rui patted Junzi's shoulder. After saying that, he took Junzi to look at the seafood they caught last night while rushing to the sea. At the same time, at the head of the village, as soon as Yu Tao thought of those seafood that Li Rui Su Xiangyu caught last night while rushing to the sea, his heart was on fire. Those seafood should not die, especially that butter crab. Yu Tao muttered while rushing in the direction of Li Rui's house. Soon, he arrived at Li Rui's house. Ruizi, Xiang Yu, uncle will give you an honest price, and add $3 to a caddy, how about it? Yu Tao put on a cutthroat expression, this is the highest price I can give, this I have already suffered a big loss. Uncle Yu, how can I, as a junior, let you take a loss? You'd better go back. Li Rui's mouth turned away and smiled coldly. Yu Tao was anxious. He walked to Li Rui's side and chattered. Ruizi, those 3 butter crabs, all of them are of average quality. Uncle is a seafood dealer, he could tell at a glance. Uncle can give you such a high price, that is not because we are a village? Li Rui no longer pay attention to Yu Tao. Those 3 butter crabs, but the top full oil butter crab. The market price is never less than 3,000. Yu Tao opened his mouth and only gave 1,009. Yu Tao's heart really is not ordinary black ah. Now Yu Tao came over again and fooled him. Li Rui would like to say to Yu Tao, lying, continuing to lie. Uncle Yu, we're leaving, be my guest. Li Rui politely gave an expulsion order. Upon hearing this, Yu Tao also became angry. Only see Yu Tao stomped his foot, black face, okay, I would like to see who will acquire your seafood, the heart is not enough to swallow the elephant ah. In Tao's opinion, Li Rui is planning to sell his family's seafood to Laiwang village. This way is not possible. Previously, he and Chen Ergu of Laiwang village had an agreement. Their seafood from Happiness village, Chen Ergu absolutely could not acquire it. After saying that, Yu Tao threw up his hands and left. Brother Rui, who is that old thing? Do you want me to go and fix him up? At this time, Junzi walked out from the living room, his eyes looking ferociously at Yu Tao's departing back. Li Rui immediately gave Junzi a melon crash. Oops. Junzi covered his head in pain. Li Rui glared at Junzi in a bad mood, just know that fighting and killing, you want to break the person, you can afford to pay for it? Let's just ignore him. Rui brother, this is not I want for you to export anger? Junzi smiled. You first go to Jufu building, I and your sister-in-law will be there later. Li Rui said with a cold face. Ordered. Junzi said as he gave a military salute, and then got into his electric car, rode it, and drove towards Pinggang town. When Second Junzi's motorized car passed by Yu Tao glanced at Second Junzi, then narrowed his eyes and said, isn't this the Second Junzi from Laiwang village? I know, that kid Li Rui really intends to sell his family's seafood to Laiwang village. Humph, fortunately I had prepared in advance. Yu Tao is a little proud. Just in case, Yu Tao took out his cell phone and made another call to Chen Junzi, the seafood vendor in Laiwang village. I said old you ah. How come you don't believe me so much? When have I ever broken my word? We all mix in this circle, I can break the rules. On the other end of the phone, Chen Ergo spoke impatiently. Putting away the cell phone, Yu Tao faintly smiled, and said that it is done. Chapter 37 Unmoved. At the end of the village, Li Rui and Su Shang Yue were preparing to go to the town. At this time, Li Fong carried a big bag in her hand and ran into the door of Li Rui's house in a hurry. Ruizi, Xiang Yu, did you sell the seafood you picked up last night? Li Fong was afraid that Yu Tao would pit them against each other. Yu Tao's urbane nature, she knows too well. Yu Tao's teeth are too long. Tooth too long means black heart, earn too much profit. It's an expression unique to Moon Island. Not yet. Li Rui smiled. It's good that it hasn't been sold. Li Fong patted her chest, her breath smoothed out quite a bit, then raised the large bag in her hand. I brought you some vegetables over. Inside the bag are spinach, celery, and water chestnuts. Spinach and celery, ordinary people all recognize, also ate. But shepherd's purse, very few people have heard of it. Shepherd's purse is a wild vegetable. Up to 50 centimeters high, the leaf blade is rosulate, large head pinnately divided, up to 12 centimeters long, up to 2.5 centimeters wide, the top lobe ovate to oblong. It is highly nutritious and has a high medicinal value. It has a delicious flavor and can be used to wrap dumplings, steam vegetable lumps, cold, scrambled with eggs, made into soup or below. There are a lot of water chestnuts growing on Uea Island. Those of an older generation can recognize capers at a glance. Mom, what are you doing with the stuff? Li Rui said with a cold face, but his heart was warm. How high the cost of living is now. Save what you can, Ruizi, don't spend money lavishly, you have to think more about your wife and children. Li Fang educated Li Rue in the tone of an elder. She is a person who can't be idle since she was a child. When she got old, she was even more idle. In the past 2 years, if it wasn't for the fact that she had always loved Su Shangyue might have divorced Li Rue long ago. This is the importance of having a good mother-in-law. Some mothers-in-law quarrel with their daughters-in-law every day. The son is caught in the middle. Some families are ruined by their mothers-in-law. Mom, what you said, I know. Li Rue took the big bag in his mother's hand. He looked inside and exclaimed, actually have capers, this thing I especially like to eat, cold under the wine. In a short while, Li Rue put the big bag into the kitchen and returned to the yard of his house. The countryside is not like the city. The average family will have their own small yard. Ruizi, Xiangyu, let's go, I'll go with you to Yu Tao's house. Li Fang's purpose for being here today was to prevent Yu Tao from pitting her son and her daughter-in-law. Young people are thin-skinned and don't know how to bargain. She's different. She is a person who has been here before, doesn't care about face, and is very good at bargaining. Mom, we don't plan to sell these seafood to Yu Tao's family. Li Rue said. What? Li Fang froze, then surprised, not sold to Yu Tao family, sold where? The town also does not buy the seafood in the hands of the retailer. Other villages will not buy the seafood that our village people take over. Li Rue smiled and said, Mom, Junzi, do you remember? Upon hearing the name Junzi, Li Fang's face immediately darkened. Don't mention Junzi to me, isn't Junzi your poker buddy? He used to follow your ass every day and go play cards with you. Li Fang had an extremely bad impression of Junzi. In her perception, Junzi should be categorized as a fox friend. Mom, Junzi is like me, he also quit gambling, his sister is now the boss's wife of Jufulu, I plan to sell these seafood to Jufulu with his connections. Li Rue explained with a smile. If Junzi doesn't quit gambling. He broke Junzi's dog legs. Really? Li Fang was surprised. This can be false? Li Fang took out his cell phone, took a look at the time, then looked up at his mom. Li Fang said, Mom, time is not early, we have to go to sell seafood, come back, I have to catch the sea. Li Rue hurriedly got on the tricycle. Su Shangyue climbed into the carriage of the tricycle. Mom, we have to rush over, I won't serve you food and water. Su Xiangyu waved her hand at Li Fang. At the same time, Pingyang Town, Fu Manchu House, inside a luxurious office. Junzi and his sister Song Ling explained their intentions. Song Ling was tall and thin, yet her body was hot and her looks were outstanding. Today she was wearing a small black business suit, her white neck was bare and she wore a huge jade pendant around her neck. At a glance, she is a rich family's bitch. Junzi, get lost, don't bother me. Song Ling got a headache when she saw this brother of hers. Last time this brother of hers was just like this time, selling her seafood. At that time, Junzi talked a lot about the seafood he was selling. But as a result, when she took a look, it was all spicy snails, mussels, big sandy whites and the like. The stuff was not only some common seafood. And the quality wasn't great. Her family's Jufulu is doing high-end catering, and she won't want seafood that's not very good quality. Sister, this time is different, that friend of mine, Junzi, was instantly anxious. In Junzi's mind, his Rui brother's affairs were more important than his affairs. Song Ling didn't let him finish his sentence and interrupted him. Junzi, don't tell me about your fox and dog friends, what can your fox and dog friends do besides eating, drinking, and playing cards? Said, Song Ling will be too Junzi pushed out, do not bother me, I have a lot of things busy, do not have time to take care of your friends, and do not have time to take care of you. Seeing this, Junzi played a rogue. He directly lay on the sofa in his sister Song Ling's office. Today, if you don't acquire the seafood that my Rui brother brought over, I want tea leave. Junzi said in a very honorable manner. Song Ling was furious and stomped her feet. She pointed at Junzi, gritted her teeth and lowly yelled, Junzi, how can you be like this? If you keep this up, I'll have our restaurant's security blow you out. Junzi shook his head and said, as long as you are not afraid of losing face, you can do so, anyway, I am not afraid of losing face. You Song Ling angry teeth itchy. Junzi is her own brother after all. Just now she just said that. But how did she know that Junzi was soft and hard? Sister, don't be angry, you first look at my brother Rue brought over the seafood, can't you? Just give me a face. The second military son saw his sister angry not light, then climbed up from the sofa, embraced his sister's shoulders, a smiling face said. And then he pampered. Sister, okay? Just as a younger brother begged you. My brother Rui will come later, he is coming. You want to see, not even look at the seafood he brought over. In the future I still how to be a person. Erjuan Z was kind and persuasive. He used to use this trick on his sister Song Ling, the most effective. But this time, Song Ling is not moved, voice hard back. I do not see, your friends bring seafood of good things, will pass you, sold to me here? Sister, please, you just go to see it, okay? Erjunzi held Song Ling's arm with both hands, pouted and pouted again. Just then, the door to Song Ling's office was knocked on. Mr. Song, Mr. Bai was not able to deliver the seafood that our restaurant wanted today on time. The chef standing outside the door, Su Haiban, was sweating anxiously. Today at noon, their restaurant was going to receive several important customers. People have already booked the dishes. But now, their restaurant didn't even have the ingredients. As the chef of Fu Manchu restaurant, could he not be anxious? Chapter 38 Bipolar Reversal. How could Bai Koan go back on his word? Inside the office, Song Ling's eyebrows trembled in anger. Bai Koan, the biggest seafood dealer in Pinggang Town. Many restaurant owners in Pinggang Town got their ingredients from Bai Koan, who had a full range of ingredients that were very convenient. Song Ling pushed away Erjunzi and angrily shouted, "Stop it!" She was unlucky to have such a brother. Chef Su, you come in. Song Ling said in a strong and majestic manner. At this moment, she was quite a bit of a domineering female president. Wearing a white hat, wearing a chef's uniform, Su Haiban gently pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Su Haiban was white, chubby, and very solid. Erjunzi saw that his sister was so serious, so he didn't make any more noise. Mr. Song, now our restaurant is very passive. Su Haiban's face was very grave. He knew how important those important guests who came to their restaurant at noon today were to their restaurant. Song Ling took a deep breath and dialed Bai Koan's number. Song Ling held back her anger and asked with a smile, Mr. Bai, what's going on? The ingredients we want for the restaurant, how come you didn't send them over? White Koan face apologized back, Song total, sorry, yesterday's booking of the ingredients were cut off by others, the other party is very big, I cannot stop. He wanted to take this opportunity to pin down Song Ling and gain more benefits for the future. Nowadays, Jufu Lu is making a lot of money and is very popular, and he looks at it with red eyes. Mr. Bai, how can you go back on your word? Song Ling clenched her fists in anger. Sorry, I can't help it. Bai Koan acted as a smiling tiger. Song Ling wanted to solve the problem quickly, so she asked, Mr. Bai, do you have any remedies there? Bai Koan sighed a long sigh, Mr. Song, you know how difficult it is to catch wild tiger crabs nowadays, the other ingredients that your restaurant has booked, my people will send them to you as soon as possible. As for the wild tiger crabs, I really don't have any today. I can't help you. No more, I have some urgent business to attend to. Bai Koan said, and hung up the phone. Song Ling angry burst of foul language, son of a bitch, he is clearly in the pit me. Today came to their restaurant that a few VIPs, yesterday named to eat wild tiger crab. This cannot be organized Erjunzi heard, happy, sister. Song Ling is angry, her brother Erjunzi just opened his mouth, was rebuked by her, shut up. Su Haiban drooped his head, thinking that this is bad, today to offend the VIPs, Jufu Lu can be miserable. Those few VIPs are very big. Sister, listen to me to finish my words. Erjunzi isn't on the pole anymore. The poles have reversed. It's not him who's in a hurry now, it's his sister. At the moment, Song Ling is pacing back and forth in her office. Roll, can't you see that I am annoyed? Today, even if you say the sky, I will not acquire the seafood brought by your friend. Song Ling glared at Erjunzi in a bad mood. Why is this person so annoying? He doesn't have any eyesight. Right now, he's annoying himself to death, but he's buzzing around his ears like a fly. Fine, if you want me to roll, I'll roll now, I won't be in your way. The second military son hands clasped chest, toward the direction of the door, oops, Irue brother brought those wild tiger crabs can only be taken away. Once this word came out, Song Ling's body seemed to be electrocuted, shaking 2 times. Su Haiban also looked at the two Junzi with excitement, heart, the two Junzi usually quite unreliable, as much as to his sister to add to the chaos, today finally reliable a time. See the second military son out of the office door, Su Haiban hurriedly shouted, Song General, your brother went. Only at this point did Song Ling come back to her senses. Day. The next moment, Song Ling stepped on her black high heels and ran in front of Junzi, opened her arms and stopped Junzi. Junzi, your friend really brought wild tiger crabs? Song Ling's eyes were glowing. Sis, didn't you just tell me to get lost? I'll get out of the way now. Junzi pushed her sister and made a gesture to leave, but he was happy. Song Ling immediately knocked Junzi a melon crash. Quickly and honestly explain. Song Ling said with a stern face. The second soldier did not say anything, spread his hands and asked for money. Song Ling did not hesitate for a second. She took out $200 and put it into the hands of the second soldier, and said urgently, quickly say. Junzi hooked her hand, signaling her sister to give more money. Give you another 300, this money you take, if you don't say it again, I will crack your brain. Song Ling took out another $300 and put it in Junzi's hand. Sister, my friend will bring wild tiger crabs later, oh, and wild butter crabs. The second military received the money, smiling happily. Song Ling hurriedly asked, how many It won't be just one or two. Now is the sea ban, wild tiger crab and wild butter crab, too difficult to catch. Catching the sea, good luck, but can catch. But usually, just one or two. One or two tiger crabs will not solve her immediate problem. Junzi saw his sister in such a hurry. He looked up to the sky with his head held high, his head bobbing as he once again spread his hands to ask for money. Quickly say. Song Ling this time directly grabbed the second military son's ear. She twisted hard. The second military son pain. Wow, sister, let go, I said all. Humph. Seeing this, Song Ling snorted in triumph. Junzi rubbed his ears and said, green bamboo snake's mouth, wasp's tail needle, both are not poisonous, the most poisonous woman's heart. I'm not just asking you for money. I just want to ask you for some money. Seeing Song Ling again twisted his ear, Junzi backed up a step, hurriedly said, Iroi brother will bring 20 to 30 pounds of wild tiger crabs and 3 butter crabs. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Song Ling heart of that big stone finally put down. Sister, my brother Rue is like a new parent to me. When he comes, the price you give must be fair, understand? Junzi instructed with a serious face. Song Ling almost smacked Junzi's big mouth when she heard this. She blackface low roar, nonsense what, your parents are still alive, you Rue brother if you regenerate parents, then he will come, I shouted him what? I just saw a metaphor. Junzi awkwardly touched the back of the head, then he once again with a serious face instructed, sister, my Rue brother will come later, you give the price must be fair. I know. Song Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this time, Li Rue drove his family's tricycle, carrying Su Shangyue, and just happened to pass by the gate of Yu Tao's house at the head of the village. Yu Tao stood at the gate of his house, saw this scene, the corners of his mouth rose, and in his heart he couldn't stop sneering, Li Rue, you want to sell the seafood to Liwang village, but the people of Liwang village, Shen Erdog, won't accept it. Now I will wait here for you to come back. He expected that it wouldn't be long before Li Rue would come to his house with his tricycle on his ass. At that time, he will be forced to sell the seafood to him at a low price even if he tries his best to suppress the price. Uncle Yu, why aren't you in a hurry? Chen Xiong came over with his hands on his chest. Yes. Uncle Yu, why aren't you in a hurry? Li Rue is breaking the rules by doing this. Chen Xiong's daughter-in-law, Su Lanji, was high on melon seeds and also came over. Yu Tao smiled confidently. He opened his right hand, flipped it 180 degrees, and then said, Sun Monkey can't escape the palm of Buddha's hand. Chapter 39 How do you talk? Uncle Yu, why are you so confident? With that, Chen Xiong touched out a cigarette and handed it to Yu Tao with both hands. Or you kid will do it. Yu Tao is very satisfied with this, he just took the cigarette, stuffed into the mouth. Chen Xiong took out a lighter, lit up. Yu Tao inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes, swallowed the clouds and said, I and the nearby villages of the seafood dealers have agreed, who cannot acquire Li Rue take the past seafood, I and they have formed an alliance. Everyone is eating this bowl of rice, they are not going to break the rules. Just wait. It won't be long before Li Rue will honestly bring those seafood to me to sell. Chen Xiong fawned, Uncle Yu, or you have a wide range of contacts, there are means, in the future you buy my family's seafood, can you give a higher price? Hearing this, Yu Tao put his arm around Chen Xiong's shoulder and said smilingly, Chen Xiong, you are so good at being a good person, in the future you will get my family's seafood, there is no reason for me not to buy it at a high price. First, draw the pie out. This was his usual code of conduct. There is no business without treachery. If you're not cunning, you can't be a businessman. Uncle Yu, we'd like to thank you. Su Lanji's face was filled with a bright smile. After saying that, a cold smile flashed in her eyes. Even if Li Rue and Su Shangyue tossed around this morning, it was impossible for them to sell the seafood they picked up last night while driving the sea. They were tossing around blindly. Making an effort was not pleasing to the eye. Meanwhile, Li Rue and Su Shangyue arrived at the entrance of Jufu Building. Li Rue just took out his cell phone. Chen Shichang, the lobby manager of Jufu Building, came over and inquired, "What are you guys doing?" "We are here to sell seafood." Li Rue smiled back. "Sorry, our Jufu Lu does not buy seafood from retailers." Chen Shichang's eyes were contemptuous and his tone of voice was not very friendly. What do these two people in front of them think? They are such a big restaurant, how could they acquire seafood brought over by retailers? Li Rue smiled and said, "We are." Chen Shichang no longer gave Li Rue the opportunity to finish his words. He waved his hand, directly repelled, "Quickly go, do not affect our restaurant business. Today our restaurant will come to a few important guests. You are here in the way, what is the matter?" Just at this time, Junzi called. "Brother Rue, have you and your sister-in-law arrived?" Junzi asked with a cheeky smile. "I'm here, your sister-in-law and I are now at the entrance of the Gufu Building. Some people here won't let us in, and they're driving us away," Li Rue said truthfully. Chen Shichang saw that Li Rue and Su Shangyue were still not leaving. His face immediately darkened and he shouted in a deep voice, "Don't leave yet. My sister and I will come over immediately." Junzi was a little upset. After hanging up the phone, Li Rue drove his tricycle to the corner. Seeing this, Chen Shichang frowned, "Why aren't you guys leaving yet?" "I said that our hotel will not acquire the seafood that you brought here." Li Rue immediately disliked angrily, "We parked our car here, it's none of your business, this is your restaurant's chassis. Ah. Martyr, gave you face, right? How do you talk?" Chen Shichang raised his head and pointed at Li Rue. "How do you talk?" In the next moment, the icy voice of Songling, the boss's wife of the Jufu Building, came over. Day. Songling stepped on her black high heels and trotted all the way over. Junzi and Su Haiban followed closely behind Songling. "Mr. Song." Chen Shichang turned his head to look and shivered in fear. "That's my brother Rue, be polite to my brother Rue." Junzi patted Chen Shichang's head. Chen Shichang put his hands on his chest, bent his waist, lowered his head, and nodded like a chicken pecking rice, "Yes. Songling walked to the tricycle, looked at the seafood inside the tricycle compartment, and then smiled. "There are really so many wild tiger crabs, and some of them are so big." "Sister, how? I did not lie to you." The second military son came over, dejected. Su Haiban saw the seafood inside the tricycle carriage, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and at the same time took a long breath. Songling looked up at Li Rue and asked very politely, "How to call?" "My name is Li Rue, just call me Li Rue." Li Rue said. "Li Rue, let's wait here for a while," Songling said with a smile on her face, and then looked at Su Haiban, coldly instructed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly go and ask people to carry these seafood into the kitchen." Yes. Chen Shichang nodded repeatedly. Said, then ran to the kitchen. Seeing this, Li Rue asked, "How do you calculate the price?" Junzi interjected, "Sister, you must give a fair price." Songling first glared at Junzi, and then looked at Li Rue, pointing to the seafood in the tricycle with a smile on her face. "These seafood are quite good, so the price I gave is quite okay. Piglet snails, I'll offer $30 a catty. Scallops, I also offer $30 a catty. The small tiger crab is 81 pounds, the medium-sized tiger crab is 180 pounds, and the large tiger crab is 300 pounds. As for these 3 butter crabs, they are all top-quality butter crabs, the legs are oozing butter, the small one is 105, the larger one is 1005, and the big one is 2000. After reporting the price, Songling looked up, looked at Li Rue, inquired, "The price I offered, are you still satisfied?" Li Rue deliberated for a moment, then nodded, still satisfied. The price given by Songling was much higher than the price given by Yu Tao. Thanks to him calling Yu Tao with a mouthful of Uncle Yu. When people see their hometown, they cry. Yu Tao can be good. The hometown to see the hometown, behind the back to put 2 shots. Su Shangyue was full of joy. Her mouth came to Li Rue's ear, whispered, "The second military son is finally reliable a time." Soon, the seafood on the tricycle was moved to the kitchen. Pork snails 30 pounds and 5 tails were sold for $915. Scallops 21 pounds and 8 tails, sold $654. Tiger crabs before and after sold 5,332 pieces. 3 butter crabs sold for $3,650. In total, it added up to a total of $10,551 sold. Hearing this number, Su Xiangyu's head fainted. Oh my god. Last night, she and Li Ruwei had actually earned more than $10,000 by catching the sea. This was too exaggerated. To know, her monthly salary was only $4,000. Li Ruwei, counting you 1,600, you take the slip and go to the finance to collect the money. Song Ling put the approved slip in front of Li Ruwei. Honey, you take it. Li Ruwei did not take it, but looked at Su Xiangyue. Su Xiangyue's head was still a little dizzy. She hesitated for a while and her hands shook before she took the slip into her hands. Li Ruwei, in the future, if you catch any good goods, remember to bring them to our Jufu Lu to sell. This is my business card. Song Ling put her business card and placed it in front of Li Ruwei. This time, Li Ruwei put Song Ling's business card into his pocket. Mr. Song, thanks a lot. Now we're going over. Li Ruwei expressed his gratitude. In the future, if Jufu Lu purchased his family's seafood, he wouldn't be afraid that he wouldn't have a place to sell the things he picked up by catching the sea in the future. Go ahead, I hope we can cooperate often in the future. Song Ling had a polite smile on her face. Brother Rui, don't be polite to my sister. If you want to thank, it's also my sister who thanks you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid my sister would have a hard time passing this time. Out of Song Ling's office, Junzi had straight music. Afterwards, Junzi told her sister about the problems she encountered. Junzi, this is $200, you take it. Li Ruwei stuffed $200 into the pocket of Junzi. Junzi said nothing. He pushed back. Brother Ruwei, what are you doing? I can't take this money. What do you take me for? Li Ruwei glared and scared Junzi hurriedly put the money into his pocket again. If I tell you to take it, you take it, it's a referral fee. Brothers in arms, clear accounts. Second Junzi heard this, showing his teeth, straight happy. Brother Ruwei, you take me as a brother ah. Li Ruwei skimmed his mouth. Where do you come so much nonsense? Chapter 40 You that is not 1, but 5. Ruwei brother, you really quit gambling? Junzi rubbed his hands, and again guilty of card addiction, he wanted to go to rub a couple of hands. Li Ruwei stopped and stared hard at Junzi. Junzi was scared and shrunk his head. Junzi is not afraid of the world, but afraid of Li Ruwei. If you gamble again, I will crack your skull. Li Ruwei kicked Junzi's ass. Junzi stumbled and almost fell. No more gambling, I will never gamble again. The second military son smiled. On the way to the financial office, Li Ruwei turned his head and asked, the second military son, you have any dream? Junzi did not even think about it, blurted out, I want to be you. You are not one dream, you are 5 dreams. Li Ruwei shamelessly said, you that is not one dream, but 5 dreams, face value, body, temperament, talent, and charm. After saying that, Li Ruwei also couldn't help but lament. The human heart is not enough to swallow the snake. One cannot be too greedy. Junzi heard this and nodded his head repeatedly. Brother Ruwei is right. Behind him, Su Xiangyue was unable to hold back any longer. She slapped Li Ruwei's back with her hand and covered her mouth and snickered. Can you not be so narcissistic? Sister-in-law, my brother is not narcissistic at all, he is telling the truth. Junzi helped out, he said extremely seriously. In his mind, Li Ruwei was really like this. Su Xiangyue lightly laughed. Your brother Ruwei is not as good as you say. There is. Junzi said in a firm tone. A few people talked and laughed and came to the finance room of the Jufu building. The lady in the finance room saw the approval note and asked Su Xiangyue if she wanted cash or a transfer. Su Xiangyue felt that cash was too eye-catching, so she asked the finance room miss to transfer the money to her WeChat. $1,600,000 had arrived. After the money arrived, Su Xiangyue felt very unreal. A time to catch the sea, earned more than $10,000. This was something she wouldn't even dare to think about in the past. She glanced at Li Ruwei and thought about how much was appropriate to transfer to Li Ruwei. She knew that Li Ruwei had gambled outside before, owed a buttload of bills, and had maxed out his credit cards. In front of Junzi, she didn't have the heart to ask Li Ruwei how much he owed outside. Junzi, you're not young anymore, you need to find something to do. In the future you follow me to catch the sea, how about it? Li Rui wants to bring Junzi. Before, Junzi was addicted to gambling because of him. Now, he should bring Junzi along. But the premise was that Junzi didn't reject the sea drive. Catching the sea is actually quite tiring. It takes a lot of physical strength to work in the sun and wind. He didn't want his daughter-in-law to follow him to the sea too often. Junzi is a suitable candidate. Catching the sea? Junzi scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then said with a smile on his face, "Yes, I will follow you to catch the sea in the future, Brother Rui. No matter what you do, I am willing to follow you." Soon, the three of them came to the hall of Jufu Lu. At this time, the hall manager Qin Shichang saw Li Rui again, rushed to greet him in a respectful tone. "Mr. Li, just now is really sorry, offended you, you must not take it to heart." "Forget it, that matter, I have already forgotten." Li Rui doesn't want to make a grudge with others, moreover, people are now taking the initiative to come over to make amends and apologize, he can't be reasonable and unforgiving. A great man once said that one should make a lot of friends. This would be beneficial to one's development. Junzi, on the other hand, said with a straight face, "Manager Chen, in the future, my brother Rui will often come to our hotel to sell seafood. In the future, when you see him again, be polite to him, know it?" I know. Qin Shichang nodded and hailed. Out of the Jufu building, Junzi mounted the electric bike and made a gesture of calling. "Brother Rui, something, you feel free to deduct me, I go back home." Junzi intends to put the $200 that Li Rui gave him in front of his parents. He also made money. Junzi, slow down, thank you for today." Li Rui just waved his hand, while Su Shangyue said loudly, "If there is no Junzi today, the seafood that she and Li Rui picked up last night by rushing to the sea, she really doesn't know where to sell it." Junzi smiled and said, "Sister-in-law is polite, no? My brother Rui's thing is my thing, do not say, go." Said, the second military son rode the electric bike away. On the way home, Su Shangyue said to Li Rui, "How much money do you owe outside?" Li Rui was silent. There was a twinge in his heart. More than 200,000, what he did is not good, but took it to gamble. Seeing Li Rui hesitate, Su Shangyue gave Li Rui a pill. "Li Rui, no matter how much money you owed outside, as long as you are truly repentant, I am willing to accompany you to share the pain. You don't have a psychological burden, you can say how much money you owe outside. I will not blame you, who have made mistakes, since I chose you, I will not easily give up on you." The marriage said those oaths of the sea, I do not just talk about it. Su Xiangyu's eyes were incomparably firm. Hearing Su Xiangyu's words, with a snap, Li Rui smacked himself a big mouth. Before he put such a good a daughter-in-law, not to love, the whole day to gamble, he really is not a thing. "I owe a total of 21,800,000. Li Rui whispered, "Those money are all I borrowed online." Su Shangyue did not say anything, directly to Li Rui transferred $8,000 in the past. "You first pay back 8,000, the rest of the money, we two couples pay back little by little. Remember, this is the last chance I give you, if you are still addicted to gambling, I will." Su Shangyue did not bear to say the words behind. Li Rui hurriedly raised his hand and swore, "I dislike heaven and swear that in the future, if I want to go gambling again, I Li Rui." Hearing this, Su Shangyue hurriedly covered Li Rui's mouth with her small hand. "Okay, it's enough that you have this determination, don't make evil vows." Su Xiangyu softly said. "Honey, you are so nice." Li Rui muttered. At this time, Happiness Village, the head of the village, Yu Tao sat in front of his house, and from time to time, he would look at the road that must be traveled back to the village. Chen Xiong squatted beside Yu Tao. The two were chattering. "Li Rui and his daughter-in-law, why haven't they come back, Lo?" Chen Xiong wondered. According to reason, Li Rui and Su Shangyue have long been back. Yu Tao laughed, "I guess he and his daughter-in-law ran to the village of Laiwang village of Chun Erdog does not accept his family's seafood, he and his daughter-in-law ran to another village. Sulanji stone melon seeds, sneered, he and his daughter-in-law ran further, his family's seafood cannot be sold, he and his daughter-in-law can only work in vain, in the end, he and his daughter-in-law can only sell his family's seafood to Uncle Yu. That's true." Yu Tao nodded slightly in agreement. Hohat's sister-in-law came over in a hurry. She walked to Yu Tao and persuaded, "Yu Tao, we are all from the same village, when Li Rui and Xiangyu come back and sell your family's seafood, don't press the price to death." "Mrs. Hohat, am I Yu Tao that kind of person?" Yu Tao has a smile on his face, but in his heart he has a sinister smile, saying that I, Yu Tao, am really that kind of person. Mrs. Hohat also spat in her heart, Yu Tao is that kind of person. But this is not something she would say out loud. A few people were talking when Chen Xiong saw Li Rui and Su Shangyue in the distance. He pointed at Li Rui's tricycle and yelled, "Li Rui and his daughter-in-law are back, look at their appearance," as if they were defeated. The moment these words came out, a few other people stretched their necks and looked over as well. Humph, they finally came back. Yu Tao was holding bad in his heart. Chapter 41, A Blank. Xiang Yu and the girls are really back. Gue Hua's wife was worried, she jogged up. Yu Tao sat at the front door of his house, leisurely crossed his legs, swallowing clouds and smoking a cigarette. Chen Xiong whispered in Yu Tao's ear, "Uncle Yu, this time you have to kill the price, so that the boy Li Rui long lesson." Su Lanji also has the same intention. In the last 2 days, Li Rui catching the sea, picked up so many good things, greedy death of these two families. These two families are getting red eyes. Humph, Yu Tao smiled faintly, his heart already had this intention. Seeing this, Chen Xiong said that when Uncle Yu smiles, life and death are hard to predict. Later on, Uncle Yu will definitely have to ruthlessly pit that kid Li Rui. Not far away, Gue Hua's sister-in-law trotted to the tricycle. "Xiang Yu, I just told your Uncle Yu, let your Uncle Yu not bother with you, later you still sell your seafood to him. Our Yuaya Island is closed, there are not many sales channels for seafood, and they are monopolized by some people. It's not easy to sell the seafood in our retail fishermen's hands." Since Mrs. Hohat had been jogging for a while, she was tired and panting, and she finished these words without coming up for air. Su Shangyue in the tricycle carriage smiled at Sister Gue Hua. Seeing Su Shangyue smile, Sister Gue Hua thought that Su Shangyue wanted to thank her. Seeing Su Shangyue smile, Mrs. Hohat thought Su Shangyue wanted to thank her, and waved her hand, interrupting her, "Shangyue, why are we so polite? Let's not say thank you, it's too formal. In the past, when my family was in trouble, you helped out a lot. We should help each other." Li Rui couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. He said, "Mrs. Hohat, Shangyue and I sold all the things we picked up from the sea last night." On the way back, Li Rui and Su Shangyue agreed not to tell outsiders how much money they made last night. There were quite a few people in the village who had red eyes. Like Chen Xiong kind of people want to know that they made more than 10,000 yuan last night, not to be red-eyed to death. What? Sold it all? Ruizi, you're not kidding me. Mrs. Hohat couldn't believe it, her eyes were almost falling to the ground. Mrs. Hohat, it's really sold. Su Shangyue's face was filled with a happy smile. The days are really promising. Whether you have money or not is one thing. Whether or not you have a future is another matter. Su Shangyue was very satisfied with her current life. Mrs. Hohat was still a bit unconvinced. She took a few steps forward, came to the side of the tricycle, stretched her neck and looked inside. It's really sold. Sister-in-law Hohat was taken aback. Cinnamon Flower's sister-in-law, thank you for your kindness. Su Shangyue still thanked Mrs. Hohat. After all, she had worked hard for her family. It was only right to say a word of thanks. Mrs. Hohat smiled honestly. What are you talking about? Your sister-in-law Hohat didn't do your family any favors. At this time, in front of Yu Tao's house, Yu Tao and the others did not hear what Li Rui and the others were talking about. Chen Xiong looked at Li Rui and the others and wondered, what are they talking about? Chatting so happily. Su Lanji heart thumped, Li Rui, they will not sell the seafood. It was certainly hard to not make money on your own. A village of people made money, it was even harder than killing her. Impossible. Yu Tao said with conviction. Several nearby villages of seafood vendors he has greeted. Who would take Li Rui's family's seafood? Uncle Yu, they've been chatting for half a day, why don't they come over yet? Chen Xiong is full of questions. I guess they are discussing how to put in a good word to me when they come over later. Yu Tao's face is full of complacency. Moon Island, this acre of land, is not so easy to mix. Without some connections, even if you have something good in your hands, it's hard to sell it. Ordinary seafood, set up stalls, may be able to sell some out. But for things like tiger crabs and butter crabs, which are worth a lot of money, it's impossible to sell them at a stall. People who eat tiger crabs and butter crabs are rich people from outside the island. Ordinary people can't afford to eat them. Uncle Yu, it's still you who has a quick mind, why didn't I think of this later? Chen Xiong hee straight music, casually also patted Yu Tao's ass. Chen Xiong, you have to have your uncle's brain to turn fast, our village acquisition of seafood is not your job? Yu Tao boasted. Su Lanju spat a mouthful of melon shells on the ground and hurriedly said, "They are coming." Soon, the tricycle driven by Li Rui stopped in front of Yu Tao's house. Seeing this scene, Yu Tao was extremely pleased. He stood up from the small bench and smiled faintly. "Rui Z, have you figured it out? You plan to sell those seafood from your house to me?" Chen Xiang's heart straight called out, "Uncle Yu is bullish, Ginger is still old and hot ah." Li Rui slipped around outside and froze without finding a purchasing party. "Rui Z, when you left before, didn't you say that you wouldn't sell the seafood at your Uncle Yu's house? Why are you here now?" Su Lanji was high on melon seeds and said sarcastically without any shade. "Come in." Yu Tao opened the door to his house, pondering how to press the price later. At the moment, in Yu Tao's opinion, Li Rui was a piece of meat on his chopping board. He could press the price as much as he wanted. Seafood doesn't last long. If it is left for a long time, it is easy to die. When it's dead, it's worthless. The reason why Yu Tao opened the gate of his house was to facilitate Li Rui to drive the tricycle into his yard. But in the next moment, Li Rui jumped off the tricycle and said with a heated smile, "Uncle Yu, I came to get the bucket. The last time I came to your house to sell seafood, it seems that I forgot to take the bucket home." Hearing this, Yu Tao froze in place. "Your uncle, I opened the gate for you, but you don't bring your family's tricycle in. You are not fooling me?" Before Yu Tao could react, Li Rui had already entered his yard and took a red bucket into his hands. "Li Rui, you and your daughter-in-law last night to catch the sea to pick up things really do not sell?" Chen Xiong saw Li Rui come out from the small yard and hurriedly asked. At this time, Yu Tao pricked up his ears. Su Lanji also put on a look of a melon eater. "Sold long ago." After Li Rui finished speaking, he rode his family's electric tricycle and went home in a flash. "Sold? Yu Tao people stupid, how to sell it?" Su Lanji hurriedly said, "Uncle Yu, just now when Li Rui left, I saw his family tricycle carriage behind nothing. It seems that those things, he really sold." When Yu Tao heard this, the whole person was almost mad. He brooded for a long time how to lower the price of acquiring those things, in the end, those things, but Li Rui sold. This kind of feeling, who understands ah? Who, in the end, was the one who didn't keep his word and acquired those sea goods? Yu Tao's teeth itched with anger. The seafood dealers in the nearby villages are too damn bad. What they say is like farting. No, we can't just let this matter go. Let's go, Li Rui may go to catch the sea later, let's follow him. Su Lanji pulled her husband Chen Xiong's arm and whispered. Chapter 42 Poop, you're great yo. Recently, Li Rui's luck has been surprisingly good, and everyone in the village knows it. Su Lanji planned to follow Li Rui to catch the sea. Li Rui ate meat. She and her husband could have a mouthful of soup as well. Soon, Su Lanji and Chen Xiang's two families left. Yu Tao's lungs were about to explode. "No, I have to go and ask, who broke the rules on Moon Island, who broke the rules on Moon Island, I will find who to settle the score." Yu Tao picked up the small bench, put it into his home, and went to Li Rui's home. At this time, Li Rui's home, Li Rui is cooking. During the day today, it has missed the time to catch the sea. Li Rui plans to catch the sea again at night. Inside the kitchen, Li Rui was panning rice. Su Xiang Yue chose vegetables. Men and women work together, they don't get tired of working. "Rui Z, Xiang Yu." Yu Tao shouted at the door. Li Rui, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, answered, "Uncle Yu, we are in the kitchen." Yu Tao heard the voice and walked in. "Rui Z, who did you sell all those seafood in your house to?" Yu Tao went straight to the point. He is the one who has been killed by 1,000 knives, and actually blocked his way of wealth. Li Rui coldly smiled, "Uncle Yu, does this have anything to do with you?" Yu Tao was dumbfounded by his dislike. Su Xiang Yue just glanced at Yu Tao and didn't say anything. "Rui Z, I am concerned about you, I am afraid that you are selling at a loss." Yu Tao said with a thick skin. "Oomph, is that really the case?" Li Rui wouldn't think that Yu Tao would be so kind. Yu Tao urged, "Rui Z, you quickly tell uncle." Li Rui laughed, "Why should I tell you? Rui Z, if you are like this, in the future, uncle will never accept your family's seafood again." Yu Tao was anxious. "If you don't accept it, you don't accept it." Li Rui does not care at all. Yu Tao was a bit furious. "Okay, since you say so, you will never sell seafood to my family again." After saying that, he threw his hands away and left. When he left, Yu Tao's nose was crooked with anger. What a thing! Yu Tao also cursed and said. Yu Tao front foot just left. Li Rui's mom, Li Feng, ran over after him. Ruizi, Xiang Yu, Jufu building to accept you to take the past seafood? Li Feng asked very eagerly. Gathering Fortune House will not acquire the seafood that my son picked up in the sea, how can I do it? Li Feng looked worried. Mom, acquisition. Li Rui came out from the kitchen. Great, Mom's hanging heart is finally put down. Li Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. Seeing her daughter-in-law choosing vegetables in the kitchen, Li Feng hurriedly walked in. She said with a smile on her face, Xiang Yu, you go out, the kitchen is not a place where a girl like you should stay. With that, she pushed Su Shangyue out. Nowadays, a daughter-in-law is not like before. Besides, Su Shangyue is such a good daughter-in-law married to their family, they have to treat her well. Mom, please don't be like this, I want to choose vegetables here and chat with Li Rui for a while. Su Shangyue didn't go out. At noon, Li Rui fried an egg with chili peppers, fried meat with green peppers, and earned 2 crabs. When eating, Su Shangyue said, Li Rui, in the future, let's not eat crabs, now how expensive crabs are. Wife, our family is not great now, but we should eat, drink, life is not good to ourselves, too much loss. Li Rui put the peeled crab meat into Su Shangyue's bowl. In his last life, what he owed to Su Shangyue. He planned to repay it with his whole life. Su Shangyue had a sweet face, oops, I don't like crabs, you eat. Clipping up the crab meat, she was ready to put it in Li Rui's bowl, but was blocked by Li Rui. If you do this again, I will be anxious with you, when we were dating, you often gave me that you want to eat the crab meat that I peeled for you, do you think I forgot? Li Rui feigned anger. At this time, Su Xiangyu picked up another crab and peeled it too. After she peeled it, she put it into Li Rui's bowl. One for you, one for me, I can't eat them all. Su Xiangyu said with a smile. If this was seen by Guogua, Guogua would definitely seriously suspect that she was picked up. After Li Rui finished, both of them threw back their heads and laughed. Su Xiangyu smiled and said, shouldn't she suspect that she was sent by charging the phone bill? Both of them threw back their heads and laughed once again. Li Rui, making a living by catching the sea, I always feel unsettled. Su Shangyue voiced her concerns. Shangyue, I am now possessed by Mazu, I will always have good luck in catching the sea in the future. Li Rui smiled. Su Shangyue rolled her eyes, nonsense. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the school bus sent Gogo to the door of the house. Li Rui and Su Shangyue held hands and came to the door of the house to pick up Guogua. Poe, Mama, Guogua is back. Gogo got down from the school bus and quickly ran to Li Rui and Su Shangyue. Li Rui touched Guogua's fleshy little face. In kindergarten, did Guogua eat properly? Guogua nodded heavily and said aloud, yes. After saying that, Guogua waved her fleshy little hand, signaling Li Rui to squat down. Poop, you squat down. What are you going to do? Let daddy squat down. Li Rui said this on his lips, but still did as he was told. He squatted in front of Guogua. Gogo circled around Li Rui, and she sniffled her little nose. Papa, you're great. Guogua praised Li Rui for no reason at all. Li Rui was confused. Why is daddy great? Papa didn't smoke. Guogua replied in a serious manner. Then, Gogo said in a milky voice, today, the teacher talked about the dangers of smoking and second-hand smoke in class. Smoking is harmful to health. Second-hand smoke is a serious health hazard. So Papa, you have to keep it up all the time, yo. In the future, you don't even want to smoke anymore. Su Shangyue slapped Li Rui's back and said, before I let you quit smoking, you don't quit, now my daughter let you quit, do you quit? Li Rui blurted out, quit, smoke, I must quit. For the sake of his daughter, what he said, but also have to give up the cigarette. This time, he made a great determination. For an old smoker, quitting is very painful. Let's go, Poopy, let's go home. It would be so nice to be like this every day. Hee. Gogo took Dad's hand in one hand and Mom's hand in the other and walked in the direction of home. After returning home, Guogua looked at Li Rui blearily. Poe, I want to eat lollipops and ice cream. Before Li Rui could say anything, Su Shangyue said with a stern face to Guogua, today you've already eaten lollipops and ice cream, you can't eat anymore. Little kids can't eat too much sugar. Seeing this, Guogua shrunk his head, deflated his mouth, and said with a disappointed face, okay. After saying that, he once again looked at Li Rui with bated breath. Su Xiangyu turned her head and instructed Li Rui again. Li Rui, you remember, in the future, try to bring as little as possible to bring Guogui to eat things like lollipop ice cream. A child's intestines are not good to begin with, and can't eat too much of that kind of thing. Occasionally once or twice can. Li Rui nodded, indicating that he knew. Gogo's mouth was deflated like a water scooper, and she looked pitiful to me. Chapter 43: The Problem of Raising a Child. Li Rui was searching for how the system didn't react at all. It shouldn't be It was also at this time that the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,600 points, now the host has a total of 14,388 points. May I ask if the host needs to purchase anything? At that moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Li Rui's eyes. Only Li Rui could see it. No purchases for now. Li Rui was communicating with the system with his heart. However, he still locked onto a yellow fishing rod with a glance. This yellow fishing rod was named Lucky Fishing Rod. Good. The system said and left. Li Rui thought about when he would go to the town. He didn't want anyone to know the system's secret. At the same time, Su Xiangyu was teaching Guogui the addition formula. Su Xiangyu was on fire. 1 + 1 = 2, how many times do I have to tell you before you remember it? Su Xiangyu roared at Coco like an angry lioness. Honey, Gogo is still small. Li Rui came over and said with a smile, you don't have to be such a chicken child. In Li Rui's opinion, a chicken child is better than a chicken himself. There are many people who say that children cannot lose at the starting line. But many people do not understand that the starting line of the child is the parents, not the child himself. Being too strict with children when they are young tends to make them depressed. Li Rui's requirements for Gogo are not high: peace and quiet, good health, 3 positive views, and nothing else. Other children are learning the addition formula. Our children cannot lag behind, children cannot lose at the starting line. Su Xiangyu coldly glanced at Li Rui. Obviously, she was a little dissatisfied with what Li Rui said. Fill in the blank: education will only make Guogui anorexic. Li Rui stated his point of view. Looking at the aggrieved Guogui, Li Rui felt a little bad in his heart. He was a man with the system's blessing. How could his daughter be the same as an ordinary girl in the future? Su Xiangyu said with a stern face, now it's so voluminous, if Guogui doesn't study well now, what about the future? Li Rui walked behind Su Xiangyu and helped Su Xiangyu press her shoulders. Getting along with a woman, you have to take care of her emotions first, then solve the problem. Otherwise it will be troublesome. How about the strength? Li Rui asked. It's very comfortable. Su Xiangyu said with a face of enjoyment. Li Rui pressed again for a while, before saying, wife, let's educate the child, don't push the child too much, let's cultivate her interest. No interest, you let a 3-year-old child memorize the addition mnemonic every day, isn't it difficult for her? Guogui, sitting on a small chair, nodded frantically. She doesn't like memorizing boring phrases. Too boring. Too tedious. Look at the child all nodding. Li Rui Xiaoxiao moved with reason, hoping Su Xiangyu would accept his point of view. She was trying to be lazy. Su Xiangyu glared at Guogui without any anger. Gogo lowered her head and crossed her 2 small hands together, rubbing them back and forth. Li Rui's face sank slightly. Xiangyu, Gogo is such a big kid, you can't let her be as busy as us adults. What is the purpose of a person's life? After being born, as soon as they understand a little bit, they are like donkeys, constantly pulling the mill? He tried to pull Su Xiangyu's educational philosophy over. Su Xiangyu argued, people must first live, read a good book, in order to live relatively better, is not it? When Li Rui heard this, he laughed, who can't live now? I've only heard of those who died of labor, I've never heard of those who died of starvation, and we should treat our children in an equal manner. Guogui is a living human being, I don't want her to turn into a test machine. Nowadays, in this world, a lot of people in our dragon country have mental illness. This is mostly caused by the family. Although Guogui didn't know what Li Rui was talking about, she always felt that Li Rui was right, and she gave Li Rui a big nod in her heart. Su Xiangyu's pretty face instantly darkened. Li Rui, what exactly do you mean? You're not unaware of our family's conditions, but if Gogo doesn't rely on her studies, she'll be able to make a lot of money in the future. Studying is a good way out, but some people are suitable, some are not. Li Rui is exporting his views again. Okay, since you say so, you will solve the problem of the child's education in the future. Su Xiangyu was a little angry and turned sideways, her face back to Li Rui. The children of ordinary people were all coming through this now. Now she doesn't push a bit on Guagua. In the future, Guagua would definitely have to lag behind others. Xiang Yu, since we gave birth to Guagua, we have to love Guagua, let her grow up in a loving environment, a person whose heart is full of love. In the future, how bad can it be? Li Ruwei said. Children are not tools. To love a child is to be tolerant, to understand, to guide, to be a role model, to be a model. What's more, you can't have the concept of raising a child to prevent old age. You love the child feels it. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and then you'll be able to get your hands on a new one. Su Shangyue stood up from the chair with an open heart. She looked at Li Ruwei angrily. Li Ruwei, what do you mean by this? You mean I don't love children? Li Ruwei laughed. Li Ruwei smiled and pressed Su Shangyue to the chair. Then, he softly said, you love Gogo very much, I know that, but the way you love Gogo, Gogo may not be able to bear it. We, as parents, have to treat our children as equals. Before we have a child, we are not Almighty God. After we have a child, we are not Almighty God either. Li Ruwei felt that some of his parenting concepts were not necessarily correct. But in this life, he will give Gogo enough love. I am very disgusted with the kind of concepts for the good of the child, forcing the child to do something they do not like. That is really for the good of the child? Is it really for their own good? Comparing their grades with the good ones and their conditions with the bad ones will lead to problems in their hearts. Let the children become themselves, we can slightly counseling. After Li Ruwei finished his words, Su Shangyue fell into deep thought. Pa. Guagua on the side suddenly clapped her hands. Poa, what you said is great, Guagua likes it so much. Li Ruwei touched Gogo's little head, then said in a serious tone, your mom didn't do anything wrong, her starting point is good, maybe the way and method, you can't accept it somewhat. Well, Mama is also love Gogo, he. The fruit of the smile on the face revealed two shallow dimples. In the past, I seem to have compared Gogo's performance with others, and compared our family's conditions with those of others. Su Shangyue now thought about it, some self-reproach, but also some chagrin. As a parent, she was so double-standard. You can imagine how double-standard the children will be when they grow up. Don't be like this in the future, in my mind, Guagua is the best, is unique. Li Ruwei admonished. In today's world, a child's mental health is just as important as physical health. When a child has problems with his or her psyche, all sorts of problems are likely to arise. Guagua, I'm sorry, Mom shouldn't be double-standard, can you forgive Mom? Su Shangyue squatted in front of Guagua, touched Guagua's little head, and asked blearily. I can. Guagua answered crisply. Chapter 44. Not at all let a person save heart. Li Ruwei, you are right, the chicken child is not as good as the chicken itself. Su Xiang, you completely figured it out. In the past, she was too harsh on Guagua. Guagua is a living person, not a tool person. Wife, in the future, we too have to work hard. What kind of life Gogo will have in the future, and how hard we work has a lot to do with it. Li Ruwei gently held Su Shangyue's soft razor and slowly approached Su Shangyue. Shy. Gogo covered her two big watery eyes with both her hands and looked at the two of them, Li Ruwei and Su Xiangyu, through the cracks of her fingers. Seeing this, Su Xiangyu immediately shook off Li Ruwei's hand with a red face. The child is still here? What are you doing? He thought that if he wanted to do something bad, he would have to do it at night, when Guagua was asleep. Li Ruwei laughed awkwardly twice, then changed the topic. Xiangyu, you go to cook, I accompany the child, by the way, contact the second military son, say something serious. At night, he planned to go to catch the sea with Air Junzi. Tomorrow, his wife still had to work. He can't possibly ask his wife to go to the sea with him tonight. For the time being, his wife wasn't going to quit her job, so he didn't force her. We'll talk about it later. Alright, I'll go cook, I hope you're still in such a good mood when you're tutoring your child. After saying that, Su Shangyue glared at Gogo before going to the kitchen. Li Ruwei took out his cell phone and made a call to Air Junzi. Air Junzi, in the future, you don't play cards anymore, tonight you go with me to catch the sea, later you come to my house for dinner, after we finish eating, we will go to catch the sea. On the other end of the cell phone, Air Junzi hesitated for a moment and reluctantly said, Brother Ruwei, how unreliable is catching the sea? Cannot earn a few dollars, but also tired, I think forget it. Li Ruwei's face sank, and he said in a bad mood, how much money did your sister-in-law and I make today, don't you have a little bit of a hard-on in your heart? Let you follow me to catch the sea, you follow me to catch the sea, we're so much nonsense. Junzi shrunk his head, whispered back, okay. Putting away his cell phone, Li Rui was about to play with Gogo for a while. Li Rui's cousin Li Dalong came in with a smile on his face. Rui Z, come, smoke a cigarette. Li Dalong, who had a pitted face, took a cigarette and put it in front of Li Rui and said smilingly. Da day day day. Li Rui has not yet spoken. Fruit is striding short legs, ran to the front of Li Dalong, vigorously swinging her meaty little hands, tone of voice urgently said, my poop does not smoke. The teacher said that smoking is harmful to health. Second-hand smoke is even more harmful. Gogo doesn't want to inhale second-hand smoke. Guoguo's tight nose wrinkled, thinking that adults nowadays are not at all reassuring. Why do they have to give cigarettes as soon as they meet? Li Rui smiled helplessly at Li Dalong. Cousin uncle, put away the cigarettes. This thing, I quit. Why did you quit? Li Dalong was puzzled. He ignored Gogo in front of him. What does a little kid know? Isn't there a child at home? Li Rui rubbed Gogo's little head and smiled back. Hey, is that necessary? Li Dalong shook his head with a bitter smile. Li Rui replied with a resounding tone, there is. In his last life, he didn't care about Gogo's feelings. In this life, he must respect Fruity's feelings. Li Dalong put away the cigarette and smiled he. Rui Z, if you catch the sea again, can you bring your cousin me? When Li Rui heard this, he finally realized the purpose of Li Dalong's visit. In the past, Li Dalong was always behind his back, saying bad things about him, saying that he was no good, and never helped him. Now, when Li Dalong found him, it was naturally impossible for him to bring Li Dalong along to catch the sea. With this in mind, Li Rui politely excused himself, Uncle Cousin, you're an old generation of sea catchers, you've eaten more salt than I have, catching the sea, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to ask me to take you with me. Ruizi, you've been so lucky lately, you eat meat, cousin uncle only wants soup. Li Dalong squeezed his eyebrows and said, you just bring your cousin me. Li Rui secretly spit in his heart, you take a cigarette to test the cadres, which cadres so cannot stand the test Want to let himself take him to get rich, do not show a little. A lot of age, how a little bit of human feelings do not understand What's more, although we are relatives, but the relationship is not very good. But on the face, said, cousin uncle, your this request, I cannot help. Li Dalong immediately face sunk, Ruizi, what is your situation I'm your cousin, why don't you even fulfill this request? Saying that, he turned away with a black face. Cousin uncle, why are you leaving? Come to my house for dinner tonight. Su Shangyue shouted out of politeness. Not eating. Li Dalong returned stiffly and left without looking back. Su Shangyue felt puzzled. Inside the living room, Li Rui just laughed coldly, not taking what just happened seriously at all. Papa, why do you adults always give cigarettes when you meet? How nice to give lollipops. Guogwa skimmed his lips and said. Speaking of lollipops, Gogo barred her little mouth again. I want to eat a lollipop. It would be nice to have a lollipop. You little foodie, you just know how to eat. Li Rui gently scraped the bridge of Gogo's little nose. Our kindergartners all said that if you're not active in eating candy, you have a problem in your head. Guogwa said with vigor. Li Rui was amused by Guogwa's words. As he laughed, he said, your kindergartners are right. POA, Guogwa wants to eat a lollipop. Gogo deflated her mouth and looked at Li Rui pitifully. Your mom said that you can't eat any more ice cream today, so daddy can't buy it for you. Li Rui actually didn't approve of Guogwa eating too much candy. It's not good for the body for little kids to eat too much candy. Fruity raised her chin and hurriedly said, then can Fruity eat lollipops tomorrow? This depends on your performance. Li Rui took advantage of the situation to pick up a study book and asked, 1 + 1 equals several 1 + 1 equals Gogo broke his fingers, 1 + 1 equals 3. Li Rui listened and was not angry. He nodded at Gogo's fingertips and patiently taught, this is a finger, this is also a finger, 1 2, 1 2, 1 + 1 equals how many Poop, Gogo knows. Gogo excitedly yelled, 1 + 1 equals 2, Gogo is right. Right. Li Rui smiled in relief. Next, Li Rui continued to talk to Guogwa about addition vocabulary in a colorful manner. Guogwa listened with great interest. From time to time, Guogwa even asked Li Rui a few questions. Baba, is ma'am good at tempering? When she taught Guogwa, she didn't move and lost her temper, which Guogwa didn't like. Gogo suddenly came up with this sentence. Gogo, what did you just say? At this time Su Xiangyu happened to walk in with a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes. When Guagua saw Su Xiangyue, she hurriedly covered her little mouth with her two little fleshy hands. Her little mouth muttered, "Guagua didn't say anything just now." Chapter 45. Crazy? Or feverish? Mommy heard it all just now. Su Xiangyu grunted. Gogo said in her heart that it was bad. Su Xiangyu didn't bother with Guagua. She then went back to the kitchen to serve the food. "Papa, Mama is really mean, she's not gentle at all," Guagua said with a pout. This time, she learned her lesson. As she spoke, her two big round eyes kept staring in the direction of the living room door. Once Su Xiangyu came, she would immediately shut her mouth. "Don't talk about Mom like that," Li Rui said with a cold face. Gogo spat out her tongue and la-la-la'd twice. While the two were talking, Junzi, who was as thin as a sparrow, rushed over in a flurry of wind. "Brother Rui, I'm here." Junzi smiled nervously. "Uncle Junzi, how are you?" As soon as Guagua saw Junzi, she waved her little fleshy hand and greeted Junzi. Junzi walked forward, squatted down, and prepared to pinch Guagua's little cheeks. Instead, Guagua hastily took several steps backward. She waved her hand vigorously, and said in a serious manner, "Children's faces can't be pinched, and if you pinch them too much, they'll drool easily." "Hey, you're a little kid who knows quite a lot." Junzi was quite surprised. A 3-year-old child, how can he know so much? Guagua immediately corrected, "Guagua is not a little bitty kid, Guagua is already more than 3 years old, Guagua is almost 4 years old." Junzi was amused. "Guagua, a 3-year-old child, you have not heard of it?" Junzi couldn't help but make fun of it. 3-year-old child, of course Guagua has heard of it, but Guagua is already more than 3 years old, not a 3-year-old child. Guagua said it with a seriousness. Junzi laughed out loud. Li Rui also laughed. He patted Guagua's small shoulder. "You play with your toys, I'll talk to your uncle Junzi about something serious." "Okay." Gogo smiled and ran to the corner of the living room. There were toys of all sizes piled up in the corner. Gogo sat on a piece of carpet and fiddled with a few Barbie dolls, which she put up. "Before Gogo eats later, Gogo will let Mama feed you guys first," Gogo said to herself. And after Junzi glanced at Gogo, he smiled and said to Li Rui, "Brother Rui, this daughter of yours is really interesting." Li Rui didn't answer and talked about business. "Junzi, let's talk about something serious. In the future you follow me to catch the sea, I will give you a day to open 200 wages, do you think so?" Li Rui asked very seriously. $200 a day is a very good salary on Moon Island. Junzi was dumbfounded at that time. After freezing for a while, Junzi staggered, "Brother Rui, are you crazy? Or have you got a fever? $200 a day is not a low wage. On Moon Island, we rarely have such high wages." Junzi thought, "These days to catch the sea, it is difficult to earn 200 a day. You cannot earn 200 a day, how do you give me such a high wage? What the hell are you thinking? I'm sober, you just say you are willing or not." Li Rui's voice went cold. "No, absolutely not." Junzi waved his hand repeatedly. He was afraid that Li Rui would lose money. After thinking about it, Junzi said, "Brother Rui, what do you think? I will follow you to catch the sea in the future. If you earn money, give me 10%. If you don't earn money, don't give me money." In Junzi's opinion, Li Rui is just a whim, tossing a few days. After a few days, Li Rui will not drive the sea again. Li Rui is in favor of Junzi's proposal. Li Rui was in favor of Junzi's proposal. Now that he had the system's support, Junzi could live a good life if he followed him to catch the sea and took 10% of the income. He couldn't say this to Junzi. He could only say, "Do a good job, we can make great achievements in the future." Junzi nodded with a smile on his face, but in his heart he spat, "Brother Rui, you can pull it down. Now catching the sea is what market, I do not know. The old seafarers are difficult to earn 200 a day. What's the big picture? What's the big deal?" Not long after, Su Xiangyue brought up a few more dishes. At this time, there were 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Spicy snails, shredded pork with green peppers, stewed pig's feet, stir-fried baby bok choy and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. "Guagua, quickly wash your hands for dinner," Su Xiangyu shouted. After Guagua washed her hands, she didn't eat. She pulled Su Shangyue, came to her those Barbie dolls before, a serious face, said, Mama, they have not eaten it, they ate, Gogo only eat. Good, good. Su Shangyue face showed a crying and laughing expression, then she began to give those Barbie dolls symbolic feeding. Alright, they're all full, Wegwei can eat too. Seeing this, Wegwei ran to the dining table, climbed onto a small chair, picked up a spoon, and took a big bite. During the meal, Air Junzi wanted to say something. Su Xiangyu's impression of Air Junzi now changed. She glanced at Air Junzi and said, Air Junzi, what do you want to say? Air Junzi just opened his mouth. Li Rue gave an interruption. Eat and don't talk. What do you want to say? I know, you just want to say that it's not reliable to make a living by catching the sea. Right. I know me as Rue brother is also. Air Junzi took over the conversation. Su Shangyue was also worried that Li Rue's luck wouldn't last forever. Catching the sea relies on luck. This thing called luck, it's too metaphysical. It comes and goes. Air Junzi, a few days ago, I was possessed by Mazu, so my luck in catching the sea will continue to be good. Li Rue flirted. Really? Air Junzi looked up fiercely, his eyes staring straight at Li Rue. He was a fan of internet novels. He often saw the stories of poor losers who got inheritance to make a comeback. Fiction had shown into reality? Could it be that he, Brother Rue, was the chosen one? Seeing Air Junzi reacting so much, Su Xiangyu opened her mouth and said, Air Junzi, don't listen to your brother Rue, you're making it up. Sister-in-law, maybe it's true, I see that there are plots like that in online novels. Air Junzi said in a serious manner. Su Xiangyu couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. Su Shangyue sniffed and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Air Junzi, this kid, turns out to be a middle-aged youth. After eating, Li Rue and Air Junzi brought the things needed to catch the sea. They had not yet walked out of the house. Guogwa then noisily said, Baba, Uncle Air Junzi, Guogwa wants to follow you to go catch the sea. Catching the sea can be fun. Su Shangyue knocked on Guogwa's little head. It's already dark, you have to go to school tomorrow. What are you going to catch the sea for? But Gogo just wants to go. Gogo deflated her mouth and said, You can't go. Su Xiangyu said without question. Guogwa saw this, two big watery eyes turned twice, and then bargained, Mama, Guogwa does not go can, but tomorrow you have to buy sweets for Guogwa. Su Shangyue's face darkened, coldly said, No. At this time, Li Rue and Air Junzi went out the door. The next moment, a large group of them all surrounded. These people all intended to follow Li Rue to catch the sea. Li Rue took a closer look. Boy, at this moment there has to be a reinforced platoon behind him. Chapter 46. Dogs do not pick up. Air Junzi felt someone behind him, turned around and looked back, then stared wide-eyed, could not help but exclaimed. Good guy, I straight call good guy ah. Brother Rue, your village men and women are out in force. They are also going to catch the sea? Air Junzi's entire body was stunned. Behind him, some of the older generation, with their teeth falling out, actually stayed up in the middle of the night and ran to catch the sea. He had never seen such a scene in their Laiwan village. Let's go, leave them alone. Li Rue had some headaches. It seems that there is something to be said for smothering them. Air Junzi gave a hum and followed behind Li Rue. As Li Rue and Air Junzi walked like this, whooping and hollering, the people behind them also walked. Li Rue and Air Junzi walked there. They walked there. Brother Rue, I don't feel right. How come they seem to be following us all the time? Air Junzi was full of doubts. Li Rue was a bit annoyed. But there was nothing he could do about it. The sea belonged to no one. When he goes to catch the sea, others follow him, and it is impossible for him to drive them away. Li Rue's luck has been unbelievable lately. Let's follow him and we won't worry about picking up good things. Yes. Last night, Li Rue and his wife picked up things that can be sold for at least 5,000 or 6,000. The people behind him, chattering. Air Junzi immediately understood what was going on. So that's how it is. Brother Rue, these people are following us in droves, how are we going to catch the sea? Air Junzi was worried that they would really find something good on the shallow beach, but they wouldn't be able to pick it up. A bunch of people following them is too much of a hindrance. Li Rue was thinking about countermeasures. Soon, the men arrived at the shallow beach. Brother Rue, there are so many bitter snails there. Air Junzi ran near a few rocks, he broke off the bitter snails on the rocks and threw them into the bucket. Bitter snail, also known as rock snail, the scientific name of wart lychee. The outside is ovoid, usually 33 mm high, 21 mm wide, the shape of the large and small, and the head of the river snail is about the same. The big one is the size of an adult's thumb. This thing is not expensive. A caddy is about $12. As Air Junzi shouted so, those people behind Li Rui swarmed towards Air Junzi. They quickly broke off the bitter snails on the rocks and threw them into the bucket. This time Li Rui is really lucky. Following him, you can really pick up good things, Chen Xiong said excitedly while picking it up. At this time, Li Rui quietly walked to Air Junzi's side and pulled Air Junzi a bit. Air Junzi raised his head and looked at Li Rui with great suspicion. Brother Rui, why don't you pick it up? This area is full of bitter snails. If we don't pick them up, they will be picked up by others. Air Junzi was anxious. He was the first to discover this area of bitter snails. He didn't want others to pick up all the bitter snails here. Li Rui didn't answer. He pulled Air Junzi out of the crowd. Brother Rui, what are you doing? Those bitter snails are all money. Air Junzi was anxious and confused. Watching the crowd frantically grabbing the bitter snails, Air Junzi's heart was dripping blood. Li Rui whispered in Air Junzi's ear, dogs won't even pick up the bitter snails, let's pick up the good stuff. Air Junzi thought he heard wrong. Brother Rui, what did you just say? Follow me, those bitter snails, we do not pick up, let them pick up. Li Rui said impatiently. Rui brother, don't Air Junzi didn't want to leave like that. Li Rui saw the two Junzi hesitation, suddenly boarded up a face and said, go, or not go? Air Junzi was very stifled. Go, I'll go with you. When he left, Air Junzi was still reluctant to leave. My bitter screw. After walking for some time until he shook off the crowd, Li Rui slowed down his pace. Brother Rui, are you sure we're here to catch the sea? Air Junzi was confused. When other people catch the sea, they are seriously looking for good things. His Li Rui's main focus in catching the sea is a non-stop walking. It's too abnormal. There are tower snails here. Air Junzi found a lot of tower snails in an intertidal low-tide area. He ran over and frantically picked up the tower snails. Brother Rui, just now we are lucky that we didn't pick up the bitter snails in that place, hee. The tower snail is somewhat different from the bitter snail. It is shaped like a small tower. This is also the origin of its name. Its shell texture is generally thicker and has a certain degree of hardness to protect its soft body. The number of conch layers is high, usually more than 7, and the shell gradually becomes thinner with the increase of conch layers. Tower snails are more expensive than bitter snails. A caddy was around $25. At the same time, Li Rui found a pile of densely packed pike crabs. Brother Rui, come and pick up the tower snails, this thing is old valuable, there must be at least several pounds here. Air Junzi excitedly wowed. Air Junzi, come here. Li Rui walked towards the location of the pike crabs. As he walked, he waved at Air Junzi. Air Junzi looked up and said, Brother Rui, we're not picking up the conch. The snails are worth a lot of money. If we pick up all the conchs here, we can sell them for a couple $100. Li Rui coldly grunted, tower snail that thing, dogs do not pick up. This word out, the second army son face a little bad. What is it? On even a dog is not as good as? The next moment Air Junzi was smiling happily. And he also ran to Li Rui like a frightened rabbit. Air Junzi, quickly come over, there are a bunch of pike crabs here. Li Rui lowered his voice. What? Pike crabs? A bunch of pike crabs? Air Junzi was still depressed, but now Air Junzi threw away the conch he just picked up in his hand and ran towards Li Rui. Brother Rui, you're right, the conch thing, dogs don't even pick it up. Between breaths, Air Junzi ran to Li Rui's side. Looking at the dense pike crabs in front of him, Air Junzi was dumbfounded. So many pike crabs. He couldn't even count them. Boy, tonight, he and his brother Rui are going to be rich. Keep your voice down, don't invite others over. Li Rui glared at Air Junzi in a bad mood. Yes. Air Junzi whispered with a cheeky voice. Li Rui picked up the clip, picked up the pike crab and handed it to Air Junzi. Air Junzi then neatly tied the pike crab and threw it into the bucket. Brother Rui, how much do you think you can sell this many crabs for? I really think you're possessed by Mazu, Brother Rui, you must be the chosen one. Air Junzi's mouth is like a machine gun, he talks endlessly. Shut up and work honestly. Li Rui scolded. Air Junzi immediately stopped talking. In a short while, the pike crabs filled a bucket tightly. Li Rue and Air Junzi were both very tired. Seeing that there were no pike crabs around, Air Junzi touched a cigarette from his pocket and put it in front of Li Rue. "Come on, brother Rue, smoke a cigarette, let's take a break." "Quit." Li Rue decisively refused. "It's not so bad. Gambling quit, cigarettes also quit, brother Rue, your life is still fun?" Air Junzi spat out. Li Rue thought of Gogo and Su Shangyue. A happy smile appeared on his face. There is. His biggest wish in this life is to let his daughter-in-law and children live a happy and rich life. Chapter 47 Anemone. "Guagua let me quit smoking, this time I must quit smoking," Li Rue said in a firm tone. To be honest, at this moment he was addicted to smoking. But once he thought of his daughter, he held back. As a father, to be a role model, he couldn't go back on his word to Guagua. Air Junzi froze. "Brother Rue, isn't Guagua just a little kid now?" Li Rue kicked the second Junzi, and then squarely said, "Don't take the child as a person. Before I promised Gogo to quit smoking, then I must give up smoking." Guagua's nose is very sensitive, it is easy to smell the smell of smoke. He didn't want Guagua to say poop stinks again and turn away from him. "Brother Rue, you've changed so much." Air Junzi scratched his head and laughed nervously. In the past, his brother Rue often told him that cigarettes and alcohol are not separated, and a cigarette after drinking is better than a living god. Right now, his brother Rue actually wants to quit smoking. This is too unexpected. His brother Rue seems to be a different person. "Brother Rue, if you don't smoke, I won't smoke either." Air Junzi was very sensible and put the cigarettes he took out into the cigarette case. And then, he looked down to the barrel filled with pike crabs and smiled. "Brother Rue, I will earn more than 200 tonight." Li Rue sat down on a big rock and said back, "Of course. Just this bucket of pike crabs can be sold for 3 to 4,000. You take 10%, there are 3 to 400. When Air Junzi heard this, he was overjoyed and grinned. "Brother Rue, earlier you offered me $200 a day for labor. At that time I thought you were crazy, but now it seems that it is still you who have foresight." Speaking of money, Li Rue's face suddenly became serious. He said to Air Junzi, "Let's talk in advance. In the future, if you follow me, I will give you 10% of the income. If you have any objections, you should not follow me. If you have any objections, you won't work with me. When it comes to benefits, let's talk about it in advance to prevent a breakup in the future. I don't want to fall out with you because of money." Li Rue added. "I have no objection." Air Junzi smiled. "Brother Rue, if you hadn't brought me to catch the sea, I guess I would still be fooling around at this moment." Li Rue nodded slightly. "Since you say so, in the future, we will distribute according to this distribution model." The reason why Li Rue was full of confidence in the future was because he had obtained the catch perspective system. When other people were catching the sea, they could only look for the catch one sea area at a time. However, he could see at a glance that there were catches there and there were no catches there. This greatly improved his efficiency in catching the sea. Plus, he earned money and was able to save up points, which could help him cash in his lucky tools from the system. How could he not make money when he was catching fish and being a fisherman? Row. Air Junzi didn't even think about it and said it. "In the future, we will count everything that involves money." Li Rue added another sentence. Air Junzi felt that his brother Rue was being too formal, so he said, "Brother Rue, do we brothers need to be so clear?" "There is no need for that." Li Rue patiently explained, "Air Junzi, now that we are working together, anything that involves money must be counted clearly. I'm older than you, I've seen more than you, I've seen too many relatives and friends who have fallen apart because of money. I have a daughter-in-law, you will also have a daughter-in-law in the future. Do not make it clear in advance, when the daughter-in-law in the years of the whispering wind will affect the relationship between us." There is a pair of brothers in their happy village who broke up because of the issue of parental support and land distribution. A lesson from the past is right in front of us. "Rue, don't make fun of me. I'm not as good at coaxing women as you are, not to mention not as handsome as you are, and I don't have any money, so what kind of daughter-in-law am I going to marry?" Air Junzi doesn't dare to hope that he can find a daughter-in-law in this life. "Air Junzi, believe me, follow me to mix, in the future you will be able to marry a daughter-in-law." Li Rue put his hand on Air Junzi's shoulder and said firmly. Air Junzi immediately came to confidence. "Brother Rue, I believe you." Li Rue fantasized about the future when he and Air Junzi traveled around with their families. "Rue brother, I follow you to mix, I'm going to marry a daughter-in-law, my parents will certainly give you a kowtow." Air Junzi joked. I'm sorry. Air Junzi, can you not be so stupid? Li Rue couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is there such a joke? The expression on Air Junzi's face was very serious. What I said is true. Li Rue moved his butt away from the boulder and stood up. Continue to catch the sea. Do not open this kind of joke in the future. You and others to open this kind of joke, others will feel very you too, understand? Women don't like middle two youths, they will feel that middle two youths are stupid. Li Rue said while walking. Understand. Air Junzi nodded and followed behind Li Rue. After walking for a short while, Li Rue found a large sea anemone on a reef. This thing's body was cylindrical and had a strong suction cup at the bottom that could attach to the surface of reefs, shells and other objects to keep its body fixed in one position. Feeling the stimulation of the small waves, the big sea anemone's body instantly contracted into a ball, wrapping itself up, just like curtains being drawn. It did this in order to protect its soft and fragile body tissues. Shit! What a big anemone! At this time, Air Junzi also saw the big anemone absorbed on the reef. He walked up and prepared to directly grab the anemone with his hands. Seeing this, Li Rue stopped Air Junzi. Don't hurt it. And then, Li Rue picked up a small shovel and gently loosened that small reef above the anemone a few times. A few moments later, Li Rue slowly removed the anemone from the reef. He wore gloves and was fearless of the toxins released from the anemone's body. When the anemone received an attack, its body would secrete a chemical substance as a way to protect itself. Air Junzi, be careful when catching anemones, don't hurt them, there is another big anemone there, you go and catch it. Li Rue pointed to an anemone not far away and said to Air Junzi. Okay. Air Junzi excitedly rubbed his hands and walked over. Li Rue looked around and found dozens of large and small anemones around. He threw the anemone in his hand into the bucket and then went to catch other anemones. The two brothers were busy in a frenzy. I said, Brother Rue, your luck is too unbelievable. Just now we just caught dozens of pounds of crabs, and now we've come across so many anemones, we're going to be rich tonight. Air Junzi looked at the anemones in front of him as if he was looking at $100 bill. We can't pick up enough at all. Ha ha ha. Li Rue's face sank and glared at Air Junzi. Can you kid not be so excited? Tonight, how many people from our village have come out to catch the sea? Do you not have a little pussy in your heart? Hearing this, Air Junzi no longer speak. He picked up the anemones with his hands and feet. There are so many of them. Air Junzi's eyes were filled with little stars, his face was filled with excitement. After picking up for half an hour, Li Rue and Air Junzi were able to clean the anemones around them. Looking at the small half bucket of anemones, Air Junzi's eyes were filled with joy. Brother Rue, we are really rich tonight, tomorrow morning we will go to my sister's place to sell all these things. Don't be anxious, I have a feeling that we can still see good things tonight. Li Rue smiled faintly, quite confident, his intuition told him that there were still good things waiting for him. Chapter 48 Save it for poop. It's impossible. Air Junzi opened his mouth and said. He was already quite self-sufficient. Li Rue sat down on a big rock. Take a break, let's continue to catch the sea. After sitting next to Li Rue, Air Junzi habitually took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Li Rue. Hey, I forgot that you quit smoking. Air Junzi laughed bitterly. I'm hungry. Here. Li Rue took out 2 eggs from his pocket, one is an egg, the other is a salted duck egg. If you want to eat flavorful, take the duck egg. The eggs and duck eggs in his pocket were stuffed by his daughter-in-law Su Xiangyu. Air Junzi grabbed the salted duck egg, he smiled, Rue brother, I don't give you politeness. Catching the sea is quite exhausting. At this moment, he is really a bit hungry. Air Junzi just peeled off the shell of the duck egg, but Li Rue opened his mouth and said, tonight's luck is really bad, I didn't pick up anything good. Air Junzi was instantly confused. Brother Rue Air Junzi just opened his mouth, and then he saw Li Rue squeezing his eyebrows at him. What a situation! At this moment, Air Junzi was even more confused. Someone behind us is approaching. Li Rue whispered in Air Junzi's ear. When Air Junzi heard this, he instantly knew Li Rue's intention. At that moment, he cooperated and said, yes. Tonight we were really unlucky, we just picked up a few spicy snails, if we had known it would be like this, we should have picked up bitter snails there just now. As soon as he finished saying this, Chen Xiong, who was not far away, laughed loudly and coldly. Li Rue, why don't you have any luck tonight? I just caught a few big green crabs, and they are all fat one by one. Catching the sea, I am an insider, you are an outsider. Luck can't be with you all the time. Chen Xiong looks quite pleased with himself. Human nature is like that. A rival almost never wants you to do better than him. Air Junzi, let's look elsewhere, the Air Force is too embarrassing. Li Rui jumped down from the boulder, picked up a bucket, and walked forward. Air Junzi followed suit. He also jumped down from the boulder, picked up a bucket, and walked forward. Li Rui, don't be in a hurry. Come over and take a look at these big green crabs in my bucket. These big green crabs in my bucket must be 3 or 4 pounds. Chen Xiong heard Li Rui say the words Air Force from his mouth. His face smiled like a blooming wild chrysanthemum. Li Rui and Air Junzi did not return their heads. Seeing this scene, Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes and coldly grunted, Li Rui, aren't you a bully? 2 days ago you were lucky and picked up a lot of good things by catching the sea, but not today. His purpose of coming here was to see how much Li Rui and Air Junzi had picked up. If Li Rui and Air Junzi picked up a lot of good things, he would follow Li Rui and Air Junzi with a deadbeat. The sea was ownerless anyway. Even if he followed Li Rui and Air Junzi with a dead face, Li Rui and Air Junzi wouldn't be able to pick anything. Chen Xiong, how is Li Rui's luck tonight? The fat and chubby Su Lanji came up and inquired under her breath. In the last 2 days, Li Rui drove the sea and made a lot of money. She was red in the eyes. Tonight, she was able to come to catch the sea because she wanted to follow Li Rui. He and that bastard Air Junzi just picked up some spicy snails. Chen Xiong said with a contemptuous face. Just picked up some spicy snails? Su Lanji froze for a moment, then smiled. It is true that luck is the same as feng shui, it rotates. Hearing that Li Rui and Air Junzi only picked up some spicy snails tonight, Su Lanji was overjoyed. At this time, Li Rui and Air Junzi finally slowed down. Air Junzi skimmed his mouth and said, shit. What the hell? Brother Rui, just now the Chen Xiong from your village smiled like a chrysanthemum when he heard that the 2 of us only picked up some spicy snails tonight. Li Rui is not concerned. It's human nature to be afraid of what you have and laugh at what you don't have. We do not care about him. When Air Junzi heard this, he was relieved. Rui brother, just now I really want to let Chen Xiong see what is in these 2 barrels in our hands. The second military son said indignantly. Just now, Chen Xiong to see their hands in 2 barrels of things, the face must be green than the bitter melon green. Li Rui cautioned, the second military son, you do not do this, the only long-lasting wealth in silence, just now you have to do so, Chen Xiong and his daughter-in-law will certainly follow us. If we find something good, they will definitely get a piece of the pie. Air Junzi glanced at Li Rui, he smiled, don't shoot the gun, sneak into the village, right, brother Rui? Li Rui's mouth twisted, don't be poor. Meanwhile, at the end of the village of Happiness Village, Li Rui's house was brightly lit. Su Shangyue sat at the door of the living room and looked at the direction of the door of the house. She was looking forward to Li Rui coming back earlier. She was a little bit attached to her husband as he went out to catch the sea. Day. At this time, Wogui ran into Su Shangyue's arms with his chubby little short legs. Mama, this is the big white rabbit that my little friend gave me, one for you and one for POA. Wogui said as he peeled off the candy paper of the big white rabbit. Su Xiangyu looked down. Wogui had already peeled off the candy paper of a big white rabbit. Mama, open your mouth. Wogui said crisply. A sweet smile appeared on Su Xiangyu's face. Ah! The next moment, Su Xiangyu opened her mouth wide with a smile in her eyes. Gogo stuffed the candy into Su Xiangyu's mouth. Mama, this one, Wogui can't eat it, you can't eat it either. Wogui wants to leave it for POA, as Wogui said that, she put a large white rabbit candy into the small belly pocket on the chest of her dress. Wogui is so nice. Su Shangyue wrapped Wogui in her arms. Wogui raised her head, looked at Su Shangyue's eyes, and said in a milky voice, Mama, the teacher said that children should know how to share, and if Wogui has something tasty to eat, she will share it with you and POA. Su Shangyue smiled and said, also in your little friends to share, Mom tomorrow morning to your school bag inside a few Wanzai snow cakes, you to the kindergarten, remember to share to your little friends, Noah. There is a back and forth. This is the kind of relationship that lasts. She wants Wogui to understand this from a young age. Got it. Gobo nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Xiangyu, Ruizi, and the others aren't back yet. Just as Gogo finished speaking, Li Fang and Li Dafu walked into her yard. This old couple came over so late to sort the seafood. Su Shangyue picked up Guagua and hurriedly greeted her. Li Rue and Erjunzi aren't back yet. Why are you guys here so late? Grandma, Grandpa. Guagua waved her little hand vigorously. Gogo, Grandpa misses you so much. Li Dafu was a man who didn't smile, but every time he saw Guagua, his face would smile with many wrinkles. Li Fang returned with a smile on her face. Your father and I are getting old, we can't sleep at night, so we thought we'd come over and help you sort the seafood. She is an idol master. She always wanted to do something for her son's family. After a while, Gogo's upper eyelids beat her lower eyelids, obviously sleepy. Su Xiangyue hugged Guagua and said in Guagua's ear, sleep. Fruit eyes half open and half closed, mouth muttered, Fruit not sleep, Fruit wanna wait for poop back, Fruit wanna hand feed poop eat big white rabbit. Chapter 49 Waiting for him to come back. Dad, Mom, it's so late, you guys go back. Su Xiangyu hugged Guagua and stood up, ready to put Guagua on the bed. Li Fang said with a smile, it doesn't matter, your father and I can't sleep, you quickly go and put Guagua on the bed. Su Xiangyue just walked into the bedroom and put Guagua on the bed. Guagua said in a daze, Mama, is Papa back? Her two little hands tightly clutched the big white rabbit candy in her little belly pocket. She wanted to be the first one to take the white rabbit candy out and bring it to Baba when he came back. But nay, as soon as she finished this time, she couldn't hold on any longer. In a few moments, she fell into dreamland. Returning to the doorway of the living room, Su Xiangyue sat down on a chair and continued to look at the location of the front doorway of her house. Xiangyu, you still have to go to work tomorrow, you go to sleep. Li Fang was a little heartbroken for this daughter-in-law of hers. I'll wait for Li Rue to come back before I go to sleep. Su Shangyue didn't see Li Rue come back, her heart was always unsure, now letting her go to sleep, she couldn't sleep. Li Fang persuaded her a few times, but when she saw Su Xiangyu insisting, she simply stopped persuading her. She knew that young people nowadays don't like old people being wordy. Meanwhile, at the shallow sea, Su Lanji looked at Li Rue and Junzi in the distance and asked Shen Xiong beside her, are we still following them? What's the point of following them? Li Rue is not lucky tonight, what's the use of following them? Like them, we will return with the Air Force? Shen Xiong coldly grunted. When he finished speaking, Shen Xiong saw a cluster of tower snails not far away. He waded through the water and ran over. Holy shit, there are so many tower snails. Just now, Li Rue and Junzi passed by here, they were blind. There are so many snails, but they didn't see them. Shen Xiong said as he bent down to pick up the snails. Su Lanji walked over and picked up the snails. She excitedly said, really, there are so many conchs. There must be several pounds of snails here. Shen Xiong, luckily I listened to you and didn't follow you. If I had followed you, I wouldn't have been able to pick up the snails. Su Lanji was very lucky. On the other side, Junzi followed Li Rue for a while and didn't see anything good. He was a bit discouraged. Brother Rue, stop walking, let's rest for a while. Just then Li Rue walked to a piece of abalone and stopped. Junzi, come here quickly. Li Rue waved at Junzi. What's good again? Junzi instantly stopped being tired. He quickly waded through the seawater and ran to Li Rue's side. When the headlamp on his head shone onto the abalone in the water, his whole body froze. Don't be dumbfounded, let's pick it up. Li Rue picked up the abalone. Abalone shell is a monocoque structure. From the back of the envelope and the soft body outside, play a protective role. The size of the shell varies according to species and age. Small abalone, shell length will not exceed 5 centimeters. Medium-sized abalone, shell length between 5 and 20 centimeters. Large abalone, the shell length can be between 20 and 30 centimeters. The shape of the shell is mostly oval or flattened round with a smooth surface. The soft-bodied part is divided into the head, foot, and outer coat membrane. Abalone belongs to the dioecious reproductive animals. Gender distinction is obvious, high nutritional value, with moistening the lungs and stomach, nourishing in and clearing heat and other functions. Therefore, the price is not expensive. When ordinary people talk about abalone, they will think that abalone is a high-end ingredient. Unbeknownst to them, the shell of abalone can also be used as traditional Chinese medicine. Rue brother, how to follow you to catch the sea is the same as those wilderness survival bloggers on Jitterbug. Swish, pick up wild takeout, and then swish, pick up a beautiful wild mother-in-law. Junzi joked while picking up abalone. Is there really a wilderness survival blogger on the Jitterbug who has picked up a wild granny? Li Rue couldn't help but ask curiously. Isn't this outrageous to open the door to outrageous to home? Air Junzi smiled back, people with the name of wilderness survival blogger, but actually is a funny blogger. In the distance, Chen Xiong and his daughter-in-law Su Lanji are chatting while picking up tower snails. Chen Xiong grunted, Li Rui's eyes are really not good, just now I saw him and Erjunzi walking through this shallow sea area, but he and Erjunzi did not see the pieces of snails here. With that kind of eyesight, why would he still want to catch the sea? Su Lanji finally complimented Chen Xiong, husband, or you are good, our village, the piece of sea fishing, you are the best, compared to you, Li Rui is too young. Hearing this, Chen Xiong was a little bit floating. He dejected, wife, just now you don't listen to me, follow behind Li Rui to catch the sea, this time surely what good things can't be picked up. That's that. Su Lanji's heart was happy to calculate how much money they earned tonight. By 9:30 p.m., both barrels of Li Rui and Air Junzi were full. Li Rui saw that the tide was going to rise. He said to Erjunzi, go, let's go back. Mr. Li Rui said to Erjunzi, let's go back. Erjunzi was excited. Tonight, they could return home with a full load. On the way back, Li Rui's cousin Li Dalong saw Li Rui and Erjunzi from a long distance and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, Ruizi, how was the harvest tonight? Not much, just picked up some worthless big sand white. Li Rui said very dismayed. Dashabai is a kind of bivalve shellfish, the shell is large, white or yellowish, the shape is almost round. It was not highly priced. A caddy was only about $12 or so. Ruizi, it's okay, next time you catch the sea, maybe you can still see something good. Li Dalong said with a smile. After saying that, and glancing down at the bucket in his hand, Li Dalong's face suddenly revealed a smug smile. Tonight, although he didn't pick up much. However, he had picked up a few large sea snails and a bunch of bitter snails. Counting it down, it could be worth $100 or so. For this, he was satisfied. At the same time, Li Dalong was secretly glad that when he went to Li Rui this afternoon and asked him to take him to catch the sea, Li Rui did not agree. At that time, Li Rui was going to agree. Tonight he would only be able to pick up a few worthless dashabai. The people who were catching the sea in Happiness Village muttered in whispers when they heard the words that Li Rui had just said. It seems that the luck thing doesn't last. 2 days ago, Li Rui's luck has been good, but tonight his luck is pulling the crotch. The way I see it, there is no need for us to continue following Li Rui's ass to catch the sea in the future. Hearing these words, a shallow smile appeared on Li Rui's face. This was exactly the result he wanted. Daughter-in-law, let's go over and take a look at Li Rui and Erjunzi's barrel. Chen Xiong happily ran towards Li Rui and Erjunzi. Stop right there. Su Lanji face reprimanded, old lady cannot carry, you will be in the hands of this bucket in the hands of the old lady to carry, Li Rui and the second military son tonight to pick up a few big sand white, what is there to see? Su Lanji forced the bucket in his hand into Chen Xiong's hand. Chen Xiong did not even dare to put a fart. I said, a few big sand white, there is nothing to see. Chen Xiong found himself a way out of the situation. Brother Rui, it's you who has a quick mind. In the future, if we catch the sea again, I don't think there will be anyone to follow us. Erjunzi joyfully gave a thumbs up in front of Li Rui. Chapter 50 doesn't feel tired at all. On the way back, Li Rui was very chagrined in his heart. Before he sold his family's boat because of gambling. Now he felt that he was too slow in coming up with money. Now that he was going to have a ship with his perspective function, he had to earn a lot of money. We have to think long and hard about this. Brother Rui, we've harvested a lot tonight, why do you still look unhappy? Erjunzi was unsure, so he opened his mouth and asked. It's okay. Li Rui touched his pocket and wanted to smoke a cigarette. When men are annoyed, they like to smoke a cigarette. Li Rui was the same. Without touching the cigarette box, Li Rui realized that he was in the phase of quitting smoking. Martyr, why was he so addicted to gambling before? The pit buried before was too deep. He had to spend quite a bit of time filling it. Just as he entered the house, Su Shangyue took a coat and walked to Li Rui. It's cold, put it on quickly. Su Shangyue said with a tender face. Erjunzi watched and only felt that it was spreading dog food. Thinking to himself how good it would be to have a considerate daughter-in-law. Li Rui put down the bucket, put on his coat and asked, why aren't you asleep yet? You still have to work tomorrow. Su Shangyue smiled and replied, it's still early, it's not even 10:30. At this time, Li Feng and Li Dafu came over. Li Fang smiled and said, "Your daughter-in-law won't sleep until you come back." Upon hearing this, Junzi said that this dog food is full. "What about tonight?" Li Fang looked into the bucket, and suddenly her eyes widened. "Tonight's harvest, it's too much." Li Dafu was also quite shocked. Auntie, brother Rui Junzi wanted to make a fool of himself, but Li Rui on the other side pulled his arm hard. "Let's go in." Talking here, it is easy to be heard by the rest of the village. Li Rui closed the door of his house. Soon, several people came to an empty storage room. Inside the storage room, there were several pots and buckets, and a few small benches. A sink to put things in was built in the corner of the mouth. "Xiang Yu, you go sleep, we'll sort it." Li Fang sat her but on the small bench, she rolled up her sleeves, and she began to sort the various seafood. "I'm not sleepy." Su Shangyue also sat on a small bench and started sorting. Li Rui also told Su Shangyue to go to sleep. Su Shangyue said nothing, but also refused to go to bed alone first. "Looking at so many seafood, I am so excited that I can't sleep." Su Xiangyu smiled and joked. Li Dafu didn't say anything and worked sullenly. Junzi is like a machine gun, talking non-stop. "Brother Rui, you're so lucky, following you to catch the sea is like picking up money. When I saw these seafood just now, the adrenaline in my body soared to 180. It's so cool, it's so good. If it weren't for the elders and women here, Junzi would have been foul-mouthed just now." Junzi just finished. Li Fang rough hands picked up 2 large abalone, exclaimed, "Days. This is the abalone with 2 heads of abalone, which is rarely seen nowadays. Several heads of abalone is a kind of unit to measure the size of abalone. It is well understood. A head of abalone is a big abalone of 1 catty. A head of abalone is very rare, because of the scarcity, its price is very expensive. Generally only seen in high-end marine markets, auctions or special channels. A 2-headed abalone is an abalone that weighs half a pound. 2 just for a pound. And so on. Let me weigh the electricity." Li Dafu, who seldom speaks, took the abalone with 2 heads in his hand and weighed it a few times, then he said with great exuberance, "This is really an abalone with 2 heads. Here are a few more 2-headed abalone." Li Fang picked out a few more 2-headed abalone in the bucket. Several people searched and found 8 2-headed abalone in total. These 8 2-headed abalone added up to a total of 4 pounds. Just these 8 2-headed abalone can be sold for more than 1,000. Li Fang shuddered. "Recently, my son's luck is really against the heavens. The 2-headed abalone son actually picked up so much." The more several people worked, the more energized they became, not tired at all. Ruizi, as the old saying goes, when a couple has a little heart, the dirt turns into gold. It is not wrong, right? Li Fang looked up at Li Rui, her hand didn't stop. "Mom, if you ask me. It's the family with 1 heart, dirt turns to gold. If it wasn't for you and your dad helping us, our days wouldn't be as good as they are now." Su Shangyue smiled and picked up a sentence. Li Rui smiled and said, "You are all right, before I was too much of an asshole, sorry for you, never again." Li Dafu's vicissitudes of face also revealed a long-lost smile. Junzi saw this and was very envious in his heart. After half an hour of work, all the seafood picked up tonight were sorted into different categories. Li Rui stood up from the small bench and stretched. "Really tired Li Fang said smilingly, "Ruizi, Xiangyu, Junzi, we are going back." Li Rui rushed to find a pocket, loaded a few pike crabs, stuffed into his mom Li Fang's hand. "Mom, these few pike crabs, you take it back to steam, and dad eat." Li Rui would like to give his parents a little money, but then thought he would really do so, not only outside, and his parents will not want, so he chose a compromise. Steamed pike crabs are simple to make and retain the fresh taste of pike crabs to the fullest extent. When eaten with a dipping sauce made from sour vinegar and other seasonings, it's a masterpiece. "Your father and I are not good at this." Li Fang shrugged it off. On her lips she said so. But in reality, she is heartbroken, cannot afford to eat pike crabs. If my son sells these crabs, he can get more money. These few pike crabs, you take them to sell. Li Dafu bored face low drink. "Ruizi, you little brat, if you really want to do something for me and your mom, you and Xiangyu to live a good life. This is all he wants." Li Rui forced the pike crabs into the hands of his mother Li Fang. "Mom, quickly take, if you do not take, next time we come back to the sea, we'll not let you help." In his last life, he owed his parents too much. In this life, he must repay his parents' favor. "I'll do it." Li Fang reluctantly accepted the pike crabs, then she opened her pockets and replaced the larger pike crabs inside with a few smaller ones. The price of big pike crabs was much higher than the price of small pike crabs. After Li Fang did this, she quickly walked out of the storage room. After Li Fang and Li Dafu left, Junzi also planned to go. Stay for the night. Su Xiangyue persuaded. No, sister-in-law, I snore and grind my teeth in my sleep. Junzi smiled back. Li Rui will be allotted a few pike crab bag, stuffed into the hands of the second military son, things you take. Tomorrow morning, you come over, the two of us together to go to your sister will be sold to the things. Junzi wanted to refuse, Li Rui a sharp look over, you do not take, I kick your ass. Junzi took the things, and Li Rui Su Xiangyue said goodbye, and rode his electric bike away. After sending away Junzi, Li Rui only felt a sore back and numb hands. At this time, Guogui ran out from the inner room wearing cool clothes and taking off her slippers. As soon as she saw Li Rui, she crisply shouted, Poe, Guogui feeds you a big white rabbit. This little one hadn't been sleeping deeply, and her little head had been thinking about feeding daddy a big white rabbit. As soon as she woke up a few seconds ago, she ran out with the great white rabbit candy. What are you doing out here? The shoes are still on backwards. Li Rui squatted down and gently scraped Gogo's little nose. Pupa, open your mouth. Guogui's meaty little hand waved the big white rabbit candy in his hand. Li Rui immediately opened his mouth wide. Guogui put the candy into Li Rui's mouth. So sweet. Li Rui felt refreshed. At this moment, he didn't feel tired at all. Chapter 51, Satisfying Gogo's Little Wish. Poop, Gogo is doing this to share that when you didn't come back, Gogo fed a big white rabbit to Mama as well. Guogui said with a smile. Exempt, Guogui is so little, he knows how to share. Li Rui smiled, smiling happily and brightly. Gogo tilted her head and said aloud, this is what the teacher taught her. Guogui had a showy face. Quickly go to the bedroom, lie on the bed, the day is so cold, you are so little, not afraid of catching a cold. Su Xiangyue reprimanded with a dark face. If it wasn't for her dirty hands, she would have picked Gogo up and thrown him on the bed. Sorting the seafood just now had made her smell fishy. Okay, Mama. Wearing slippers, Guogui quickly ran to the bedroom and climbed onto the bed. There is such a understanding daughter, work is not only not tired at all, but also very strong, now I feel like I am Popeye who ate spinach. Li Rui smiled and joked. Early the next morning, Li Rui got up. When he got up, he moved very little. A long time ago, Guogui was clamoring in his ears, wanting to eat crabs. Today, he would fulfill this little wish of Guogui's. Bringing 3 large pike crabs from the storage room, Li Rui entered the kitchen and tied his apron. Before steaming the pike crabs, Li Rui first put cold water on the pot and added a bottle of beer. The reason why Li Rui did so, because he knew that he did so, can drive away the pike crab inside the fishy flavor, but also can keep the pike crab inside the original flavor of freshness. Then, he put on the steaming rack and put on the pike crabs. The pike crab was tied up with its belly facing up. A few slices of ginger were inserted inside. By doing so, the loss of crab yolk could be avoided. Cover the pot and steam for 15 minutes. While I'm at it, I can just serve some dipping sauce. Li Rui said while patting the garlic. After doing this, Su Xiangyue just got up and walked into the kitchen. Su Xiangyue complained, you were busy so late last night, why did you get up so early to make breakfast today? Li Rui smiled and said, to make breakfast for his wife and children, I feel it is a very happy thing. Looking at the Li Rui in front of her, Su Xiangyue felt strange. In the past, Li Rui always told her that cooking was something old ladies should do. You quickly go and wash your face and brush your teeth. Li Rui pushed Su Xiangyu's shoulder and pushed Su Xiangyu out of the kitchen has fumes, don't smoke you. When Su Xiangyu heard this, her face suddenly changed. Li Rui, if I become a yellow face, will you still not love me? The corner of Li Rui's mouth was skewed and asked in return, what do you think? If I'm going to turn into a yellow-faced woman, you definitely won't love me anymore. Su Xiangyue beamed and said. How is it possible? No matter what you become, you are the most beautiful in my heart. Li Rui took off his apron. When Su Xiangyu heard this answer, her nose wrinkled, you know how to coax me, you must be lying to me. Su Xiangyu went to wash her face and brush her teeth. Li Rui on the other hand went to the bedroom and woke up Guogui. Poa, Gogo wants to eat crabs. The first thing Gogo said when she opened her eyes was that she wanted to eat crabs. Speaking of crabs, Wugway couldn't help but barf her little mouth. Drool almost flowed out of the corners of her tender mouth. Leroy said as he dressed Gogo, "Just now Dad went to steam the crabs. After you get dressed, wash your face and brush your teeth, you can eat the crabs." A second ago Wugway was yawning, sitting on Leroy's lap with a listless look. At this moment Wugway's two big watery eyes opened wide. "Really?" Wugway's throat squirmed a bit and swallowed a mouthful of water. "When has Dad ever lied to you?" Leroy felt happy after seeing Gogo's reaction. "My. Gogo's little mouth kissed Leroy's cheek hard. "Poopa, Gogo loves you yo," Gogo said with vigor. After sitting on the dining table, Gogo watched Leroy help him peel the crab meat. Her two big eyes were glowing. "Here." Leroy put the peeled crab meat into Gogo's bowl. At this time, Su Shangyue dipped the peeled crab meat into the dipping sauce and put it into Leroy's bowl. "Knowing that you like to eat things with a heavier flavor, so I dipped it in the dipping sauce for you, so eat it," Su Shangyue said carelessly. When Leroy saw this, an inexplicable feeling of happiness surged in his heart. In his last life, he had saved the galaxy, right? Today's women, he roughly understood some. Moving around, they want a sky-high bride price. Even if you get married and you don't have any money, you will be very considerate and leave you. On the contrary, his wife Su Shangyue. "It's so delicious." Gogo chewed the crab meat. The two little short legs were shaking under the table, very cute. A moment later on the school bus, Gogo told Yao Yao that Gogo ate crab this morning. Looking at this look of Gogo, Leroy and Su Shangyue looked at each other, then both laughed. At 7:30, Su Xiangyu went to work. At 8 o'clock, Gogo got on the kindergarten school bus. On the school bus, Wugwa hummed a little song, "Poa Mama goes to work, I go to kindergarten." "Ruizi, I heard that you only picked up a few big sand whites last night, isn't that right?" At this time, Yu Tao came to the door of Leroy's house, smilingly asked. "The village, but wherever there is a bit of wind and grass, less than an hour, the whole village will know." In the morning, under the big acacia tree at the head of Happiness Village, many women would usually gather. That was the information station of Happiness Village. At this moment Yu Tao came over to find out. In case, last night, Leroy picked up a lot of good stuff again, he could acquire it to earn a hefty price difference from it. "I had average luck last night." Leroy did not answer Yu Tao's question positively. Everyone is a village, he does not want to make the relationship with others too stiff. "Ruizi, can you tell Uncle who acquired your family's seafood last time?" Yu Tao asked with a smile. That bastard, who was 1,000 cuts, actually robbed him of his business. If he knew about it, he would definitely not let the other party off the hook. Yesterday, he inquired, but he couldn't find out where Leroy sold the seafood. "Uncle Yu, this is not necessary." Leroy snorted. Yu Tao saw that Leroy's mouth was so tight. He then stopped asking more questions. Contemplating for a moment, he said with a smile, "Ruizi, in the future, if you pick up any good things from the sea, take them to Uncle's house to sell, and Uncle will definitely give you the highest price." The future of things to be said later. Leroy said on the mouth, but in the heart is secretly spit, "You this bad old man bad very, obviously give the price of the low pitiful, but also to say that it is a fair price." "Okay, Uncle not with you nagging, Uncle have to go back." Yu Tao saw that his purpose was not achieved, his face smiled less a lot. Said, turned around with his hands behind his back, went home. On the way back, Yu Tao muttered in a bad mood, "Bull what, not just 2 days of good luck, picked up some good things?" "Uncle Yu, just now I saw you and Leroy chat for a while, chat what ah?" Chen Xiong carrying a bowl of rice, walked out of the door of his house, met Yu Tao. "Just now I asked Leroy if he had picked up anything good last night, and he told me that he had picked up a few large sand white last night." Yu Tao was secretly happy in his heart. Chen Xiong laughed, "That's right. On his level of catching the sea, he can pick up what good things are." Just at this time, the two Junzi riding an electric car, passing by here. Yu Tao saw Air Junzi and pondered in his mind, what is Air Junzi doing here? Not a moment later, Leroy rode an electric tricycle, dragging Air Junzi, and passed by this place again. The pike and other things in the carriage of the electric tricycle were covered by a piece of cloth. When the wind blew, Chen Xiong saw piles and piles of pike crabs through the cracks. Yu Tao, on the other hand, saw the abalone inside. Chapter 52: The Human Condition. Chen Xiong froze. Yu Tao fell into a trance. "Uncle Yu, I just saw piles and piles of pike crabs on Leroy's tricycle." Chen Xiong had a head full of questions. Could it be that he had misread the situation? Blurred eyes? At this time, Yu Tao also woke up. I just saw a lot of abalone on Li Rue's tricycle. Yu Tao was astonished. We've all been tricked. Chen Xiong finally realized that they had both been cheated. Yu Tao's face was a bit ugly. Why didn't that kid Li Rue sell those pike crabs and abalones to me? The more expensive things are, the more difference he makes. Chen Xiong yelled, this is not bullying the honest people. Last night in the dark, he asked Li Rue how much he had picked up, and Li Rue replied, just a few big sand white. Happy village head, under the big acacia tree, a group of middle-aged women saw Li Rue's tricycle passed, cannot help but discuss. Sulanji kowed out to melon seeds. I tell you, last night Li Rue luck is not generally bad. Last night he and two people just pick up some big sand white. Two big men catching the sea, just picked up so little things, I think they might as well go out to work. Sulanji's face was full of complacency. As soon as she said this, several middle-aged women at the head of the village opened their mouths in celebration. Luckily I didn't follow Li Rue all the way last night, otherwise, I wouldn't have picked up anything last night. Yes. Catching the sea is something that relies on ability and luck. Luck can't come often, but ability is real. Sister Guihua dislikes Sulanji, people Li Rue and Air Junzi didn't pick up anything good last night. What does it have to do with you? Look at how happy you are. Auntie Lotus gave Sulanji a cold look. We are all from the same village, it's not good to chew on others behind their backs. I'm happy, what do you care? Sulanji hummed. At this time, Chen Xiong came over in a very bad mood and pulled Sulanji back home. Sulanji spit melon shells on the ground, rolling her eyes and asking, what's wrong? Chen Xiong quietly said, last night Li Rue and Air Junzi picked up a lot of pike crabs and abalone, Yu Tao, and I watched really. What? Sulanji blinked, somewhat incredulous. Last night Chen Xiong wanted to repeat, but was interrupted by Sulanji, that's not right. Li Rue deceived us last night? Chen Xiong nodded, well, Li Rue said that because he wanted to eat alone. Sulanji slapped her thighs in frustration, why didn't we follow Li Rue all the way last night? If we had followed Li Rue all the way last night, we would have picked up a lot of pike crabs and abalones. Pike crabs and abalone are not cheap. Under depression, Sulanji swung out a slap and smacked Chen Xiong's head, which made Chen Xiong's brain buzz. Honey, why are you hitting me? Depression doesn't go away, it only shifts, and at the moment it shifted to Chen Xiong here. It's all your fault. If you didn't covet those tower snails last night, I would have followed Li Rue all the way and picked up pike crabs and abalone. Sulanji blamed. Chen Xiong hung his head, not daring to say anything. He was notoriously afraid of his wife. If his wife told him to go east, he didn't dare to go west. Meanwhile, Li Rue and Air Junzi were almost at the entrance of Jufu House. Li Rue instructed Air Junzi while driving. Air Junzi, when you see Chen Shirchang, don't give him a look. Chen Shirchang is the lobby manager of Jufu Building. Last time Li Rue went to Jufu Building, he was stopped at the door by Chen Shirchang. Brother Rue, last time Air Junzi was a little indignant. Li Rue interrupted his words, these days, cannot offend people, do not offend people, we and he has no conflict of interest, the last time that thing, just a small matter. I don't even worry about it. The second military son is too young, do not understand the Jianghu is the human condition. Second Junzi suppressed the anger in his heart, okay, Brother Rue, I listen to you. As the two were talking, they arrived at the entrance of Jufu Lu. Chen Shirchang was waiting for Er Junzi and Li Rue at the entrance of Jufu Building early in the morning. Li Rue, Er Junzi, come, smoke. Chen Shirchang walked up and took the initiative to hand over cigarettes with both hands. Cigarettes are huazi. Li Rue took Chen Shirchang's cigarette and clapped it to his ear slit. Er Junzi saw this and also took Chen Shirchang's cigarette. Li Rue, the last time, I was wrong, I apologize to you. Chen Shirchang said smilingly. Manager Chen, I'm sorry, what happened last time? Li Rue waved his hand. Chen Shirchang immediately laughed out loud, and said that Li Rue, this kid is great, can talk, open-minded, is a person who does great things. Not a moment later, a professional suit of Songling led a tall and thin man, walked over. Before Li Rue and Er Junzi came, Er Junzi gave his sister Songling a call. Li Rue, come, let me introduce to you, this is Bai Wenbin, the manager of the purchasing department of our Jufu building. Songling was more competent. As soon as she came up, she introduced Bai Wenbin to Li Rue. Mr. Lin, hello, my name is Bai Wenbin, you call me Wenbin is good. The tall and thin Bai Wenbin took the initiative to shake Li Rue's hand as he lowered his stance. Leroy laughed twice, then said, "White manager, don't call me like this, just call me Leroy, I'm just a fisherman." Song Ling said in a very formulaic way, "Leroy, in the future, if you come to our Jufu Lu to sell seafood again, you will dock with manager by." Leroy smiled back. Leroy smiled back. Bai Wenbin took out his walkie-talkie and spoke. In a short while, a group of kitchen handymen came over and carried down all the seafood on the tricycle. "Oh my God! There are actually so many abalones!" Song Ling exclaimed. The people around them were also greatly shocked when they saw it. After weighing, Song Ling led Li Rui and Air Junzi to her office. Song Ling quoted, 4 pounds of 2-headed abalone, 500 pounds, a total of 2,000, 8 pounds of 3-headed abalone and 4-headed abalone, 5 tails, 300 pounds, a total of 2,550, 10 pounds of small abalone, 7 tails, 60 pounds, a total of 642. Abalone added up, 5,192. When he heard this number, Erjuanzi's head was dumbfounded. 5192, he took 10%, that is 519. The sea is too profitable. Why didn't he know before? Small pike crab 22 pounds 6 tails, a catty 50, a total of 1025, medium-sized pike crab 12 pounds 5 tails, a catty 90, a total of 1125, larger size pike crab 8 pounds, a catty 102, a total of 960. Pike crab add up, together 3110. Sea anemone 30 pounds 8 tails, I see the quality is good, counting a catty 100, a total of 3080. A total of 11,382. When Song Ling reported the price, Li Rui listened very carefully, and the price Song Ling gave was higher than his psychological price. Therefore, Li Rui was very happy to continue working with Song Ling. Although Song Ling was Air Junzi's sister. But one size does not fit all. When it came to benefits, one had to score clearly. In reality, he has seen too many people fall out because of interests. "Count you 11400. Song Ling said with a serious face. However, Song Ling is very serious when it comes to work. Li Rui arched his hand and laughed, "Mr. Song, thanks." At this time, Song Ling's pretty face only showed a smile. "Li Rui, too out of the ordinary, my brother followed you to do, you take more responsibility, he did what cannot be done, the first place to eat." "Sister, how do you eliminate your brother me?" The second son of the army is a little upset, skimming the mouth. "Mr. Song, Air Junzi is just like my own brother, in the future he will follow me, I will never treat him badly." Li Rui wanted to maintain the relationship between him and Song Ling. Air Junzi was the bridge between him and Song Ling. Air Junzi looked at Song Ling and grunted, "Yesterday my income was not low." Air Junzi was godly. With money, his waist is straight. Humble, full bottle not wave half bottle wave. Song Ling gave Air Junzi a blank look. After some polite conversation with Song Ling, Li Rui took the list opened by Song Ling and went to the finance office. After gaining points this time, he had to buy 3 fishing rods, 1 for himself, 1 for Guigua, and 1 for Air Junzi. Li Rui was secretly calculating in his mind. He hadn't played with the lucky fishing rod yet. Thinking about the lucky fishing rod, Li Rui had some itchy hands. Chapter 53 Inseparable. After the money arrived, Air Junzi laughed, "Brother Rui, you give me 200 on the line, last night those things are all you found, I only put out some brute force. I only put in some brute force. Before we agreed, the money earned, you take 10%, today bought 11400, achievement is 1140. Li Rui did not have the good taste to glare at the second military son. Said, he then gave the second military son transferred to 1140. Pro brothers clear accounts. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Only in this way, brothers can do things for a long time. Rui brother, let's rub to go. Air Junzi rubbed his hands together, looked at Li Rui with thieving eyes, and laughed cheaply. As soon as he said this, Li Rui kicked him in the ass. Air Junzi stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Li Rui blackened his face and reprimanded, "I quit gambling, you also quit gambling for good, if you go back to gambling, I'll chop off your dog's paw." What brother Rui said. Air Junzi shivered and returned. "Air Junzi, we are men have to earn money, now this world, no money can do what?" Li Rui said. Air Junzi got addicted to gambling, and he cannot be blamed. He has the responsibility and obligation to correct Air Junzi. "Rui brother, I tell you, yesterday I took the $200 you gave home, and my parents said the details of the process, my mother said I always do a personnel, my father smiled with relief. the second military son said cheerfully. The two talked and laughed, came to the door of the Jufu building. Coincidentally, Li Rui ran into his mother-in-law Chen Yi here. Li Rui? Chen Yi was a little surprised, then spoke. Li Rui, Xiang Yu his brother to get married, almost the bride price money, you help out a little. Recently for their son to get married, Chen Yi busy. She just gave Su Shangyue a phone call, let Su Shangyue take $100,000 out. Su Shangyue politely refused. Mom, I owe a lot of money outside, I still want to find you to borrow some money? Do you have any money in your hand now? If you have, lend me some, when I have money, I will return you. Li Rui said with a smile on his face. To his mother-in-law, he is not good at all. Chen Yi heard, lungs are almost exploded. Li Rui, this is what you say is human words? My daughter raised so big, white to you. Chen Yi words have not finished, Li Rui interrupted, Mom, I have something, not with you nagging. Li Rui got into the tricycle and drove Junzi away. Li Rui, you asshole. Is this how you treat your elders? Chen Yi looked at Li Rui's faraway back and stomped her feet in anger. Arriving at the entrance of a fishing tackle store, Li Rui asked Junzi to buy a few buns and snacks. Junzi happily ran away. Seeing that no one was around, Li Rui walked to a deserted alley. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Li Rui's mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining another 11,400 points. Together with the previous points, the host now has a total of 25,788 points. What does the host want to exchange? As soon as the words fell, a virtual screen appeared in front of Li Rui's eyes that only he could see. On the virtual screen, there were several patterns with numbers written below the patterns. Li Rui had his eye on 3 fishing rods, an orange-colored fishing rod, a white fishing rod, and a pink-colored mini short-section hand rod. These 3 rods, all of them were lucky fishing rods. For an adult rod, 10,000 points were required. For a children's fishing rod, 5,000 points were required. Doing the math, Li Rui realized that the points he had accumulated now could just be exchanged for the 3 fishing rods he needed. Li Rui immediately gave a command to the system. Immediately, an orange fishing rod, a white fishing rod, and a pink mini short-section hand rod appeared out of thin air in Li Rui's hand. The host has consumed a total of 25,000 points this time and has 788 points left. After the system finished, it disappeared. Not long after Li Rui came out of the alley, Junzi ran over with a few buns and a bunch of snacks. Brother Rui, why did you buy 3 fishing rods? Junzi asked suspiciously. One for you, one for me, and one for my daughter. Li Rui replied. At this time, Yu Tao was hanging around in front of Li Rui's house. Seeing Li Rui come back, Yu Tao hurriedly ran forward and asked, Rui Z, last night you and Junzi picked up a lot of abalone and pike crabs, right? Did you sell all those things? Li Rui pretended not to know what Yu Tao was talking about. Uncle Yu, what are you talking about? Last night I and Junzi picked up some big sand white, the village knows. Yu Tao immediately became anxious. Rui Z, we are all in the same village, and I'm still your uncle, don't hide it from me. You sell all those good things to uncle will never let you suffer. Uncle Yu, what the hell are you talking about? Li Rui looked at Yu Tao with a surprised face. Rui Z, just now when you went to town and passed by me, I saw the abalone on your tricycle. Yu Tao said while gesticulating. Li Rui bites that Yu Tao eyesight blurred. Yu Tao see Li Rui oil and salt, and see the tricycle carriage as nothing, he threw his hands away. This old man actually furious. Junzi looked at Yu Tao, then coldly grunted. Leave him alone. Li Rui said, then talked about the main thing. Junzi, we always night to catch the sea is not good for the body. Today we catch the sea during the day, now we prepare to catch the sea. Due to the gravitational force between the moon and the sun, there are 2 tides in a day, high tide and low tide. The time interval between the 2 high tides is about 12.5 hours. So, you can catch the sea twice a day. Brother Rui, I'll listen to you, whatever you say. Junzi hemmed and hawed. 10 minutes later, the 2 of them geared up and walked out of the house. Chen Xiong and his wife Su Lanji quickly ran up and followed behind Li Rui and Junzi. Why are you guys still following us? Last night, my brother Rui and I picked up some dasha bai. Junzi looked back at Chen Xiong and Su Lanji and asked with some irritation. Junzi, you were lying to the ghost. Last night you and Li Rui picked up a lot of abalone and pike crabs. My husband saw it for real. Su Lanji skimmed her mouth. Chen Xiong quickly agreed. Yes, I saw it for real. Li Rui was instantly enlightened. Next, wherever Li Rui and Heir Junzi went, Chen Xiong and his wife Su Lanji followed them there. During this time, Li Rui saw heaps of yellow snails under a reef through the function of catch perspective, and he didn't go to pick them up. He was going to pick it up. Chen Xiong and Su Lanji, both of them, would definitely swarm over them. Yellow snail, also known as dongfeng snail shell thick and solid, smooth surface. The surface of the snail shell is earthy yellow. Snail meat is delicious, rich in amino acids and rare elements needed by the human body, easy to be absorbed and utilized. Therefore, the price of yellow snails is not low. Brother Rui, these two mouths are too annoying, they simply follow us everywhere. Heir Junzi looked back at Chen Xiong Su Lanji's two families, very speechless and annoyed, said. Leave them alone. Li Rui was thinking about countermeasures. The sea was masterless. They could come to catch the sea. Others could also come to catch the sea. Without realizing it, Li Rui came to a large area of wild oysters, which were worthless. Li Rui was not interested in this stuff at all. Suddenly, Li Rui's eyes stared straight at a wild oyster, and his heart even exploded a foul language, crouch. Chapter 54 It's what I don't want. Li Rui's mind moved and said, Heir Junzi, let's pick up oysters here this afternoon. He said, walked to the oyster, picked up and threw into the bucket. Heir Junzi was confused. Brother Rui, are you serious? A large portion of the people who relied on the sea did not look down on wild oysters. This is because wild oysters vary in size and quality and are cheap. Picking up wild oysters is a bit of an eye test. Thick wild oysters are meaty and can be picked up. Flat wild oysters have no meat, so there is not much use in picking them up. Chen Xiong and Su Lanji froze. Ruizi, you're not kidding. Wild oysters can't be sold at our price here. Wild oysters are sold at your Uncle Yu's place, only $2 a catty, and that's it. He has to look at the quality, and sometimes he even presses the price. Su Lanji opened her mouth in shock. Do I look like I'm joking? Li Rui squatted in the seawater and picked up wild oysters. In the oyster he picked up just now, there was a very large, round-shaped and unblemished pearl. Even for someone like Li Rui who didn't know much about pearls, he knew that a pearl like that was worth a lot of money. There were many more pearls in this wild oyster area. He saw them at a glance. Catch perspective function, it's just so awesome. This? Su Lanji looked at her husband Chen Xiong, speechless. The wild oysters in this area, she didn't care for them. Chen Xiong also did not look at it. Chen Xiong's eyes turned, and Su Lanji's ear muttered, I guess Li Rui now ran here to pick up wild oysters, is to get rid of us, let's not fall for it. We mustn't fall for it. Su Lanji nodded repeatedly, last night they had suffered a loss. After making up their minds, Chen Xiong and Su Lanji sat on a big rock and stared at Li Rui. They were afraid that Li Rui would run away. Brother Rui, let's look elsewhere. Heir Junzi really didn't like the wild oysters here. He casually picked up a piece, carefully looked at it, and then said, this piece of wild oyster doesn't have much meat in it. Said, then threw the wild oyster into the seawater. Li Rui glared, let you pick up oysters, you pick up oysters, where'd it come so much bullshit? Heir Junzi immediately squeezed out a smile on his face, I'll pick it up now. An hour later, Heir Junzi's bucket was filled with wild oysters. This thing is really heavy. Heir Junzi tried to carry the bucket as he gritted his teeth. Li Rui, on the other hand, was picking out the wild oysters with pearls. When he saw wild oysters with pearls, Li Rui would throw them into the bucket without moving. Chen Xiong, we can't keep watching like this, our family lives off of catching fish in the sea. Su Lanji was anxious. But no matter how anxious she was, there was nothing she could do. Li Rui is not looking for more valuable things, and has been here to pick up wild oysters, she can only stay here. Lunar Island is still in a closed sea period. Her family has a boat, but she can't go out to sea to fish. Let's look elsewhere. Chen Xiong is also grossed out. No way. Su Lanji decisively refused. She was afraid that after they left, Li Rui would run elsewhere and pick up abalone and other goodies. Last night's incident was still fresh in her mind. Poof. Chen Xiong jumped into the seawater, he casually picked up a wild oyster. Daughter-in-law, you keep an eye on Li Rui, I will pick up some wild oysters here too and go back. No matter what, we can't go back empty-handed. At this moment, Li Rui saw Chen Xiong picked up the wild oyster, heart said bad. Inside the wild oyster that Chen Xiong picked up, there was a pearl. Just now, Li Rui didn't run over to pick it up because he didn't want to attract Chen Xiong's attention. Mard, this oyster is too skinny. Shen Xiong cursed and said something, then casually threw the wild oyster he was holding next to Li Rui. Shen Xiong, what are you doing? Air Junzi angrily questioned. Li Rui also glared at Shen Xiong. Shen Xiong immediately apologized and admitted his mistake. Li Rui, I'm sorry, just now I accidentally threw that wild oyster next to you, don't take it personally. Hearing Shen Xiong say so, Li Rui also no longer cared about it. At this moment, Li Rui was not only not angry, but also a little bit delighted. He reached out and picked up the wild oyster. Brother Rui, such a wild oyster, why are you picking it up as well? Flat head, flat brain, skinny, not much meat at a glance. Just as Li Rui was about to throw that wild oyster into the bucket, Junzi raised the question in his mind. It shouldn't be He, Rui, is a beach person, he should know that flat-headed wild oysters are not worth much and can't be eaten. Junzi's words instantly caught Shen Xiong's attention. Rui Z, isn't that wild oyster in your hand something I just threw away? What do you need it for? Shen Xiong grunted. Why do you care so much? Naturally, Li Rui could not tell Junzi that he could see a pearl in this wild oyster in his hand. As for Shen Xiong, he didn't bother. Su Lanji also looked confused. What was wrong with this kid Li Rui today? She kept staring at Li Rui. Just now, Li Rui had picked up several very skinny wild oysters. Very skinny wild oysters, Yu Tao does not collect, also cannot eat. Because there wasn't much meat in it at all. After picking up all the wild oysters with pearls in this wild oyster area, Li Rui straightened his waist and said to Junzi, let's go back. Junzi froze, Brother Rui, you're not kidding me. Last night, he and his brother Rui to catch the sea, earned more than 10,000. Today, his brother and his sharp brother to catch the sea, even $80 cannot earn. Why is the difference so big? While Junzi was frothing, Li Rui had already started walking towards the shore. Brother Rui, wait for me. After Junzi reacted, he waved and waded through the water to catch up with Li Rui. Daughter-in-law, did you see the wild oyster that Li Rui just picked up? The wild oyster he just picked up is the one I don't want the wild oyster, but he actually treats it as a treasure, laughs me to death. After Li Rui and Junzi walked away, Shen Xiong laughed heartily. After laughing for a while, his stomach hurt and his waist was bent with laughter. Su Lanji was skeptical. Shen Xiong, don't you feel that Li Rui is very abnormal today? She always felt that something was not right. But she couldn't say why. Li Rui just did that, it's just that he doesn't want us to follow him to pick up good things. Shen Xiong carefully analyzed. It should be like this. Su Lanji thought carefully and felt that this was the only possibility. The two of them saw that Li Rui and Junzi had really gone home, so they started to catch the sea in earnest. And at this time, Li Rui and Junzi returned to Li Rui's home. Brother Rui, what kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd? Junzi hummed and puffed as he carried a bucket full of wild oysters. Entering his own storage room, Li Rui lowered his voice and said, my intuition tells me that there are pearls in these wild oysters. Junzi faced disbelief. Brother Rui, how can it be? Wild oysters inside the pearl is difficult to open. Li Rui picked up an oyster knife, began to pry wild oysters. The oyster knife is short and small, and the tip of the knife is flat, so it's easy to insert into the gap of the oyster and open the oyster shell by prying. Brother Rui, don't do it, it's a blind waste of time. Junzi squatted beside Li Rui and frowned. The next moment, in the wild oyster that Li Rui pried open, a very full and shiny pearl appeared. In a flash, Junzi was dumbfounded. Chapter 55 opened 38 pearls. Junzi came close, looked carefully, and then exclaimed, holy shit, it's really a pearl. There is no one else next to him, the second military son to speak, there are no more scruples. In front of Su Shangyue and Li Feng, he naturally did not dare to talk like this. Help pry together. Li Rui's heart was filled with joy. He was about to pry open the oyster in his hand and throw it to the side, but Junzi shouted sharply, Brother Rui, this oyster is the one that Shen Xiong just threw, there are 2 white spots on it, and the location of the white spots, I still remember, is exactly the same as this one. After careful recollection, Junzi pointed at the oyster in Li Rui's hand, and said in a very sure tone, yes, this is it, I'm absolutely not wrong. I'll go find a box over, you quickly pry these oysters. Li Rui said, then went to the living room of his house. After calming down, Junzi copied an oyster knife, began to quickly pry oysters. Recently, his brother Rui's luck was not generally good. He casually pried open an oyster and actually found a pearl. It should be known that only one pearl could be found in 20,000 oysters. Not long after, Li Rui brought a small box and put it between him and Junzi. Junzi threw down the oyster knife in his hand, picked up the pearl in the small box, put it in front of his eyes, closed one eye and scrutinized it with the other. The grains were full and lustrous, indicating that there was only one tiny black spot. Said here, the second military son then violently raised his head, eyes staring straight at Li Rui. Surprise, brother Rui, this pearl color is good, it is estimated that it can sell a lot of money. Li Rui looked at Junzi with surprise. You know something about pearls? The second military son smiled, said, my brother-in-law before chasing my sister, sent my sister several times the pearl. I do not know much about the pearl. Li Rui heard this in his heart. Junzi's sister Song Ling has a wide range of contacts, the probability of finding a buyer to buy the pearl purchaser. Wow, this oyster also has pearls inside. Junzi wowed with excitement. He also opened an oyster with pearls. Carefully take out the pearl from the oyster meat. Junzi wildly gulped. Rui brother, another pearl. This pearl is small as a little small, but better than the color is pure, bright. Put down, continue to open the oysters. I have a kind of intuition. Today we can from this pile of oysters, open a lot of pearls. Li Rui early psychological expectations, so he is not as excited as the second military son. Aha! Junzi obediently put the pearls into the small box. Next, the two would take out pearls from among the oysters from time to time. The more Junzi did it, the more energized he became. Brother Rui, you're going to get rich. Junzi said with great exuberance. It's us who are going to get rich. Li Rui corrected. Junzi scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother Rui, in fact, I just did a little bit of miscellaneous things. You let me take 10% of the income. I don't think it's appropriate. Li Rui glared at Junzi in a bad mood. Cut the crap, what we said beforehand can't be changed. With Junzi by his side, Li Rui's heart is steady. Li Rui valued the loyalty of Junzi and his sincerity towards him. Brother Rui, I think we can sell these pearls through my sister. Junzi laughed. Her sister Song Ling knew a lot of rich people. Among them was a good sister who was in the jewelry business. Oh, your sister has a doorway? Li Rui asked with great interest. There. Junzi immediately said, my sister has a very good relationship with a good sister. People are now doing the jewelry business. We can sell these pearls through my sister, but also do not have to give her money. Li Rui has a different view. He said, Junzi, if we want to find your sister, we have to give your sister a commission. Junzi immediately widened his eyes. Brother Rui, she is my sister, does she have the nerve to ask us for money? If she dares to ask me for money, I will let my parents fix her. Junzi, you are an adult, don't be so childish. Your sister to help you is the love, not to help you is this. You with this kind of thinking and your sister to get along with, sooner or later one day your sister will have a view of you. Li Rui said. People are profit-seeking. Without profit, there is no motivation. Junzi thought about it and felt that it was so. Besides, I don't have any relationship with your sister, we let your sister do her job, the money that should be given, still have to be given. Li Rui continued. She only helped to introduce it, we really don't need to give her money. Junzi insisted on his own opinion. Li Rui skimmed his mouth and felt that Junzi's head was a wooden fish lump. Junzi, let me ask you, if we don't go through your sister, can we easily find a buyer? Junzi shook his head. Li Rui asked again, if we find the buyer through your sister, will they give us more for your sister's sake? Even if they don't give us more, they won't screw us. Junzi thought it was reasonable. Li Rui spread his hands and said, it's time to spend money. Li Rui spread his hands and said, we must spend the money we should spend. After Li Rui finished speaking, Junzi no longer insisted. Junzi laughed nervously and said, Brother Rui, I listen to you. In the future, you go to your sister's place to eat, don't go empty-handed again, your sister will not have a view in her heart, but it is unlikely that your brother-in-law will have a view, let's do things, try to do not let people pick reason. Li Rui said with a good guidance. Rui brother, listen to your words, better than reading 10 years of books I have never thought about these things before. Junzi said happily. After saying this, Junzi blinked and asked, my sister is going to tell me what to bring to my sister's house for dinner and let me not bring anything in the future, what do I say? Li Rui listened to the very speechless, people that is polite, do you not say I know sister you like to eat apples, so bring some, come to your home, I'm just like going home, I go home to buy something by the way so what? This is what you said, your brother-in-law heard, will certainly feel that your kid can do things, can talk. Your brother-in-law is also more comfortable in his heart. The two of them chatted while opening oysters. After opening 2 buckets of oysters, 30 or so pearls were opened. Brother Rue, I will count how many pearls there are. Junzi was very excited and threw down the oyster knife in his hand, then picked up the small box and carefully counted it. 1, 2, 3, 38. After finishing, Junzi raised his head and looked at Li Rue with a happy face. Brother Rue, a total of 38, we are going to be rich. In fact, opening oysters and taking pearls is a very uneconomical thing. 20,000 oysters to open a pearl. After the cost is thrown out, one has to lose a lot of money. Thinking of this, Junzi praised continuously, Brother Rue, you are really a god, following you to catch the sea is simply the right thing I did in my life. After wiping his hands, Li Rue took out his cell phone and contacted Songling. Mr. Song, I just opened some pearls here, can you help contact the buyer? It's not a waste of help, after it's done, you get 5 points of share. Li Rue said with a smile. I'll help you contact, the share is not necessary, isn't my brother following you to do things? Just take care of him. Songling agreed very quickly. Li Rue smiled and said, Song, if you do not take a share, this matter is over, we are one size fits all, what do you say? Listening to Li Rue said, Songling couldn't help but laugh lightly, okay, I listen to you. I said Li Rue this kid, much stronger than his brother. Chapter 56 Psychological Price. Songling is also a person fine, she knows that Li Rue does not want to owe her a favor. She did not directly point out. Mr. Song, 2 Junzi this Li Rue wanted to say 2 Junzi this goods, words to the mouth, then changed the mouth, 2 Junzi follow me, you can rest assured. In the past, I brought him to the bad, in the future I will bring him well, in my mind, he is like my own brother. Thanks a lot. Songling expressed her gratitude. This younger brother of hers was very unsettling. She'd gotten tired of it long ago. Mr. Song, when do you think your Junzi and I will come over to look for you? Li Rue asked while the iron was hot. I'll ask my friend first, I'll get back to you. Songling said, and then hung up the phone after chatting briefly with Li Rue. At this time, Li Fong walked into the courtyard of Li Rue's house. Rue Z, are you at home? She came over to cook. Li Rue returned in the storage room, Mom, I'm here. Soon, Li Fong also entered the storage room. Rue Z, when I first came here, I heard people in the village say that you and Junzi had just picked up a bunch of wild oysters by catching the sea. Don't be discouraged, catching the sea is just like that, relying on the sky to eat. Li Fong was afraid of the huge gap in her son's heart, so she spoke out to comfort him. Mom, look at this. Li Rue's face excitedly pointed to the ground that is filled with pearls of the small box. Li Fong was very curious and asked, what ah? She looked down and was hard controlled for more than 10 seconds. It took a while for her to come back to her senses. Only to see her open her mouth wide and lower her voice to exclaim, this is oyster pearls. This is too much. After living for so long, she had only seen oyster beads twice, and on those 2 occasions, she had only seen 2 tiny oyster beads. Now there were dozens of oyster beads here. Some of them are huge. Mom, how much do you think these pearls can be sold for? Li Rue wanted to have a mental expectation. Pearls were something he had never sold or bought. Therefore, he was not clear about the price of the pearl thing. I'll take a look first. Li Fong was ready to bend down to get it. When Li Rue saw this, he hurriedly put the small box in front of his mom Li Fong's eyes. Li Fong picked them up one by one and carefully observed them. Eventually she came to the conclusion, these oyster beads can be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. What? Big tens of thousands? Junzi ate a hard shock, his jaw almost fell to the ground. If it was really tens of thousands of dollars, he could share a few thousand. Oh, man. He only worked for a few hours today, but he actually earned a few thousand. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about this. I know. Li Rue probably had a mental expectation in his heart. Ruizi, Junzi, this thing, you do not tell anyone, muffled to make a big fortune in the long run. Li Fong instructed in a serious tone. She is a person who has been there before and knows that people's hearts are treacherous. Li Rue smiled, Mom, even if you don't say it, I won't tell others about it. Junzi patted his chest and assured, Auntie, don't worry, for this matter, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. At this moment, Junzi's heart was on fire. After saying that, he asked Li Fang, "Auntie, this matter, can I tell my parents?" "Yes, you can." Li Fang had a kind smile on her face. Junzi's mom and dad must know the truth of smothering. "I'll go and cook dinner." After saying that, Li Fang went to the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Li Fang was busy. Inside the storage room, Li Rui brought up 4 pearls from inside the small box. Junzi, here's one for you, keep it. When you fall in love in the future, when you feel it's almost over, give it to someone else. Li Rui put a pearl that was not too big and not too small in front of Junzi. The remaining 3, Li Rui planned to keep for himself. 1 for his wife. 1 for his daughter. 1 for mom. "Brother Rui, I will listen to you." Junzi joyfully held the pearl in his hand. He looked up to Li Rui and asked, "Brother Rui, why don't you give this pearl to someone else's girl when you are pursuing her?" Li Rui skimmed his mouth, somewhat speechless, said, "You tiger ah. When you are pursuing someone else, you have to give it to them, and they won't agree to it in the end. What should we do?" Junzi, this goods, childish terrible. "Of course, this you have to grasp yourself, you want to think you can take people down, you send." Li Rui felt tired. Oh. Junzi's head is dim, he really doesn't understand the matter of men and women. At noon, Li Fang made fried sea oysters, spicy ribs, hot and sour shredded potatoes and purple cabbage soup. Junzi was playing with his cell phone in the living room. Li Rui went to the kitchen. "Mom, this pearl, for you." Li Rui forced a pearl into Li Fang's hand. "No, don't, Ruizi, Mom is so old, what do you need pearls for? Take it and sell it for money, you need money now." Li Fang pushed back with tears in her eyes. "My son has finally grown up." She was very pleased. "Mom, let's not be like this, let other people or Junzi look at the joke." Li Rui said, and ran out of the kitchen. "Hi. Ruizi sold this pearl, how good, he gave me, I have no use for it." Li Fang very carefully put the pearl into a small bag before she put it into her pocket. After finishing his meal, Junzi burped. He glanced at Li Fang and Li Dafu and said with a blush, "Auntie, uncle, sorry to make you feel out of place." "Mom, it's because your fried food is too delicious, so Junzi ate 2 more bowls of rice at lunch today." Li Rui helped Junzi round up a bit. Yes. Junzi nodded repeatedly. When Li Fang saw that everyone was full, she started to clean up the dishes. Seeing this, Junzi hurriedly stood up and prepared to help clean up the dishes together. Junzi, you sit down, last night and today, you and Ruizi have driven to the sea twice, you have a lot of consumption, the small matter, let me and my old man do it. Li Fang said with a stern face. "You don't move, you and Ruizi chat for a while." Li Dafu also spoke. Li Rui sat on the chair and didn't even want to move. He was really tired. So he didn't be polite with his parents. After Li Fang and Li Dafu went to the kitchen, Junzi looked at Li Rui and asked energetically, "Brother Rui, let's go catch the sea again tonight." Junzi is getting the sweet spot. "We won't go to the sea tonight." Li Rui felt that catching the sea once a day was already good enough. "Brother Rui, you are so lucky, it would be too bad if you don't go to the sea tonight." Junzi encouraged. "Let's go fishing in the afternoon." Speaking of fishing, Li Rui had expectations in his eyes. Lucky fishing rod, he has not played, do not know if it is good. When Junzi heard it, he also became interested. "That's fine, I haven't fished for a while." At noon Li Rui and Junzi laid down for a while. When they woke up, it was already 5 in the afternoon. "Shit, why did you sleep for such a long time?" Junzi looked remorseful and hurriedly got up from the sofa. "If I had known this, I should have set an alarm clock." Li Rui walked out from the bedroom. 5 o'clock is just right, I go to pick up my daughter, later the 3 of us go fishing together." Li Rui said as he walked out. "Poop, did you miss Gogo?" As soon as Gogo got off the school bus, she saw Li Rui, and she quickly jumped into Li Rui's arms. Li Rui picked up Guagua and said, "Daddy will take you fishing later, okay?" Guagua immediately waved her small fist in excitement. "Guagua wants to fish, Guagua wants to fish." At this time, Junzi walked out and said, "It's a bit windy now." Li Rui took over the conversation, smiled and said, "The bigger the wind and waves." Li Rui was about to say it, when the fruit was grabbed and said aloud, "The more expensive the fish, hee hee." Chapter 57. Who's messing with you? I'm serious. Yo, Guagua knows a lot, ah? Junzi was amused and laughed. He touched Guagua's little face and smiled. Guagua, Uncle Erjunzi quizzed you, how about it? Guagua tilted his little head and asked in a milky voice, what is Uncle Erjunzi going to test Guagua on? Ahem. Erjunzi coughed twice, then said with a straight face, Palace Jade Liquor. 181 cup. Guagua grabbed the next sentence. Erjunzi's playfulness rose. Erjunzi looked at Guagua and said, egg-laying rooster. The fighter amongst roosters, oi. Guagua said while waving her two little fleshy arms, learning from Miss Song Dandan's posture, posing in a variety of poses. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Li Rue and Erjunzi saw it, and were amused and laughed. Erjunzi burst out laughing. After laughing for a while, Erjunzi started again, which is the best excavator technology. Gogo didn't even think about it, and blurted out, Shandong, China, looking for Lanxiang. The spring wind of reform is blowing all over the land. The Chinese people are really competitive. No matter what Erjunzi said, Gogo answered it all. The two of them were having a good time. After a minute, Erjunzi didn't know what to say. Gogo, however, imitated Miss Song Dandan. I was born in the old society, grew up under the red flag, and walked in the spring breeze. Rue, I see that when Gogo grows up, she can go to do a parody show, and in the future she will do a parody show, and her achievements will definitely not be low. Erjunzi used his arm to gently hit Li Rue's abdomen twice. He said to Li Rue with a wink. Fuck off, my Li Rue's daughter grows up, how can she go to do a parody show? I want Guagua to become a rich second generation. Li Rue coldly glanced at Erjunzi. His words were from the heart. But Erjunzi took it as a joke. Brother Rue, stop it. Erjunzi laughed exaggeratedly. Who is messing with you? I am serious. Li Rue said in a serious manner. Seeing Li Rue in this manner, Erjunzi laughed even more exaggeratedly. Guagua suddenly laughed and said, Guagua wants his father to become a dragon. No problem. Li Rue cooperated and picked it up. Brother Rue, this daughter of yours is simply a small adult, her brain is also too smart. Erjunzi truly felt that Guagua was very smart. Li Rue is very proud hummed, also do not look at the fruit is whose daughter. Guagua followed suit and said, Uncle Erjunzi, you don't look at whose daughter Guagua is. Erjunzi's face immediately smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. A few people talked and laughed, and took the fishing tools. Li Rue and Erjunzi had more things in their hands. Guagua only held a pink fishing rod in her hand. There were quite a few things needed for fishing. Fishing rods, fishing lines, fish hooks, floats, lead pendants, lures, plunge nets, fishing chairs, fish protectors, none of it should be missing. Coming to the seashore, Li Rue found a place with a lot of fish through the catch perspective function. We will fish here. Li Rue put down the bag in his hand. He opened the bag and first hung a small white shrimp on Guagua's fish hook, and then he taught Guagua to throw the fishing line. Papa, where did you buy this little pink fishing rod? Guagua likes it so much. Guagua said crisply. Li Rue smiled and replied, bought it at a fishing tackle store. Erjunzi just picked up his white fishing rod. At that moment the voice of the system rang in Li Rue's mind. Host, the system has sensed that a person who is not related to the host has used the lucky fishing rod purchased from the system. May I ask the host whether to cancel the lucky function on the other person's lucky fishing rod? Li Rue was stunned. This system was too awesome. Just as Li Rue was frothing, the system's voice sounded again. The system senses that the host doesn't mind the other party using the lucky fishing rod purchased from the system, so the system will not cancel the lucky function on the lucky fishing rod. After saying that, the system automatically left. Li Rue couldn't help but explode thickly in the bottom of his heart. My that shit, the system is bullish plus ah. A few moments later, Li Rue organized his mood, ready to hang small shrimp on his fishhook. However, at this time, the float on the fishing line of the fruit violently into the water. Ah! Poop, the fish is hooked. Gogo stood up from the small bench and jumped up and down, she was so excited. Li Rue dropped what he was holding in his hands and wrapped his arms around Guagua's waist. He did this because he was afraid that Gogo would be dragged into the sea by the fish. Crap! The fish are hooked so quickly, it's unbelievable, this is a newbie benefit, right? Erjunzi looked at Guagua's fishing rod and exclaimed in his heart. In front of Guagua's face, he wouldn't swear, and he didn't dare to swear. He would swear in front of Guagua. His brother Rue would definitely kick his ass. Li Rue relaxed his guard when he realized through the catch perspective function that the fish on Gogo's hook was a 10 centimeter long grouper. Gogo, you first gently lift the fishing rod. When you lift it, use less strength and move faster. Li Rue said softly in Gogo's ear. Okay, POA. Gogo lightly lifted the fishing rod. When Gogo did so, Gogo's fish hook pierced into the grouper's mouth at once. The picture in the water was clear to Li Rue. Poop, it's so strong. Gogo screamed with excitement. There was a big difference between a fish in the water and on the shore. Fish in the water had a lot of strength. A fish that is on the shore will have much less strength. Gogo gritted his teeth and lifted the fishing rod as hard as he could. Before long, the grouper in the water was dragged out of the water. Seeing the grouper, Guagua wowed with excitement. POA, look, the fish is out of the water. Guagua saw it, did you see it? Dad also saw it. Li Rue smiled back. Grouper is a common fish in the ocean. They are stout, laterally compressed, and fusiform or oval. Common species are generally between 35 and 45 centimeters long and weigh about 4 or 5 pounds. The color is mostly brownish red with stripes and spots. Gogo was excited. Gogo was going to drag it ashore. After a little more work, Gogo finally dragged the little grouper to shore. Once on shore, the little grouper jumped around. Rue, is this a newbie benefit? It was only a little while ago. Gogo caught a small grouper. Air Junzi was a little envious. Don't be anxious, I have an intuition that all three of us can catch a lot of fish today. Li Rue opened his mouth. The second son of the army is a little disbelieving, really false? Just after the words fell, Air Junzi's fish hook was bitten by the fish. Air Junzi's float with the swiftness of thunder and lightning, scampered into the water. Crouching Air Junzi was going to say crouching, thinking of the fruit is around, hard to hold back. Rue brother, I also hear on the fish, the movement is not generally big. The second military son said. From the small bench Miso stood up, and then he kicked the small bench to the back. Air Junzi stabilized the fishing rod and raised it up to a certain angle as a way to cushion the impact of the fish. At this moment, Air Junzi was both nervous and felt very excited. Chapter 58 Protected Animals. Rue, it's a big fish, it's so strong. I won't be able to drag it up for a while. Air Junzi was so excited that his heart was pounding. Anyone who fishes can appreciate Air Junzi's mood at this moment. Li Rue timely reminded, Air Junzi, don't push it too hard, walk it slowly and consume its strength. Air Junzi nodded and didn't say anything else. He had to keep his strength and walk the fish. At this time, the big fish in the water struggled madly, wanting to get rid of the hook. Air Junzi was afraid that the fish line would collapse, so he let go of the line. 10 seconds later, the big fish in the water subsided, and Air Junzi began to slowly reel in the line again. Poop, Uncle Air Junzi seems to be catching a big fish. Guagua stared unblinkingly at Air Junzi's line. It should be. Li Rue nodded slightly. Air Junzi's physical strength was greatly depleted. At the moment, he didn't dare to have the slightest bit of relaxation. After walking the fish for a while, Air Junzi pulled the perch in the water out of the water. This process lasted for about 10 or so minutes. The perch was ferocious and powerful. When it struggled, it would desperately run away. So the walking time will be a bit longer. Rue, I see it looking, huh? Air Junzi is excited and cautious at the same time. This base is going to take off the hook and run away. He would probably cry. When the base in the water was walked to the shore by Air Junzi didn't rush to plunge the net. Air Junzi stretched his neck and looked at it, and found that its stomach turned white upwards and it no longer struggled. Only then did Air Junzi pick up the plunge net and drag it to the shore. It's so big. Guagua looked at it without blinking. Air Junzi sat down on his butt in exhaustion, a smile on his face. It's not easy, it's too hard. Air Junzi came up for air. Although he was tired, he was very happy. He had just come to fish and he had caught a 5-pound bass. How could he not be happy? After releasing the fish, Air Junzi continued fishing. At this time, the villages who Air Junzi walked over with a bag. When he walked behind Li Rue, his beard flared and he grunted and laughed. Ruizi, why don't you guys hit the nest when you are fishing? Sea fishing is already difficult, you do not nest, can catch fish? Huer Master is old, 69 this year, but his body and bones are very robust. He is a famous fishing man in Happiness Village. In his words, he can go a day without eating, but not a day without fishing. Master Hu, Gogo caught a fish just now. Guagua pointed to the bucket at her hand, tilted her head, and said very proudly. Exempt, Guagua, you actually caught a fish, let Master Hu take a look. Master Hu stretched his neck to take a look, snorted, and burst out laughing. This is too small. It's too small, isn't it? Said. Mr. Hu went to the side, support prongs up small chair, and then threw a large handful of Antarctic shrimp bricks into the seawater. Antarctic shrimp brick is a common nesting material used in sea fishing. Antarctic shrimp bricks are made from Antarctic shrimp. It has a very fishy flavor. Many sea fish like it. Rue Z, see? This one is called a specialty. Master Huerji twisted his head to look at Li Rue and came up with a network phrase in a very flirty way. As soon as he finished his flirty words, Li Rue lifted a 3-pound plus Eastern Star Spot. This thing had a rich colorful appearance, blue, red, brown and yellow. The body was long and robust, the meat was tender and nutritious, and it had a certain degree of ornamental properties, so the price was not low. A caddy of about $400 or $500. Seeing the Eastern Star Spot hanging on the fishhook, Huershi's 2 eyes were round. Eastern Star Spot? This is the East Star Spot, there must be 3 or 4 pounds, right? The second master Hu was very surprised. It's hard to catch a wild Eastern Star Spot these days. Poopy, you're amazing. It's a beautiful fish. What's its name? Guagua's face was red with excitement as she stared at the Eastern Star Spot, unable to blink her eyes. After Li Rue dragged the Eastern Star Spot to shore, he patiently explained, this is an Eastern Star Spot. Air Jun Z quickly ran over. Guagua squatted next to the Eastern Star Spot and looked here and there. Brother Rue, this Eastern Star Spot can be sold for at least $1,000 or $2,000. Air Jun Z said with an exuberant expression. His sister's family's restaurant has a specialty dish that is made from the Eastern Star Garupa. That specialty dish is more than $2,000. This thing, we can't have it. Li Rue took the Eastern Star Spot off the hook. Why? Air Jun Z was confused. Li Rue returned, because it is now a protected animal. After that, Li Rue threw the Eastern Star Spot into the sea. Seeing this, Air Jun Z's heart was dripping blood. How did the Eastern Star Spot become a protected animal? Brother Rue, my sister's family's restaurant has a specialty dish that is made from the Eastern Star Spot. Air Jun Z hurriedly said. The Eastern Star Spot in your sister's restaurant is definitely farmed, not wild. Li Rue smiled. These days, it was best not to touch protected animals. Previously, Li Rue had seen a news story on the internet. A college student was sentenced to 10 years in jail for pulling out bird eggs. Poop, what is a protected animal? What's the difference between a protected animal and an ordinary animal? Guagua, who was squatting beside Li Rue, turned on the curious baby mode. Li Rue touched Gogo's little head and replied with a smile, protected animals are rare in number and on the verge of extinction, so we can't hurt them and need to protect them. General animals, the number is relatively stable, we don't need to protect them, we can eat them. Just now, Li Rue thought of bringing that wild Eastern Star Spot home. But on second thought, Li Rue felt that he did not need to take unnecessary risks. In his opinion, no matter what, it was best not to break the law. Gogo understood. Gogo nodded. Rue Z, what a pity, if this was in the past, that Eastern Star Spot you just caught would have sold for at least $1,000. Not far away, Huershi slightly lamented. He also knows that today's wild Eastern Star Spot is a protected animal. Li Rue did not feel any pity. Let's continue to fish. Li Rue faintly smiled. On their side, with the blessing of the lucky fishing rod, the fish continued to take the bait and be caught. On the other hand, on Huershi's side, he didn't catch a single fish. Brother Rue, today the 3 of us are lucky beyond words. In less than an hour's time, the 3 of us have already caught more than 20 fish. Air Jun Z was in a good mood. Anglers are so pure. If you catch a fish, you are happy. Most of the fish caught by Guagua were sardines. Air Jun Z and Li Rue caught mostly perch and shurjiogong. Sardines are small, usually only between 15 centimeters and 30 centimeters, with slender, streamlined bodies. They are usually lime green and dark blue with a silvery white belly. The fact that the sardine is relatively ubiquitous has led to its low price. Sardines are only about $20 or so a pound. The stone kookaburra is also generally not very big, with a body length of about 15 centimeters to 25 centimeters. The head is large and takes up about 1/3 of the body. There are 12 to 14 hard spines on the abdomen and the fins are relatively short. I won T Air Force this day. Hurshi's face was a bit ugly. He turned his head to look at Li Rue and their side again. It was also at this moment that Li Rue's fishing rod was yanked away by a big fish in the water. After Li Rue reacted, he clutched the fishing rod with both hands. There was a big cargo. Through the catch perspective function, Li Rue saw a swallowtail spot of more than 4 pounds. He had just been eating a chicken leg, and after realizing that there was a big load, he immediately threw the chicken leg in his hand to the ground. This is the respect for the big fish. Chapter 59. A lifetime to be strong. Hurshi. Crouch, there is a big fish on the hook. Second master who exuberantly said. Turning his eyes to look at his fishing rod for a moment, he was instantly disheveled again. Li Rue was only 3 meters away from him. Li Rue there, keep catching fish. He here, how come there is nothing? The more he thought about it, the more depressed Hurshi became. No more fishing, I'm going to take a look. Mr. Hu took his fishing rod out of the water and put it on the bank, then he walked towards Li Rue as fast as he could. He wanted to guide and instruct Li Rue. When he arrived at Li Rue's side, the second master who said very vigorously, Ruizi, don't be too hard, it will tear the fishing line, quickly put a little line. The second master who was even more excited than Li Rue. After a period of pulling, Li Rue finally dragged the fish to the shore. Mr. Hu took a closer look and found that the fish had turned white and was no longer struggling. He then copied the fishing net and fished the fish to the shore. The first time I saw this, I saw a 4 or 5 pound swallowtail spot. Mr. Hu's eyes couldn't hide his envy. Swallow-tailed spot, the scientific name of the side-tooth perch, oval-shaped body, usually grow to 3 or 4 pounds. The body is more bright and colorful. The whole body is covered with blue-purple star spots, like the stars in the night sky. The appearance is very beautiful. The meat is delicious, the taste is excellent, and there is no fishy smell. The skin of the fish is rich in collagen, loved by the ladies. Mr. Huer walked forward and pressed the swallowtail spot and took it off the hook. I've been fishing for more than 10 years, but I've never seen such a big one. This one must be more than 4 pounds. The second master who used his hand to weigh the swallowtail spot in his hand a few times. Huer master, this fish, you estimate how much money can be sold? Li Rue asked curiously. Mr. Hu said, at least 2,000. Hearing this price, Li Rue didn't have much of a reaction. But Junzi was thrilled. Brother Rue, your luck is too good. This fish you caught can actually be sold for more than 2,000. Guagua said proudly, my poop is the best. Rue Z, Master Huer has an unforgettable request. I wonder if you can agree to it? Second Master Hu hesitated for a moment and spoke in a wriggling manner. Second Master Hu, we are all from the same village, you are still my elder, what do you have to say, just say it. Li Rue hoped that Hurshi would open the window and speak the truth. Second Master Hu said stiffly, can you sell me a few fish? I don't want the Air Force. I want to return home empty-handed. The village people see how I have no face. Most importantly, my wife will laugh at me. Hurshi had a hard time saying his request. The most important thing that a fisherman fears is the Air Force. His favorite thing is to catch a big fish for the whole world to see. Not for money, but for face. Understand. Li Rue instantly knew what Master Hurshi was trying to do. Then can you sell me a few fish? Second Master Hu looked at Li Rue with an expectant face. It is best to sell me a few big ones. He wanted to take it back to the village and show it off. Li Rue saw that Mr. Hu had put his words to this point, so he agreed to Mr. Hu's request. Ruizi, we can make a deal. After returning to the village, you must not tell anyone about this matter. You who second master I want to face. The second master Hu solemnly instructed. Money is not important. The important thing is that he cannot return empty-handed. The Air Force is not possible Air Force, this life is not possible Air Force. Second Master Hu, don't worry, this matter, I won't tell anyone. Li Rue cried and laughed a little, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh, the second Master Hu wants to be strong in his life. Second Master Hu grabbed the gills of the 5-pound perch. This one, I'll take it. That one, about 2 pounds of Shi Jiugong, I also want it. Second Master Hu grinned. Junzi thoughtfully put the 2 catty or so Shi Jiugong into Master Hu's net pocket. Rue Z, just now I calculated, these 2 fish about 500, I give you 600, you take it. The second Master Hu took out $600 and forced it into Li Rue's hand. Without waiting for Li Rue to open his mouth, Master Huerjuan put the perch, which was more than 5 kilograms, into his net pocket. Erjunzi smiled and said, "Brother Rue, this second Master Hu in your village is really interesting." "Yes." Li Rue also smiled. At this moment, Li Rue thought of the fish that second Master Hu had caught in front of him before, and immediately had an epiphany. Previously, every time second Master Hu returned to the village after sea fishing, he returned fully loaded. Everyone in the village praised second Master Hu for being an expert angler. Now it seems, not quite true. The second master is also happy with himself. "Hey, now I go back to the village, double the face." The second master who thought of this, pulling his voice, shouted to Li Rue, "Ruizi, you can keep your promise." The second master who, "You don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise." Li Rue gestured an OK sign. Next, Li Rue, Erjunzi and Guigua still kept catching fish. Master Hu Erjunzi, who was not far away, watched in amazement. "My shit, the three of them are too heavenly today," the second master Hu marveled. Guigua smiled and said, "POA, fishing is too easy, isn't it?" Hearing this, second master Hu almost vomited blood. A 3-year-old doll had caught more fish than him. Who would he find to reason with? "Brother Rue, I've never fished this smoothly before, I don't know why, but today, fishing, I'm surprisingly smooth." Erjunzi's face bears an unexpected joy. "It's just good luck." Li Rue snorted. He naturally would not tell the mystery of the lucky fishing rod. As soon as the words fell, Li Rue saw a big yellow fish in the water, swimming around the bait on his hook. I go. It was actually a rhubarb fish. This thing called rhubarb fish was not normally expensive. A caddy or so of rhubarb fish was around $600. A caddy of around 3 tails of rhubarb fish is around $800 per caddy. The heavier the yellowtail, the more expensive it is. Some huge and incomparable rhubarb fish have fetched sky-high prices at auctions. Quickly take the bait. Li Rue stared at the yellowtail in the water without blinking. He was very eager for the yellowtail in the water to bite the hook. But that big yellow fish in the water was very alert. It sniffed the bait with its nose and held back hard, not biting the hook. "Brother Rue, I caught a perch of more than 8 pounds, look at it." At this time, Erjunzi roared excitedly. "Why is my luck so good today?" The fish hooked up almost as soon as the bait was thrown out. It's unbelievable. Is there a mysterious force manipulating all this? Don't talk. Li Rue didn't even look at Erjunzi. At the moment, all his attention was on that big yellow fish. Where would he have the time to look at the perch caught by Erjunzi? Not far away, Master Huer, watching Erjunzi catch up another base of more than 8 kilograms, his eyes reddened with jealousy. "Fish! Fish, why don't you bite my hook?" Erjunzi frowned and muttered. "Brother Rue, what's wrong with you?" Erjunzi was puzzled. "Don't talk." Li Rue's face sank. Chapter 60. It's okay for her to talk. Nima, what a big perch. Erjunzi's eyes were glazed over, he was completely nonplussed. He and Erjunzi are not far apart. Other people Erjunzi caught a big fish on the shore in a while, and a big fish on the shore in a while. But he didn't even see the shadow of a fish. Guagua clapped his hands and shouted, "Uncle Erjunzi, you are great." The commotion made by Guagua was not insignificant. But Li Rue didn't care at all. "Guagua, don't say anything." Erjunzi lowered his voice and glared at Guagua. "It's okay for her to talk." Li Rue opened his mouth. Erjunzi froze, thinking how can she still be treated differently? At the same time, Li Rue dragged the big yellow fish out of the water. "It seems like a big yellow fish?" Seeing this, Erjunzi threw his fishing rod to the shore and ran to Li Rue's side with nimble legs. He looked at the big yellow fish in the water without blinking his eyes. "Really big yellow fish, I'll be damned. This big yellow fish must be at least 3 or 4 pounds. Erjunzi stretched his neck and exclaimed in astonishment. Erjunzi's breath catches when he hears these words, it can't be a rhubarb fish. Nowadays, big yellow fish are very rare and hard to catch. He looked into the water and saw the rhubarb fish as well. It was really a rhubarb fish. This rhubarb fish was still very big. Erjunzi's eyes went straight. Taking a deep breath, Erjunzi whispered, "Brother Rue, you drag it towards the shore, I'll take the fishing net to copy it." Li Rue slowly dragged the big yellowtail towards the shore. At this time, the yellowtail struggled hard and almost took off the hook. This scene scared Li Rui a lot. Li Rui decided to walk it for a while longer, not rushing to get him on shore. In front of this yellowtail must have more than 3 pounds. How much would a 3-catty wild yellowtail have to be sold for? Rui Z quickly released the line. Master, who was scratching his ears in anxiety. Don't let this big guy get away. Li Rui focused all his attention on dealing with the rhubarb fish. It took a full 20 minutes of slipping before Li Rui slowly dragged the big yellowtail in the water towards the shore. The big yellow fish had long been exhausted and its belly was white. This time, Li Rui easily dragged it to the shore. Jun-zi picked up the plunge net and caught the rhubarb fish in one go. Even at this point, Jun-zi didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He yanked hard and dragged the net and the yellowtail onto the shore together. Brother Rui, it's coming up, it's coming up. Jun-zi waved his arms excitedly. This big yellowtail must be 3.5 pounds. 3.5 pounds of rhubarb fish, at least over 10,000. Who are? Jun-zi shuddered. People are fishing. He is also fishing. Why is the difference so big? The second master, who had a gloomy face. Second master, who, is the rhubarb fish a protected animal? Li Rui opened his mouth and asked. His heart was in his throat. In case the wild rhubarb fish was also a protected animal, wouldn't they be rejoicing for nothing? In his impression, wild rhubarb fish seemed to be a protected animal as well. At the thought of this, Li Rui's heart clenched tightly. The rhubarb fish is not a protected animal. She smiled and said. Li Rui patted his head and said that he was born again, and now the wild rhubarb fish is not a protected animal, and then after a dozen years, the wild rhubarb fish is a protected animal. Rui Z, your kid's luck is really good, wild rhubarb fish are caught. Whose second master lamented. Just as second master who finished speaking, the system's voice sounded in Li Rui's mind. Today, the host's luck has run out, so if you use the lucky fishing rod to fish again, you won't have any more luck. Lucky luck has run out? Li Rui froze. He had wanted to take advantage of the situation and continue fishing to catch another big yellow fish. Now it seemed a bit unrealistic. Poop, Gogo wants to eat fish. Gogo's brittle voice rang in Li Rui's ears. Upon hearing this, Li Rui froze. He thought of a classic quote from a TV show in his previous life, Old Mo, I want to eat fish. Dad will make it for you to eat at night. Li Rui touched Guoguo's little face. He. Guoguo laughed happily, and her little tongue twirled around her mouth. Li Rui put the rhubarb fish into the net pocket and started to collect the fishing rod. Jun-zi looked at it and became a little anxious. Brother Rui, what are you doing? You're not planning to leave now. Right now their luck was in full swing. He wanted to fish a little longer. The next day will be long, we won't fish today. Li Rui said as he loaded the fishing rod. No more fishing? Jun-zi felt incredible. Brother Rui, you just caught a big yellowtail. While your luck is good, fish a little longer, maybe you can catch another big yellowtail on the shore. Li Rui, however, did not have the slightest mood swing. Pack up, let's go home, and fish again later. If we fish again, we won't be able to catch anything good. The system had just reminded him that today's lucky luck had been depleted. It's hard to catch something good without the lucky fishing rod. Poop, these fish were caught by Guoguo. Is Guoguo as good as you? Guoguo pointed to some small fish in the net pocket and asked with a smile. That's right, Gogo is as good as Dad. Li Rui smiled back. Jun-zi didn't withdraw. He knew that once his brother Rui made a decision, no one could change it. Helplessly, he also started packing up his fishing gear. You guys are really leaving. Jun-zi also found it unbelievable. Really go. Li Rui replied very quickly. After Hu was sure, he ran to a short distance away, picked up his fishing rod, ran to the location where Li Rui is now, again playing nest, again praying, Mom Ancestor blessing me, also caught a big yellowtail. Such a good position, Li Rui do not want, just empty to him. On the way home, Li Rui asked Jun-zi to take a video of that big yellowtail and send it to Song Ling. The video was just sent over. Song Ling called. Jun-zi, quickly send that rhubarb fish to my restaurant. Song Ling's tone was urgent. What they lacked most at Jufu Lu was good ingredients, and what they lacked least was rich people. Many rich people don't care about money, just a good bite of good food. Nowadays, Jufu Lu's fame has already spread out. Every day, rich people from all over the country come to Jufu Lu to savor a bite of good food. Sis, I didn't catch the rhubarb fish, my brother Rue did. Junzi scratched the back of his head and smiled sarcastically. Song Ling instantly understood Junzi's intentions. She said bluntly, Junzi, that yellowtail, I am willing to pay $20,000 for it. 20,000? Junzi knew that rhubarb fish were expensive, but was still shocked by the price. My goodness. A fish of more than 3 catties can actually be sold at a sky-high price of 20,000? This was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Mr. Song, Junzi and I will come over with the fish later, just wait, Li Rue said aloud as he held Junzi's cell phone in his hand. The price of 20,000 had already exceeded his psychological price. He didn't mind doing a favor in selling the rhubarb fish to Jufu House. Good, I'll wait for you to come over in the lobby of our restaurant. Song Ling was very much looking forward to buying the rhubarb fish earlier.